afternoon, good night, wherever you're at in the world. It's always a good time for sim racing. Welcome in as we are approaching the 8-hour mark here of the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. It is going to be myself, Brad Dalton, alongside Lorenzo Bonder. For the next couple of hours, you'll get to listen to our sweet voices and watch some wonderful GT3, GT4 cars go up, down, all the way around the track. And this is going to be where things get interesting. The fog has rolled in over the last little bit. Things have gotten very fun. I've taken a couple of hours and drank some great caffeinated beverages, so I'm ready to bring you in through into these wee morning hours as things get underway. It's been an exciting race top to bottom here, and as it was when I left, it's WSR Esports ButtKicker, the winners of the 2023 24 Hours of Silverstone here in Britcar, ButtKicker Britcar, and they lead yet again here. So we will watch and see how that develops. Their gap is 1:41 seconds, which is a little bit more than it was a couple hours ago, and it's been pretty consistent around that 1 to 2 minutes as they've kept it here. Your running order as it stands right now: WSR Esports ButtKicker, BRT, Effect Simulations, Team Loose, Spurwig, and Project 91 Thomas Inge's Sim Racing. Your top 5 there in the GT3 classes. There's plenty of storyboards up and down and all the way around the leaderboards here. Lorenzo, I'm going to ask you to just kind of fill me in on what I've missed the last couple of hours while I was away.
I think you missed a few things. A few battle for positions here and there, a few driver changes, a few black flags for, track incident limits. So track limit incidents. So it's going as expected for some of the teams. We saw a few nearly drama moments right there during an interview, but it's been collected by everybody. I do have a question to you though, Brad. And yep. I know it's the first time we're commentating together, and I'm really gonna put you on the spot. The brownie that you ate, did they contain nuts or not?
It did not. It was a Little Debbie snowflake brownie.
Good.
Since it is Christmas.
Nice. All right. You're already good in my books.
Hey, I'll take it. I wasn't sure how that was gonna go, but I will take being good in your books. So I am very, very okay with that.
Yeah. Although I might judge your football choices afterwards.
That's fine. I can wait till afterwards. You won't bother me a bit. College football is more where I tend to land on, and I'm very upset after today because it was rivalry day, and every team that I care about in college football lost. So I'd like to not dwell on it, to be honest.
You're Noki or the Ohio State?
Ohio State and also Kentucky. Both teams lost, so I kind of just don't care about today as it stands.
Fair.
But I don't know who won Tennessee Vanderbilt, and I want to say it was Tennessee, so I think I'm 1 for 3 today.
Well, thinking about it this way, I'm not much of a college guy, but I was a Trojans fan because of Reggie Bush, so I'm not going to go into that length of conversation. You can call me bandwagoner of sorts if you want to.
I will. I'll file that away for a mental note for later, because that's definitely going to be something that I need to hold on in the back of my head. So, as we go through here through the night, we're into the final 8 hours of this 24 Hours of Silverstone. And Lorenzo, I got to tell you, one of the things I'm really interested to see is who turns up the heat as they go through this race. I see Cube Controls and TSRC Esports are still separated by about a second. I see Satellite Racing is still leading in GT4s, so I'm curious who's going to really turn that knob and start to apply pressure as we get into these final 8 hours.
Yeah, and more so, I think David and I were talking, and David kind of brought this up. Maybe the podium in GT4 is not all that decided. Of course, TSRC is a full lap down but it's just the placement right now, let's just say, between ST Racing and Altitude, just because we had a few black flags for some of the teams due to track limits incidents. For example, even now we're seeing Gusteau's, the number 6, having a black flag. I think that's all 4 track limited incidents. So is that thing, it ain't over until it's over. So you have to put your pedal down, even though this is one of the interesting topics for me. Normally people say, oh, you gotta drive through and maybe you're gonna lose up to 20 seconds. In Silverstone, it's actually quite different because the run through is so short. As we're saying, it's easy for you to actually cut some deficit to the run of the pit lane.
Yeah, and that is something that I know there's been conversation about with that pit lane being shorter through. So I'm curious to see how everyone kind of handles that through the race. It's very unique here for the way the Silverstone pit lane is laid out. I always have preferred, and I know I talked about this earlier, but I've always preferred the old pit lane, old pit straight and the old pit lane setup on Silverstone. I think it just produces better racing. It's a better pit lane entry and a better pit lane exit, honestly.
Yeah, and because I think this new pit exit is a little bit dodgy. It's kind of like, we're having a car just outside turn number 1 right there, going into the serviced area, merging around the loop, and before entry. But it's complicated because the outside of turn number 1 gets you within the racing line. That's coming outside of turn 1 and 2, right? And when you come out of Cops on the old pit lane exit, it is outside the racing line. You eventually merge into the racing line kind of quickly because you're already setting up for Meggetts and Beckett's, but still, it's a more race-like pit exit than the other grids in the whole world. And David kind of brought this up about like going VIR in 3 pit lanes. Someone brought it up. Motegi has also 3 pit lanes. And I think Suzuka has 2, or even at a certain point. So that made me think of other racetracks that had that kind of stuff, and I don't think there are too many.
There's not, and it's something that, depending on the setup, it comes in handy. I know there's a few tracks in the US that are set up like that, and it's something that does come in handy though, and can really sort of set up for different styles of racing just depending on what you're looking to do. So it's a unique setup, and again, I like it, but I still prefer the old pit straight. I think it's just a better layout to the new one. I don't like the entry of the new pit. Maybe that's just a me issue, and a YouTube chat will probably roast me for that, as tends to happen.
Now I have another question to you then.
Okay.
Do you think Sebring should be repaved?
Sebring should be repaved? Probably. I would probably say yes to that one.
Ooh, you and Ewan O'Leary might be the only guys who ever thought about this. You're gonna get that is actually a more egregious answer than I would say this one, in my opinion. You're gonna get it more. Yeah, trust me. A lot of people would say don't repave Sebring. See, the reason Sebring is that way is because they don't repave the track. They just put some asphalt on top of the old stuff whenever he had some holes in the track, and it pretty much maintains that old school fashion. And people say don't repave it because you lose that old school feature of the concrete plus asphalt.
I see that. However, I don't know. I think it would be just a different style of racing if they were to repave it. So I think it would kind of... I don't know. Maybe I'm just, again, I'm in the minority on that one. So, but I don't think it would be a bad decision.
Yeah, I can't. It's like I don't mind people bringing up. Let's just say if you had a different argument for that, and you kind of give it a little good logical reason, why it should be repaid, why should it be different, things like that, I would have no problem. But then again, I know this kind of brings up the discussion between this this layout of Silverstone against the old layout, because there's a lot of people that prefers the old layout for this layout, new layout. Some people don't like it. They say it's less racy than the old layout that it used to have until 2007. So we're never gonna get out on that discussion, man.
Yeah, no, that's one that could go on, I think, for the next 7 hours, 49 minutes. So we could definitely keep that one going as long as we wanted to. It's an interesting thing, and I think you could bring up points either way that would keep things going. So yeah, I don't know. That's a good topic. I'll have to think about it some more.
Yeah, as the leaders are going to come in, I think, Brad. But also, I think as they're coming in, I think this brings another interesting topic. Do you know iRacing nowadays can, if you do a post-race incident, right? If you report someone, you submit a report to iRacing for a post-race incident, and now you can disqualify someone, right? Do you know that was actually partially related to Silverstone? The reason they did this. Silverstone was actually partially the reason why this actually happened. Because in some official series, some drivers actually take advantage of the fact the run through on this pit lane is a little bit shorter than going to the start finish line. They would actually take the entry of the pit lane into the starting line. They would win the race or several positions to those guys that are what actually doing around Vale and the other turns. They would get like a few several positions, and the race would count as, you did the overtakes and you couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, me and David Haynes talked about that a few hours ago, so I know you weren't on, but that got brought up earlier, actually. So
okay,
yeah, I had heard of that before. It's not something that's ever been personally done to me, but I had heard of that before. So interesting to know that it actually originated here, though, due to Silverstone.
It's one of the origins, because I think I remember vividly there was a discussion on the forums and a few discords of a guy that did this, and there were clips of the guy deliberately doing that and going into the pit lane, and he got like 5 positions of sorts around the pit lane entry, going to the final corner, because your transponder is going to just be at the back of the car coming out into the pit entry corner, right? That would lead into the pit entry straight. So, and the other guys would have to do the whole corner around the final corner. Therefore, you'd have like a 2-second advantage coming out of the corner, basically, which is insane to think about.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous, but I'm very glad that doesn't happen anymore. We've got a battle on screen here. This is 21st and 22nd place in GT3. It's Ash Hill and Kyle Felvis going side by side, coming down into Vale through Club. They'll come side by side, and actually it will go ahead and flip. It will flip their places here. So we'll get Kyle Felvis with Phoenix Sim Racing ahead of Ash Hill of Project Not Last, and they will come across the line, swap positions, and follow things along here.
And apparently the number 21 is following suit with their promise of not being last for the time being.
Yeah, and that is a very good thing to see here as we go through, continue along, trying to get through the GT4 lap traffic as they go, and that's actually going to hold off that number 21 and set them back with a bit of a gap here. So we'll see if they're able to close that gap. They should be able to fairly quick with the power of the GT3 and a little bit of draft in play as well.
Just trying to notice right here, this battle we were watching on screen, if there's any difference in terms of the tank and maybe tires. So it looks like there's not. So Kyle is going to be able to catch back Ash Hill right in front of him and go for an overtake opportunity, but it doesn't seem to be that way moving forward.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be that way at all. So, it could change. Don't get me wrong, it could change through the race, but we'll see how that plays through. And, I say change through the race here. We've already been racing for 16 hours, over 16 hours now, 7 hours, 44 minutes left to go as the drivers continue on along down the straight, Hanger Straight into Stowe. And they just continue on along their way yet again. This is Nils Core, the number 64, who's in the lead in GT4 with Satellite Racing and has pretty much been in the lead in GT4 for a good chunk of time now, to be honest with you. I'm trying to think of who else has led that GT4 class, and I can't think of anyone.
As long as it's been trying to keep up with the race, I don't think anyone has led this race either. I want to say maybe ST and Altitude at some point maybe have led. Simsway might have led a few laps as well. One lap here and there, but I don't take my word as granted.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So I'll rely on some fact checking here in just a little bit and double check myself on that here. Either way, Satellite started on pole, is still running in the lead here after 16 hours, so they are doing very well. Also looking through here, there's been plenty of action up front in GT3, but WSR Esports ButtKicker have been doing a very good job of hanging out up in the front in the GT3 category, and they have done well. I think there's only one spin that's noted here for the leader of the GT3 class, and that was just a out of the pits cold tire spin. Nothing, no harm, no foul there, but the gap has came down to 50 seconds, and that is because it looks like Tom Katsadonis has come into the pits here about a lap ago here, 475 laps under their belt, and looks like they came into the pits about a lap ago.
Yeah, but the lead is going to extend over to nearly a full lap whenever BRT comes into the pit lane. We know the full run over the pit lane is about nearly 1 minute and 10. So it's 1 minute and 51 right now. They'll put WSR whenever BRT pits actually a full lap down on the race leaders.
Yeah, and that's a pretty significant gap, honestly, to see. So kind of looking at that there from Tom Katsadonis and that entire WSR Esports team, I mean, being a full lap up is pretty considerable, and a pretty considerable time to find there for that number 5 BRT team. Right now in the car, it's Tom Griggs. We'll see what comes out of that for them.
Big statements as Cameron Martineau saying that Altitude has led. I kind of figured that already. ST has led, and then Alex Cal got in the car, and it was over from there. Well, that's what happens when you have a top-tier driver and Alex Cal driving for Satellite Racing. Just hoping, and here's me hoping, that whenever our good friend Ryan Walker takes over the car, because I think he is racing, I don't know if he actually had done any laps in that car, does admit it.
Yeah, and we have Aiden Coleman here in a replay spinning that number 290, and then we have Matt Redfern that it looks like got a lot of help there actually, with some drivers taking some significant avoiding action to avoid the P14. Now we get the overhead shot of this. Big shout out to Hugo, who is still absolutely running the game there in the broadcast booth behind the scenes. And yeah, that was definitely a help spin there to bring things around, and now trying to get back going. Not too much of a harm there, but you can see that I definitely think that a little bit of tiredness and fatigue might be slipping in for some of the drivers here.
Yeah, because that's such a weird mistake that starts to happen on overlap coming into Megan's and Beckett's. Fortunately, everybody got away and skate. There's so much running room at Maggots that it's easy for you to make a mistake and still remain on track, despite if you get like spun around or something like that.
Yeah, it is fortunate to see that much runoff, but also I think you and me can both agree, if you get spun at a high enough speed, it kind of doesn't matter how much runoff you have, you're going to hit the wall. And we've seen a couple of drivers do that. We've seen some spins through the night, specifically through Cops Corner, through Luffield, which has really caught me off guard. We've seen a couple of big high-speed spins on the exit of Luffield and Woodcote that have thrown me off guard. Village has been one where we've seen a couple of spins, and Stowe has really shocked me for where that's been a issue corner.
Yeah, for me, ever since I took over this broadcast about an hour and 20 minutes ago, the main spot of spins at this time of the night and late morning, actually early morning, has been Brooklands, right before Luffield. Guys are over committing to the entry of the corner and are not being able to keep the speed up in the apex, and therefore are having issues with the car.
Yeah, I said this earlier, and once I kind of got to walk away and think about it, I said it earlier that it seemed like a lot of people just didn't have grip, and I thought it may be just due to like tire temperature or some sort of an issue, but after I walked away, it just kind of seemed like it was a case of just the cars don't want to grip here. Just kind of the nature of Silverstone being a very, very flat, fast track. It just kind of seems like a lot of people the cars don't want to grip to the track, or they're just asking 1 to 2% too much of the tires of the car as we go along. So continue to see how that affects everyone here and how they go through as we hit pretty much the deep of night here. We're going slowly towards the sunrise here as we have a pass, very clean pass there between GT3 and GT4s.
Yeah, and I'm going to give a reasoning to why we're seeing so many spins. But before everything, Brad, I think we have an interview waiting for us to take over with one of the drivers with the most unique names in racing, which I would not say the second name to not get confused. Back to you, Brad.
Yeah, the only thing I know about this driver is that I heard that they like to eat pies and drive. I'm gonna ask, how was the pie?
You know what? I've had better, to be honest. No, it was actually really good, to be fair. I actually will put the rumours to bed here. I actually didn't eat the pie while driving. I don't know where that rumour started. I think one of my teammates dobbed me in as eating it while driving. That is not true. It was in between stints.
Now hold on. Weren't you shown on the broadcast eating and driving, James? Or did I completely miss that?
I wouldn't eating, nah, not eating, but no, I did grab the mince pie because I only had a 2-hour break in between, so I didn't even leave this room in between other than to pop to the toilet. But Yeah, no, when my teammate mentioned that you were showing me on stream, I had to grab them in spikes. I knew you lot were talking about it. I was being told through my through the voice chat that that's what you guys were joking about, so I thought I'd grab it and show it just to add to the fun of the event, really.
Well, I'll tell you what, I wasn't on the commentary when that happened, so your secret's safe with me. I won't tell the other guys. We'll just keep that between us. How's everything going, though, for the race itself for your team right now? How are team spirits going? How's the car feeling?
It's been alright, to be fair. We always love this event. Certainly, personally, one of my biggest events of the year as a driver. Obviously, we compete in quite a lot of other stuff, but yeah, it's been alright. Could be a lot better. We've dropped back a little bit over the last hour or so, really. I mean, I got hit-ish by a GT4, a bit of my own fault anyway, but yeah. With GT4 about an hour and a half ago, and then my internet decided to die about half an hour ago now, so that's great. So my stint was nice and shortened, which is great because I haven't slept yet. But other than that, it's going all right. I mean, I'd say we're not necessarily the largest team in here in terms of British representation, but we should be probably a bit higher than where we're placed at the minute. But yeah, I mean, we're still enjoying it. Everyone's having fun. Morale is high-ish for what is 4:30 in the morning for here in the UK. But yeah.
And I mean, when you're going into those deep daylight hours, or well, nighttime hours, if I could phrase that correctly, when you're going into those deep nighttime hours, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, as a driver, you know, are you accustomed to being up this late, or is this just kind of like reeking on you at this point?
No, I'm certainly not accustomed to being up this late. I'm rather tired. I think tired, yeah, is an understatement for me at the minute. But yeah, no, to be fair, I'm still enjoying it, even though there's a part of me inside that is, you know, wanting that to end. I just want to sleep. But yeah, no, yeah, there's a bit of you that wants to sleep, but there's a bit of you that's like, you still really enjoy part of the race. And the night stint is always fun in both a good way and a bad way.
I can understand that. The night stint is always where things just tend to go either very right or very off the rails, at least in the broadcast world. So I'm going to ask one more question. Well, two more questions of you. First, anyone you want to thank, shout out before we let you go?
Yeah, all of my teammates, of course, both cars. You know, I think everyone's put in a lot of effort into this event. Unfortunately, we're not necessarily as high as we want to be, but you know, a long way to go, I guess, still. And of course, Claremont, who are our title sponsor for this event. A lot of backing coming from them in the future for us personally, but yeah, no, big thanks to them. Big thanks to MSUK as always, Britcar themselves, and then yeah, we love having RaceSpot along for this sort of stuff. You guys have covered British Formula 4 esports that we've been a part of all year, and we always love a RaceSpot stream.
Awesome, and we all appreciate that here. Second and final question before we let you go and go to bed. For one time for the stream and for my sanity, how do you say your last name?
Oh god, Smag as Gale. It's a long one, but yeah, you got it there, yeah.
Okay, it flows a lot better now that I've heard it. I was trying to read it and I was like, I can't pronounce the last name at all. So
you'll be surprised to know that you're not the only one that's ever struggled.
That makes me feel better. That makes me feel a lot better. So, James, we're going to let you get to sleep here. We'll keep an eye on your team while you're asleep. And when you wake up, we'll catch back up with you probably and see how things are going.
All right, boys. Cheers. Have
a good night.
You too. Cheers.
All right, Lorenzo. Well, there is the $1 million question that was on everyone's mind, and if it's okay with you, we're going to keep the fact that he wasn't actually driving a little bit of a secret, even though for some reason I still think he was driving.
No, facts. And actually, this brought up a real good question on our RaceSpot YouTube chat. That someone wants to know. He's asking for a friend. Sure, he's asking for a friend. Like no one no one asks for themselves. Does eating a mince pie and driving count as dangerous driving? No, I didn't know what a mince pie was until 5 minutes ago.
I don't know what a mince pie is either, but that was the less important question for me. It was me trying to figure out how to pronounce his surname.
Same, and like I said before, it's 4:30 in the morning here in Portugal. I refuse to say his name until I properly know it, and even then, now knowing he's James Magasgale, and I kind of butchered his name of sorts, I still refuse of sorts to not fall within the trap.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that at all, honestly. So I will probably not pronounce his name again unless he is driving, and then we'll just kind of add an asterisk to it as things go, and I can tell you right now that that's not because I'm American. That is just because of the fact that I want to pronounce that name correctly. 7.5 hours left to go in this race here, Lorenzo.
It's still a long race, though. It's been interesting. Hugo brings up another interesting name. At least I got this one right. Which I know Olympus is not driving around. They drove a few of this Britcar's events already, but it's still a long race, still very interesting. Good to see still on track battles. Normally we'd say, oh, because this is gap racing, there's not going to be battles. So, but that's quite a lie. There's still a few battles here and there, and that's good to know. As long as everybody's having fun in these kind of events, these one-off events, that's what matters the most for us.
Yeah, and I think that's the big goal here. You know, I was looking through last year's records and the driver entries and different things from last year, and I think the big thing is everyone just wants to have fun, or at least, you know, for me, going into this is everyone just wants to have fun. Nobody's really looking, you know, to become a millionaire from this or anything crazy. You know, everybody that entered in is because they enjoy this, they want to run with their team, and the time of year that it's set in, it just sets up really well for a lot of people. So I would say that most of these teams that you see, most of these drivers that you see, this is really just enjoyable for them. This is just a nice, relaxed unwind. There's not a huge sort of pressure to this. Of course, they're race car drivers. Let's be honest here. They want to win. They want to do their best. But you know, at the same time, Lorenzo, they're here to have fun and enjoy what they're doing. That's the whole point of sim racing.
Yeah. Yes, it is. I think this is something. I was having this conversation with my teammates in the team that I manage, right? Because I've been doing this for nearly 10 years. Of course, I'm not a iRacing World Champion like our producer is. Of course, not. I'm probably not even close to that. The best thing I've done was winning a Brazilian League Championship and being featured on a Williams World Cup event. That's my pinnacle of sim racing right there. If I want to say something about that, right? But back to the topic. I think I've always tried to be a very, very competitive guy, and I try to take things kind of seriously. So when I go head in first, I'm very competitive, and I usually get a very toxic behavior of sorts. So I'm trying to dwindle that down, trying to just have a little bit more fun. Nowadays, since I manage teams and you have real life stuff, and of course RaceSpot commentary on the side, I try to approach the events more like, do not pressure yourself too much. Just enjoy the things for what it is. Because my driving time is not going to be all that much, right? So you gotta make do with what you have and have fun with what you have racing nowadays.
Yeah, that's the big goal with it. I will tell you, I very rarely open iRacing to race. 99.25% of the time, if I open iRacing, it is for some sort of a production, some sort of a broadcast, recording any sort of clips or moments, whatever it might be. Very rarely am I open to actually race. And I will tell you right now, I've won a total of one event in iRacing. So I don't ever claim to be a big, multi-record professional. I got into this for the passion of commentary, and that's where I stand with it. I will always tell you that the drivers will forever be faster than me, but that's where it's at. And I enjoy what I do. I enjoy watching these cars go around in circles. For you 4:30 in the morning, for me 11:37 at night, and that is just kind of where things stand here. And I think that's the big key to sim racing, is it's all about the enjoyment.
Yeah, unless this is the commentator's race. Oh, did you know that actually exists?
Oh yeah, don't worry. I have the commentator's race in the back of my mind.
Oh, don't worry about that. Therefore, you have one thing to do. You have to beat me. I'm RaceSpot's finest.
I'm not. This is my first RaceSpot broadcast, so I'm not here to build rivalries. But I will just say that I don't go down without a fight.
Don't worry about that. I don't build any rivalries. The only thing is normally I poke fun at William Chadwick and Jack Stiles and everybody else from RaceSpot just because I'm like internal championship. I actually led the commentators race, even though we still lost to SimSpeed again.
Fair enough. Yeah, I will remember the commentators race, and I'll have to make sure to get involved in that.
Yeah. Let's see if we're gonna get another one in 2024. It's kind of interesting to think about. We've had a busy year, and there's still a lot of things going on in the background, but we're having fun. Oh, contact there between the two BMWs as they go around. That's the number 74 and the number 390 here, Benjamin Tran, Team Greeprint, and it looks like that's 27th place going through. That is the I believe it was the 390 BMW, if I did not mix up the numbers that I'm seeing. 27, right? Yeah, so Aztec Racing, 390, Corey Price, and then Benjamin Tran there battling things through. And now let's just add in the number 79 for just a little bit more fun, because, adding 3 cars into a battle is more fun than 2 cars into a battle. Yeah, but I think the gap is still not hugely big. Hold up, I was looking at the time scale. My lifetime was playing tricks, but no, not really. The gap that Wild Things have is about 13 seconds to Sim Dynamics Sunoco race fuels.
Yeah, and you can still see, that even with that gap through, they're going to continue to battle along here and go through and push. Honestly, at this point, it's the fact that it's a BMW to a BMW, and they're going to continue to challenge and push as much as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to claw and fight for every, position on track that you can get. If you're faster than a guy that, let's just say, is in front of you, in terms of laps and things like that, but you have an opportunity to overtake and break away, the other driver eventually will understand there's no need for you to fight for your position and put yourself in a dangerous situation, as the Tran nearly went for the move right there on Stowe, but didn't manage to capitalize. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the gaps right here. I think we're gonna have a battle for P7 and GT4 as Team Red X 904 driven by Chris Steiner. From what it looks like, it's reaching the 43 of Caleb Koski, as we're seeing on the screen right now.
Yeah, and as we see them start to close up here, that's going to make for an interesting battle itself. And then you've got P20 there in the GT3 that is running through, and then P15 in GT3 that is just behind. So still seeing lap traffic be the name of the game here. And how do you manage lap traffic? Well, it's very much a case of kind of just close your eyes, hope and pray. No, I'm kidding. Don't actually do that, please, if you're on track. Realistically, what you're doing is you're driving smart, driving in your mirrors, and you're helping to facilitate the pass. That is always going to be the conversation, depending on who you are, how you feel. The conversation will always be to pay attention to what you're doing. Number 74, Benjamin Tran, has a stop-go for causing a collision. That was the side-by-side contact with 390. It's already been sent to the stewards. They've already came back and issued a stop go. That was quick.
That was quick.
I don't know that I agree with that, but I'm also not a steward. I'm a commentator, so...
I said this on the IFR broadcast that was going concurrently with this one earlier on. Thank God I'm not a race steward anymore. It's like, I really don't want to be doing these hard difficulty choices, difficult choices. It's just... I respect who's a race steward, who are volunteers for race stewarding, right? We have a few that does from time to time. It's just, for me, it's a very stressful job. It's like you have to bound yourself to the regulations of the race or the championship itself, but also you kind of have to have a good faith judgment of sorts and analyze properly the situation. So it's not easy. It's surely not an easy job, and you have to have experience and a very steady hand to issue down penalties on teams that usually are going to be on the wrong side of things and usually cause those issues, you know. But I gotta give out respect to everyone that kind of does this kind of stuff, whether it's gonna be on sim or real life.
Yeah, and I do respect the stewards through. It's a very difficult conversation. I just, from the view we had of it, I thought that, you know, could have went more racing incidents. We see Alstar Pollock ramp over the sausage curbs in that number 44. Let's see that again really quick, because that is definitely probably not what you want to do in that number 44 GT4, but getting back on track, no harm, no foul, no damage that I can see here. Paul Busby in the 909. This is 5th place, now 6th place as they've been in the pits. What did Paul Busby do? Oh, that's a snapback is what that is.
That's around cops.
Yeah, that was a little bit of understeer that snapped into oversteer and sent him straight into the wall at speed. That car is probably going to be in the pits for a minute for a fast repair, if they have any left.
Yeah, they're already in the pit lane doing some maintenance work. I don't know if they're back out on the track, but from what it looks like, they're going to go for full service and potentially stay longer than the situation demands. So I don't think they have a fast repair. That's a bad thing to see. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that is not a good situation to find yourself in here at this time. Not having a fast repair here with 7 hours, 18 minutes left to go. That is going to be problematic for your race, so you got to be really careful as we go through. We're watching a battle here. This is the battle for P7 in GT4 that we've got our eyes on screen, and this is going to be No Limit Sim Racing. Caleb Koski, who we saw on screen a few hours ago during a previous commentary stint of mine, putting on some good battles, and this is going to be with TeamRedX.com SimSport 904, Chris Steiner, and I feel like these two battled earlier, and so I'm having a little bit of a deja vu moment. That 74 BMW goes by, and you can see them drafting each other all the way down what I believe is Wellington Straight here, heading down into Brooklands. No, it wasn't Wellington Straight into Brooklands. That was the Hangar Straight into Stowe. Yeah. I blame Silverstone at 4:30 a.m.
I understand where you're getting at.
Thankfully, it does seem like the fog has lifted, so that bodes a little bit nicer, Lorenzo, for weather and situation awareness, because it makes it a little bit easier to kind of see.
Yes, but apparently Britain's gonna strike really soon. British weather is gonna strike us really soon.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yeah, from what it looks like, there is a possibility of rain in about 3 hours-ish.
Why does that not surprise me, considering that we're at Silverstone? So Yeah, you just said it. British weather's going to strike. Imagine that. Side by side. Speaking of a strike, and that is two Mercedes spinning together, going down. That was indeed into Brooklands. And they go side by side and spin through. And that was that GT4 battle we had been keeping up with. And, well, now they're just going to kind of have to drop back. This is Caleb Koski here on the outside trying to make the move. And it looks like just unfortunate side-by-side contact that sent them both around there.
I think he just got overly confident coming into the corner right there, Caleb Koski, and eventually caused the contact and spun both Mercedes around. I think that is when it gets reported might actually get a penalty for them. Meanwhile, battle for P23 and P24 between James Haskell and Corey Price in the 390 Aztec. They're probably going to get a good run out of the corner and be able to overtake right after Woodcut going to Cubs.
And as we watch them go through and try to get this pass done, and side by side in the Cops corner, it's a little scary, and they're able to make it work. They, settle things through and say, we want to live to see another day, and you have things just how they were. 23rd place ahead of 24th.
Yep. Plus, you really don't want to get in Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen situation in the middle of the night.
Yeah, let's please not do that. I can only live out the 2021 season so much throughout every F1 broadcast that ever exists and F1 social media that ever exists. But we continue side by side with these two, 23rd and 24th yet again. This is going to be Corey Price, James Haskell still continuing side by side, and a little bit of sausage curve there. And that is going to let Corey Price get ahead of James for certain here.
Yeah. Already breaking away a little bit because I think James has caught a little bit of the sausage curve just outside Vale. So that's why the fight broke away a little bit as the 32 gets a driver change from what it looks. Oh, it's not going to get a driver change, but may eventually maybe whenever Stanley Deslandis comes into the pit lane. But from what it looks like, Project 91 by Thomas Ench Racing gets Aurélien Leperoux in the car for them.
Yeah. It does look like there was a driver change there, so we'll see what Aurélien is able to put together. It looks like we have another driver that may want to have a chat with us here, Lorenzo. So we'll see when we bring them up here in a second. See how they feel about the race. We've got a variety of different races going on here, Lorenzo, and I've kind of enjoyed it because it goes to show that, while every driver wants to win, one of the things that I find true in endurance racing is sometimes just surviving the race is enough.
Yeah, that is true. It's like depending on how some races go, is the attrition rate is just so high that if you go like cold trickle and say you threw it Harry every single moment that you go on, you're gonna feel happy no matter a place that you finish in, that you survive the whole ordeal.
Yeah, and that is, I think one of the big things is, just making it through. We've only had a couple of teams that we've lost here at this point out of all of our entrants here. So nothing too crazy going on in terms of that. No major severe DNFs that I'm aware of, at least. If I have missed something somewhere, definitely feel free to fill me in. But from looking at our highlights, our moments here, I haven't seen any severe DNFs anywhere.
No, I don't think we have DNFs here and there in this racetrack. By the way, just an instant I saw Sean Langton on the Team Loose Burwing got a stop and go penalty for causing a collision. Don't know where that happened though, but race control was 30 on this one.
Let's see. It looks like that was Brooklyn's is where I'm showing that may have happened, but I'm not sure.
We're going to see... That's not it either. That is around the loop.
Yeah, that's a solo spin for the 29. So we go back through. Yeah, I'm not sure what that penalty was handed out for, but something was reported, so a penalty was given.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, they're going to have to serve it anyway, but the gap they have to Project 91 by... Wait, did Aurelian just come back into the pit lane?
I am going to tell you, yes, indeed did go back in the pit lane because they're showing that their stint is now 0 laps on my side. So not sure why back in the pit lane, though.
Lorenzo's might have an answer for this. I think they got a black flag for track limits. But then again, they say 15, 16 seconds in the box. I want to say as well, if it is 16 seconds might be tires, so could be tire related. Oh, but we'll never know. That could be it. As you said, we had an interview. Actually, we have an interview lined up a little bit. It's James Smagasgale boss that is actually ready to be interviewed.
We bring Dylan in. Dylan, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're not doing too bad in the booth for it being midnight and 4:30 a.m. respectively.
Yeah, it's a long one. It's been a long one today. I've been surviving, and I think I'm on my 15th cup of tea today across the race.
How's it going for your team? How's everyone feeling? How's the spirits going?
Yeah, I mean, the team are down in Aztec. They're doing all right. I mean, you know, it's a long race, and it's all about keeping spirits up at the minute. I mean, we've had we had an incident earlier on, and I think some of the drivers' spirits were quite down. But you know, I told them it's a long race, and as we go on, more chances will arise. And I think that's the case right now. We've brought ourselves into a decent position, and you know, we've got 7 hours plus to go. You know, we can still make a decent result out of it as well.
Well, with that being said, Dylan, I have 2 questions. First is, what kind of tea are you having right now?
Oh, it's good old English tea. It's actually a tea company that's gone into administration in the UK. It's just typical English tea, really. I stick to it. I'm a true Brit.
No. That is actually, I'm having tea myself, so cups up. And I gotta respect them for the good old English tea. Second question, and this is the most important one: why Dr. Squarehead for James?
Oh, he's got a square head. It's a long-running joke. Yeah, it's a long-running joke between me and James. I mean, I've known James for a while. I mean, I knew James before the formation of Aztec Racing. We both formed a racing team earlier on, and you know, he's one of a few people I've met from sim racing in real life. You know, who would have thought meeting people you met online and then you meet them in real life? But yeah, James is the true Dr. Squarehead. When you see him in real life, you realise how square his head is.
Okay, interesting. Back to you, Brad. I never thought about this. It's a good nickname.
Well, I mean, when James was, I think some of the Italian drivers, because they couldn't pronounce his name, he became known as Smagagazzo.
Oh, God. And people would get mad the fact that whenever we break the pasta too. But then again, I'm half Italian. It's like I understand their fury. Otherwise, we're gonna go way in a tangent, in a very bad tangent. I really don't want to get it. Back to you, Brad.
So, breaking spaghetti aside, I gotta ask, what's the end goal for your team here? Where are you all looking to land at the end of this race here today?
I mean, we're currently 16th. I mean, if we can get, you know, to P10, that would be an ultimate goal. I mean, we're a couple of laps down, but the 290 at the minute is doing everything you can. We got Aidan Coleman in the car at the minute, and Aidan's an experienced driver. He's a quick driver, and I'm sure we can probably gain a decent amount of lap time with him. The 390, I think, is just getting to the end. It's been a tough race for them, but if they keep the right mentality, anything can happen, really.
Absolutely, that as we see the number 43 GT4 Mercedes spin off into the we're in Silverstone, so I'll say it, the kitty litter going through. I didn't see what started that because I just happened to yawn at the worst ideal time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a commentator, yawning is forbidden to see what happens to make cars go off the track. Dylan, Lorenzo, can you all help me with how that started?
Actually, they had the battle with the remember that Mercedes on Mercedes battle. I think that's what happened on turn 1, and thus No Limits just went for a trip down outside turn number 1, and unfortunately they didn't plug Guanyo Joe on the catch fence.
I mean, I did watch that rejoin. It was an unfortunate one, you know, trying to avoid the barriers. Then, you know, when you're going forward, they just hit the barriers. Hopefully, obviously, that car is all okay.
Hopefully that, and we'll see what happens with that. Dylan, anyone you want to thank, anyone you want to shout out before we let you go enjoy your race, get some sleep, drink some more tea? I'm not going to ask what your game plans are for this. Hopefully you're not planning on staying up the full 24 hours, but I've heard of people doing crazier.
I mean, I'm staying up for 24 for the whole 24. I've already binned off any attempt of sleep. But yeah, I want to thank the whole Aztec Racing team. I mean, you know, Aidan Coleman, Toby Prosser, Matthew Cheverton, James Magersgale, you know, and the rest of the team. You know, they've done an awesome job today, and I'm proud of the team. We're making progress. You know, we're British F4 esports team now. The progression we've had from 2021 to now is unbelievable, and it's just an amazing team to be part of.
Absolutely, and just a little behind the scenes there for Aztec Racing, at least based on their SimGrid profile that I have access to. 21 starts, 15 top 10s, 4 wins, 2 fastest laps, and a total of 8 podiums across their time, at least for what's registered in SimGrid. So plenty of things to be proud of here. Dylan, we'll let you go back to enjoying the race, hanging out with your team, drinking some more tea, and enjoying the Silverstone track as you are. Good luck for the rest of the race, and have a good morning.
Right, cheers, thank you.
Thank you. And Lorenzo, it's interesting as we hit the 7-hour mark that tea is what's powering people through.
Well, it is powering me. Therefore, tea is powerful, better than coffee. Going at me.
I don't drink coffee at all, so I'm also not a tea drinker, though. That's something that, well, I can't say I'm not a tea drinker because I drink sweet tea, but that's because I'm from the southeast U.S., and sweet tea is kind of just a staple here, especially, you know, you make the tea, you put the sugar in it, it's delicious.
I was going to ask, is like, if it was going to be sweet tea, if it is something more like a... it's not a fragrance, so it's what they call the essence is a little bit more sweetened, or if it is actually the tea, or like black tea with some sweetener sugar in it.
So it is brewed tea. Typically you do black tea, yes, and you add sugar or simple syrup while it's either brewing or hot.
Okay.
And I'm trying to think, because we used to make it in batches at a restaurant that I managed, and I can't remember the recipe for it because that was about 5 years ago, but it was very, very sweet. Like, it's not a like make a cup of tea and add like a spoon of sugar. It's like a considerable amount of sugar for sweet tea.
Wow, interesting. It's like, I think it's been so long I have had sweet tea, if I think about it. And it's like I never put sugar on my coffee, not even my cappuccino whenever I drink it at work. and I never drink sweet tea, even if I try to pick one from those vending machines that I have at work. I take the sugar out, and even though it's still sweet, but then again, possible rain in 3 hours still remain.
7 hours to go, and to give you an idea, so McDonald's, they make 1 gallon of sweet tea and they put 1 pound of white sugar in it. I'll let you do the math on that. And McDonald's sweet tea is considered like one of the better sweet teas in fast food that you can drink in the US, like one of the better tasting ones. But it's 1 pound of sugar to 1 gallon of brewed tea.
Knowing that a gallon is about 3 liters. It's 3.3 liters if I remember correctly.
I think it's about more like 3.5, give or take.
3.75. And the listen.
Blah, blah, blah. So you're adding 1 pound of sugar to that.
Yeah. That. I'm boggled right now, man.
Yes.
But then again, I never had a sweet tea from McDonald's in the US when I went there.
Don't worry, you're missing nothing. So just don't even worry about it here. We'll focus on the on-track action, indeed, as we go through and still have some side-by-side Mercedes battles. The 43 is battling along there. That is going to be the No Limit Sim Racing Academy. It's Caleb Koski with the 904, the Team RedX.com SimSport 904 of Chris Steiner going through. And are we making this a 3-way battle? Did this turn into a 3-way war out of nowhere? No, it didn't. We just have first place Nils Core there, who is in the mix as well, trying to just get around them here and actually put them another lap down. But they are side by side for position. It looks like Nils is just kind of saying, you know what, I'll stay out of that, but they tap each other and spin because it looks like the car on the inside hit the sausage curb.
I think this is the 3rd time between them they had an issue.
They're definitely not friends, I can tell you that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think the environment between these two teams have been completely non-amicable.
Not at all. As we get the replays here, Caleb Koski, you can see again that sausage curb coming out and kind of just smacking them around here as we now have the 79 pink BMW trying to get past the 904 and go through, and we're going to have more GT3s following here. This is 14th and 18th place respectively, moving their way through, and let's just go side by side here, not for position, but just for action. They go through, and again, this is just getting laps back, getting things moving, and look at the GT4 coming around with more grip, and I hope that wasn't a tap to the rear of the GT3.
Luckily for everybody right behind, they didn't get tagged in the action. But
man, that's also going to be another one that I want to see a replay of just to tell what happened. I apologize, Hugo, but man, the drivers have decided to just crank things up. We're within the 7-hour mark, and I think they know that the race is getting close to ending.
Even then, it's not ideal. That's suboptimal. Like Lewis McGlade, or like I would call it, Lulu McGlade would say it. And Alistair Pollock, that was right at, is that the final corner around Vale? Lufield.
I was gonna say, I think
the one at Lufield.
Yeah, and then slides backwards, thankfully heads up driving from the other drivers coming around through Luffield to avoid, but then gets stuck there for quite a while. That's Matt Redfern and the number 79. I have a feeling that is going to have a steward's inquiry incoming very soon.
Oh, I'm already looking into the protests. See what race control is going to say.
Yeah, that one's gonna be an interesting one to see how they judge that. Jumping back here with some action up front, we're looking at P6 here in the GT3 category. It's the number 91 Project 91 X Thomas Inge Sim Racing going through in a line of traffic here, battling in for 5th place now with TeamRedX.com SimSport 903, and they're going to dive up the inside here, look for a pass, not able to make it as they go through, again getting past slower GT3 traffic. Here's a replay. Benjamin Tran with a big slide there. This is also going to be William Humphrey with a bit of a slide coming through, hard on the brakes to the inside, and comes in. No, that was a very clear contact from the GT4, and then the GT4 has a sympathy spin.
Yeah, and that one of the heavily involved GT4s that we saw having issues. I think that ones that made contact with both the Wild Things Racing around Lufield. So it got a little bit dicey right there. But Ben Tran actually got a little bit lucky outside of Stowe, right? Because the snap oversteer just came so hot in the car that if he had reacted the wrong way, probably he would have been hitting hard that wall. As we have a battle for 5th, 6th place, like you just said. 5th place actually in the field.
Yeah, and as that battle continues along and on, it's going to be a really close battle here from Dominic Hamiter, the number 15, versus Le Penroux, the number 91, as they go along. This battle is going to get pretty spicy, I would say, as they go along. It's going to be a good fight between these two. You've got a Lamborghini versus a Audi, and I don't know which car would be the better one to be in the situation.
Well, one car is lighter. The Team Reddick's car is a little bit lighter. He's on 24 laps, therefore he might have the easiness of being able to break away a little bit, but Ariane Lemperoux's car has a little bit more grip due to the tires, so it right now is equal grounds.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one to watch, though, and see how they get things along. It's going to be a close battle, and once Le Penroux can get up there to the back and get ready for the pass, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. One of my favorite things to remember in racing, and getting the pass done is going to be a very competitive moment, but probably not too far away here, just sticking along the back of Dominic Hamiter as they continue through Maggots and Beckett's.
I think right now, in terms of battles in this racetrack, I think we're going to get up to 5 laps between these guys before Hamiter comes into the pit lane for his service.
That we should. Stints are still fairly mixed up. Some drivers in the middle of their stint, some have just pit, some are on the very tail end of a stint. It's hard to tell who is going to really be where with that. I'm pretty interested to see how that goes for them. In the end, there was somebody facing backwards. I don't know who that was, though, but somebody was facing backwards there off the exit of Club.
Never a dull moment at Silverstone, all I can tell you.
Silverstone definitely loves to give very, very exciting racing. I can tell you that much, that's for sure. I'm curious to see how things go. If this is how we've gone all the way up to the 7 hours to go mark, I'm curious to see what the next 7 hours give us here, because as we go through, Lorenzo, this is going to be the point where I think drivers are going to start kind of getting a little bit more aggressive, a little pushy, a little more willing to kind of let things hang loose and push.
If you weren't tired already, you're gonna be tired. You're gonna start to feel the pain now. It's gonna get a little bit tricky for you to go, you know. But looking forward to this next 7 hours.
Yeah, it's going to be real fun to watch, though. We check in with Satellite Racing GT4 leader here in the GT4 series. That is going to be Nils Core, who is just holding on nice and pretty in that lead position by a minute 45. Has almost lapped the entire GT4 field. That is impressive.
Absolutely, as there's the blinking of the headlight flow knobs. Not appreciative of the move right there, and had a self-inflicted spin afterwards of sorts.
Yeah, and that's never what you want to see, is the self-inflicted spins, but again, it is part of it. When you're pushing as hard as you can, sometimes you see those moments happen. We do have a battle coming up for 4th place in GT3. It looks like Alpha Esports is really feeling the pressure from TeamRedX.com. SimSport 903's there in 4th place in GT3, and then of course they've got 6th place not far behind either, so a 3-car battle this far into the race as they continue along. This is a little interesting fight that's developed here up for the back end of the top 5, as we see a dive there to the inside. That's one way to get a pass done.
Yeah, Aurelian needed to commit right there, and by commitment, he actually was able to keep within the draft range of both cars in front, as Team Red X tries to find the move to make that overtake. Them being the car that is on the tail end of their stint compared to the Alpha Esports in Project 91 by Thomas Eng Sim Racing. So they if they want to pass, they have about a 2-lap cushion to pass the car.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they take effect of that lap cushion as they go. Team Red X SimSport here, right on the back of Alpha Esports, heading into Maggots and Beckett's, I believe this is, and it looks very much like Maggots and Beckett's. So I want to tell you it's Maggots and Beckett's, and side by side through Maggots and Beckett's they go, and who comes out ahead? Well, nobody knows except for them, and I'll tell you right now, it's Team Red X ahead of Alpha Esports out of Maggots and Beckett's, and now Alpha Esports under pressure from Project 91 there as they go along, and that is really going to make things hard for Le Penroux as they go side by side down. There's a GT4 in the mix as well, and let's just make things even more interesting. Side by side they go, and it's still going to be Le Penroux ahead of Jobling, and now Dominic Hammer into 4th place, 11 seconds off of the top 3.
And Lemper, who's trying to use a little bit of his tires, to advantage to the Lamborghini. It's kind of interesting. If you were talking about maybe the Lamborghini versus the Audi back in the Lamborghini version 1, right? This is the Evo 2, not the Evo or even the original version of the car. Then you would say basically this is an Audi on Audi battle, because basically they shared basically nearly the same chassis frame, most of the electronics, a little bit of the components as well are basically traded between Lamborghini and Audi. So basically the Lamborghini is a reduced version of what the Audi R8 is. But now with the Evo 2 is a little bit different in terms of dynamics, aerodynamics, and things of the sorts.
Yeah.
Even though Brad, now the R8 is basically a endangered species from now on, since in real life, Audi just sold up. Think about last week or so, their last GT3 car to a customer racing.
Yeah, and that is the dumbest move that Audi could make. Love you, Audi. However, you should stay in GT3. Don't know why you would stop making those cars. And if the answer is because we're in Formula, well, then that is the wrong answer, and give me a better excuse.
But that's always been Audi's strategy, if you think about it. They always been committed to basically one main branch of racing. It was like that when they dominated of sorts with the WEC back in the LMP1 days with the R18, then the R8, the R8 prototype, not the R8 GT3. When they brought the R8 into GT3, they kind of had a factory racing of sorts and were kind of dominant back then. I think they won a blank pond GT World Championship back then, and even won, I think, 1 or 2 spots 24. As we have a car off in the loop, I don't know, I think that was a GT4 off in the loop. But it's not the, I know it doesn't make a lot of friends and fans, this, you know, dedicate this one make or one single focus racing of sorts, but I respect that. You gotta respect it, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, and you know, it's frustrating for me because I want to see Audi in so many different series and, you know, running and being successful, but it's also Audi specializes in one series and they do it very well, so it kind of gives me faith as a very, very big F1 fan that I'll see great things from them going forward. Of course, starting in 2026, Andretti Cadillac is probably going to be my flavor for a while because, well, Andretti Cadillac is Andretti Cadillac, so we'll see what happens there with them and how that goes. It'll be interesting to see, but, you know, it hurts to see the Audi GT3 go away, but at the same time, I understand it and I know why they're doing it, so I'm interested to see what happens.
Yeah, and for me, it's kind of funny to think about the Andretti Cadillac, I think, being the biggest slap in the face, as I think the Project Red X is gonna Team Red X is gonna come into the pit lane for their service. It might be one of the biggest slaps in the face of the Formula One management and this old school and very antiquated and very old. It's the wrong mindset of sorts. You know, nowadays that Formula One, they're trying to be more cost effective for the teams and therefore try to attract more clients, and therefore they are having more clients. You have Andretti, you have Cadillac, you eventually have Audi, but you're still making it hard for them to join as a outsider team, like being the 12th team or the 13th team, and having Cadillac now having Mario Andretti as your director instead of Michael Andretti, because someone had that beef with Michael Andretti, I think, and it's still part of the board of sorts, is going to be involved with the Team Swan. For me, that's a genius move, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I love it.
I'm very excited to see where things go. And again, this is me speaking as a American, so I'm very excited to see how that team develops. We now have we now have one American team and then one American team that has a base in the UK that goes through, so we'll see how the teams develop and go. Again, I've just been excited about the close competitiveness here lately. It's very much reminded me of even like IMSA WEC style racing, where everything's been very balanced, very competitive, and that was not balanced or competitive. That's ST Racing Esports, our second place GT4 car, Ruby Acosta, that just got absolutely sent to the shadow realm.
Yeah, and Ruby's going to take a massive time loss, as I think Ruby got spun by P20 GT3 from what it looks like. That was Project Not Last. Alfie Bevan spun Ruby around. Is that Maggots that he actually spun?
Yeah, I think that was Maggots and Beckett. So that will be, again, we talked about it earlier. We don't want to be stewards in any situation, but the stewards are going to be busy here in the next little bit if teams kept their protest handy. Each team only being given a limited number of protests through the race, so we'll see if teams have saved them to use them right about now.
Yeah. So far, I see some movement in the in the Steward's room, there is a stop and go penalty for the 904, and I think we know why that happened between Team Red X and the 43 on No Limits, not leaving racing room and causing a collision. I think that might be on turn 1.
Yeah, and a little bit of communication between the stewards and the drivers. One of the drivers asked, how will the rain affect racing incident calls? And the stewards replied, won't affect it. Drivers should drive to the conditions and take extra caution. So that is the stewards basically saying, drive like you know how to drive. So once the rain comes in, they are not going to lift off the gas. They haven't been very polite to anyone all night, and I'm glad to see that they're really not going to lift off of it at all as we continue through the rest of this race.
They're not Formula One cars. They can drive in the rain. Shots, Pirelli.
Yes, but actually no but to it. It's one of my favorite things about IMSA. And one of my favorite things about following IMSA is they can drive in whatever weather is presented, up to the obvious severe extremes. But also, driving in the rain is a lot of fun, and you know, we're in the UK. It should be expected almost.
Yeah, absolutely. I take a lot of enjoyment in driving in the rain. I think ever since I already implemented the rain, and you have these different grooves and effects, like you have to go around and avoid the water puddles like you would have to do in real life, and the group changes somewhat. You have the cool surface and things like that, and make it hard on some drivers and other things. Make the race dynamic. I think this is gonna make a whole lot of difference as this goes on, and this gets better developed and implemented by the iRacing devs.
Yeah, and I mean, don't get me wrong, iRacing has already done an extremely good job at implementing it, and it's been amazing to experience and see and follow through the Tempest weather system that they've put into iRacing now, after a long series of soon .tms that were issued out, and seeing it finally come to fruition. It's amazing and very lifelike, realistic, and enjoyable. And as they continue to develop it forward, I'm really excited to see what comes out of it. But it is, I like to refer to rain, Lorenzo, as the great equalizer in racing. Yeah. So even though WSR Esports is in the lead right now, you know, we get some rain and they have one small moment, they could drop back, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes and just be completely off of any realm of possibility of being in the lead.
No, absolutely. I think having rain makes, it's, for me right now, is the true differentiator between what is a really good driver, a driver in the dry, and a really good driver overall. That can drive not only just in the dry, but also knows how to make rain, make usage of the rain as a whole, know where the water puddle is, and be very consistent in it. Because the hardest thing you can have in a racetrack, in a very wet racetrack, is consistency, right? It's very hard for you to be consistent, not lap after lap after lap. You're gonna have that, but because you have so many different effects of cars going around, and the rain kind of like clears the grip once again, is being consistent on a lap by lap basis. And those who are really good at extracting that consistency is, and I think I just lost myself for a second.
Oh, there we go. No, you're back. Okay.
I kind of figured it out. Where was I?
The consistency in the rain, yes.
All right, so I'm gonna wrap up my point real quick. I think being consistent in the rain, with the different settings that the rain kind of brings out to a racetrack, I think makes the driver really great, and not too many drivers know how to do that. Not just in real life, but also in the sim as well.
Yeah, and for those of you just joining us here, rain is forecasted here in a few hours. Not something that we're looking at in the next few minutes, but is something we're looking at in the next couple of hours expected. So it will be near... probably looking to strike between 4 and 3 hours left to go on the clock here. 6 hours, 36 minutes currently remain here in this ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. If you're just joining us, you've missed lots of action, lots of battles. GT4, GT3s have not disappointed at all. We've seen amazing battles. Rafael Ray and Caleb Koski at about 12 hours to go had probably one of my favorite battles that I've seen through the two GT4 cars, going for about a lap and a half side by side, and it's just been that type of race the whole night, the whole day, ever since the green flag drop, Lorenzo. They just haven't stopped. They've kept things going like that, time after time, clean racing, competitive racing, and it's been a lot of fun to watch.
It is, and it just shows that how fun this race can be, despite sometimes being gap racing or you have close racing. Nevertheless, you just gotta extract what you can have and enjoy being on the track out there. As I might be going crazy, okay, and but I'm starting to see shades of a potential sunshine looming large in the British landscape.
Yeah, the British landscape is gonna British landscape. This is gonna be
yeah, true.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting to see how it plays out for them here. I'm curious to see, especially as the morning starts, if the rain comes, really how it affects the race through and how everyone, you know, settles in here to the long term, to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't driven in Silverstone under wet forecast in iRacing yet. I think I've only driven a few specific tracks in iRacing under wet conditions. I know Silverstone is not one of them.
Yeah, I haven't either. I've driven it in F1 2020 in the wet, but that is one of the last times that, you know, I drove Silverstone was F1 2020, believe it or not.
I'm not gonna go into that discussion of at least you drove. I think F1 2020 might have been one of the last decent F1 games made by Codemasters before they were merged by EA.
I was gonna say F1 2020 is the last one before Codemasters were acquired by EA. So take with that what you will. I have driven in iRacing a couple of times in GT3 cars for fun. I haven't driven in race conditions though. It's been more practice just to get a feel for a car, get a feel for the track, and kind of just be comfortable. So I haven't personally driven this track in the rain.
Yeah. But it should be very interesting. I'm still waiting to commentate potentially next year the Nürburgring 24 with the Tempest system fully implemented, because the Tempest actually was implemented, was brought on season 3, and if I remember correctly, the Nürburgring 24 was on week 10 or 9 of season 2, so barely missed it.
That's where it'll be crazy, is if you think about larger tracks. And I mean, I've even seen it at Spa. I've commentated, you know, a 90-minute GT3 race at Spa, and it rained at the top of the hill, but wasn't raining at other parts of the track, and just the light little sprinkles through completely wreaked havoc down around No Name and Speaker's Corner. But for some reason, the rest of the track was perfectly dry, and at first I thought it was a glitch, but then I realized it was the weather system just moving through on the north end of the track. It's absolutely amazing to see.
I remember when I commentated Spot 24 this year here at RaceSpot. I think that was, funnily enough, I think all the wet races I've commentated was with David Haynes. now that I think about it. But when we started commentating on and rain was started coming down, it was interesting to see the difficulty of like guys 9K I rated, 9, 10, 11, 12K I rated, having so much trouble navigating their GT3 cars around the wet circuit of Spa. So it was interesting for me to show that they are just as human as, I say, us plebs. The 3K, 4K, 5, or 3K, 4K, 5K rated plebs, or even lower than that plebs are.
Yeah, I know I had heard people talk for a long time that rain was the ultimate equalizer, and seeing that in different series, I always was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense, haha, rain makes it harder for everyone. And then when I saw it come to iRacing and experience the same thing you're saying, seeing these high-end sim racers basically go back to square one of racing, it was amazing seeing that sort of equalization actually come through. It's amazing.
Yeah, them getting, I think for me is interesting the fact they got humbled by it. I think, and don't get me wrong, some of these guys put like 2-3 hours per day in terms of practice, so for an event like this, so they are kind of acclimatized with the different weather systems, right? But even then, you're not going to be 100% prepared for the track dynamic shift, the shift of the track dynamics, right? So them getting humbled by this, and now I would say they are now more ready with the fact they got nearly full season. They got a full season in with the Tempest system already, but still they are very prone to make mistakes. They're still very human on that regard. It's cool to watch in my books, and having raced against them in a few occasions on these West systems shows that sometimes even a guy like me, and I'm not the best, like I said before, I'm not the best racer, I'm not the highest rated racer. My max was 4,000 I rating. I wish I can get that back someday. Makes this interesting, as I think Aztec is going to be able to make a move on Stowe.
Yeah, it sure looks like Aztec there. Aiden Coleman trying to make the move stick, making the move stick, I believe, and holding on to it here. Ram Ranch back behind as they go through into the final corners of Silverstone, through Club, through Vale, down the Hamilton straight we go, and it does look like we are going to settle this in single file for just another minute. 6 hours, 28 minutes left to go here in this ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone here on RaceSpotTV. We continue to watch the action go, and ebb and flow is what I'll say. It's been having moments where the drivers have just had those moments of survival, of pace, and then we've had moments where it's been blink and you miss 17 passes at once. So plenty of action through. Sunrise is on the way. Sunrise will be here in about 27 minutes time with about 6 hours to go, if my math calculations are correct. It is September in Sim, so if I have it correct, Sunrise should be with just about 6 hours of racing to go, which will put you and me, Lorenzo, right at the end of our commentary stints for the day.
Yeah, I'm actually coming back. I'm coming back for the final 3 hours of this race.
I think you're going to sleep between, I hope.
So this is a good conversation, and I want interactions. Okay, if chat can also come down and talk with me. So I can get a 2 hour and a half sleep. That's option A. Option B is I can get a flight on my flight simulator. Put my HOTAS joystick, get a few flights, max it out about a 1 hour and 10, get about a 1 hour sleep, and then come back and do the final 3 hours with Connery.
are you playing 2020 or 2024? Or
2024.
Is it career mode or are you doing a free flight?
Career mode, man.
I am going to say prioritize health, and sleep is very important. However, I will be indulging in Farming Simulator after this for probably 3 to 4 hours.
2022 or 2024?
2025, the brand new one.
Brand new. It's good. I know some guys, some of my teammates, they bought it and they liked it.
So I already have 30 hours of gameplay in it, and I bought the collector's edition, started playing it on launch day, and I have 30 hours in one save. So I am going to tell you that I absolutely love it, but I also put over 1,000 hours in Farm Sim 19. Farm Sim 22 I put like 600 hours in, so that is very much the niche game that I play outside of this crazy thing that I do called sim racing commentary.
Fair. Now, question number 1. What is your favorite plower? And secondly, do you plow your crops while listening to Cotton Eye Joe?
The answer to number 2 is no. The answer to number 1 is I typically use a 7-blade plow on
Okay.
in there. I don't like the ones that extend out and are pull behind. If it can't be held by the 3-point of the tractor itself, I don't want it. If it has to be unfolded and sets up in a weird way and it's hard to define the lines of the field, I don't want it.
You're going for practicality rather than kind of like a little bit of swag of sorts.
Exactly. It doesn't need to be the biggest or the most expensive. It just needs to do what I need to do, and I need to be able to control it. If it can be pulled by under 300 horsepower comfortably, then I'm typically happy, because I don't tend to do large fields. I tend to do more medium to small fields. If I do anything huge, it's typically going to be grass fields.
Okay. Fair. Cool. I like your mentality. I like that mentality of yours. And having said, I haven't played much of Farming Simulator. I'm not going to go into that discussion. I'm not the biggest farmer. I like to watch kind of like Jeremy Clarkson's doing the farm stuff than doing the farming itself. As I think somewhere in the background, right in the middle of Germany, Hugo is going like, what is this kind of conversation?
Well, hold on. Giant Software is from Germany, so it shouldn't be that unfamiliar to Hugo. I bet Hugo probably plays Farm Sim himself.
Oh, no. Knowing Hugo? No. It doesn't. I'm curious. What does Hugo... I think I'm going to start a poll on RaceSpot on our internal communications. What does Hugo play on his free time that is barely in existence?
I'll keep my eyes on that one. What I'm keeping eyes on right now is a Le Penroux having a spin on a sausage curb, because sausage curbs are not their friend. If you've seen Finding Nemo, fish are friends, not food. Sausage curbs are enemies, not friends.
Yeah, that's true. Ow.
Oh!
Dominic, you can get penalized by that over here in the Britcar, right? That's failing to hold your brakes. And I only know that because I watch Jimmy's Broadbent's videos whenever he hit the Britcar.
Yeah, Jimmer is the reason that I know that rule. Just like you, good old Jamborino. Love him to death. Yeah, hold your brakes. That is a very, very solid rule. Hold your brakes.
Yep. That could gone badly so quickly around Stowe.
We haven't had any. I'm scared to say this because a lot of what I commentate is has been oval racing of some degree, and I'm almost scared to say this because I fear that I'm gonna bring something to the table that is gonna be frowned upon. But we haven't really seen any. I can't get myself to say it. I can't get myself to say it. We haven't seen any large scale major moments of oh no from a multitude of cars at all in this race that I am aware of, which has been very fortunate.
I gotta say I have, but not in this race.
Yeah, this race has been very one or two car moments. We haven't seen anything egregious that has involved a large amount of the field at once.
Fair. At least I got through 5 yellow flags in 55 laps. For me, it's I already have my fair share of PTSD today, so it's fine. Somebody's saying the commentator curses in. Don't blame me. I think it's oh, Brad, I know you're new here at RaceSpot. Know this thing. I'm the king of yellow flags, okay?
Okay, good to know.
So whenever something bad happens, normally they say it's Lorenzo's fault, even though it isn't.
Okay, good.
Never mind.
But someone has to take the downfall for it, so it makes sense that it's you, Lorenzo.
Yeah, makes sense. If you're they're not driving here. Like if you're like a team like the private label Team Hype, then you're gonna have the lenience of saying that's on you, Lorenzo, because I already cursed them out on a few races, and I'm not proud of saying this, but all the rest, 98% of the other incidents is never my fault.
Is that just what you want me to believe, or is that the truth? Because it does make a difference there for how things are interpreted.
Take my word as at face value. It might be correct or not.
Okay, I can respect that. I can definitely respect that, Lorenzo. Yeah, no, I'll take that for what it's worth.
Okay, yeah, fair. I see there's a driver swap on the number 6 car. I see Leo JJ Trigorta. I hope that is not a combination of Wolf Trigorta, JJ Ladich, and someone else. The car that is actually just a proper name, and maybe it's the brother of Wolf Trigorta. Because that is a very interesting name to see on our. Actually, it's not on the number 6. It's on the number 4258 RD Sim Sport. I got it wrong, but I saw the name like associated with the number 6, and I got it confused immediately.
Oh, I see the name too. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Not sure what that is, but it is showing up for me as Leo JJ Tregertha. So interesting to see that mix through. As you said, hopefully that's not wrong in any way.
No, I because we know there is Wolf Regatta, and Will basically drives in British GT, right? He is one of the British GT drivers. He's also triple British champion. I don't know if he has a brother or something like that that also does racing of sorts.
Maybe. I don't know that answer either. That'll be something we'll have to look into as once the race kind of goes through. Once we bring in the next round of commentators to run everybody through this RaceSpotTV broadcast for the final little bit, and you get your few hours of flight sim, maybe that'd be a good cruising altitude search for you, actually, to try to confirm or deny.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I should go some sightseeing flights or I go for maintenance flights just because I need to get my some credits up. I'm still at the very beginning.
I don't even own it yet. So I saw a lot of bad reviews when it first launched, and I kind of held out for a little bit.
It's like the technical problems are there of sorts, but the career mode, I think it's one of the most solid modes that I've seen in gaming, because there's so many things you can do. It's just insane.
Interesting to know. I'll have to keep that in the back of my mind. I wish iRacing had kind of a career mode. It feels like they're starting to step that way with the AI races. So
I know it's been mentioned that like a career mode for iRacing is not my word, by the way. Don't take my word. Take the devs' words. They want to make a single player career mode sometime down the line, but of course right now they have a full team dedicated basically to AI and single player racing of sorts. It might come down to the future. The question is when that's going to happen. As move is done, Sophie making a move on the Mercedes AMG GT3.
And if your question is when they're going to do that, the answer in very classic iRacing dev fashion is soon.
Trademark.
Yes, absolutely.
Always don't never forget the trademark.
It's the most important part. You can't say soon if you don't trademark it.
Absolutely.
Coming through 6 hours, 15 minutes to go here in this 24 hours of Silverstone, going through and around, and we are following back. This is going to be P25 in the GT3 class, and that is going to be the wonderful United Sim team. Sophie Irwin is the current driver, being chased down by Jeff Grandpa Sanders in driving Miss Daisy. I have a feeling that Grandpa is just a little added in name and not the actual name through, but they are battling nonetheless. Some of the highlights of the day have been the GT4 battles that have went on and on and on and on for laps upon laps. They have not let off at all. Things have started to spread out a bit more with that top 5 in GT4, top 6 in GT4. I have a feeling that will start to compress itself through. We saw some GT3 battles continue along. We've seen some great battles. We've seen some moments that have been unfortunate of GT3 and GT4s trying to facilitate passes, having little up and down moments. But all in all, it's been a very, very exciting Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone here, watching all the drivers battle through. We are getting that little glimpse of sunshine as it comes through. Commentators' curses have been logged, and if it doesn't happen in this hour, then I didn't cause it. So if it doesn't happen in the next 13 minutes and 15 seconds, it wasn't my fault, and that's what I mean, and that's what I said. So that's where we leave it here. And Lorenzo, I tell you what, it's been a fun one here, honestly, and I'm enjoying seeing where things go. If you are in the lead right now, if you're a driver in the lead, Alexander Bird, Ayrton Williams, and you are in the lead by over a minute here, minute 50 in the GT3, minute 16 in the GT4 class, what is your team's priority right now?
Survive. That's the only goal you have in mind, survive. And maybe if you're satellite racing, don't let Ryan Walker take over the car. I know Ryan is going to punch me virtually, of course, whenever he sees this message.
I was going to say, I would not check your direct messages here for the next little while. I have a feeling that you will have a direct message coming your way soon for that very specific response.
In this specific moment, yeah, or my mentions on our RaceSpot commentators Discord. But you were talking about commentators' curse. You know, we were often talking about this happening or not. At least the next group of commentators, they said this is not the thing that exists. whenever Lewis McGlade and Kim Roger are coming in back into the car. Into the commentators, but actually.
I'm starting to think that maybe the nap is the better option for you here, Lorenzo.
Yeah.
More we go. But, you know, career mode also, you know, things call. Flights need to be flown. I've had a very long, in-depth discussion with a good friend of mine about that, and he does real-life karting commentary. He's one of the ones that really helped me step up in the commentary game and kind of move forward and get to where I'm at today and doing the things I'm doing now. A lot of my skills, a lot of my taglines and different things, he kind of helped me shape them. As we get some replays on the screen, that was very, very close there from Wayne Nickel going through. Thankfully, not clipping the back of that GT3 as he came through. This is Joe Glass. Oh, that was just a bit of a hook and run on that one. Joe Glass getting spun through there. It looks like just misjudged clearance from the other car that was involved there. But yeah, back to the commentator's curse discussion, and this is something that I feel like could go on for hours upon hours if you have the question of it. I've always been told that the commentator's curse doesn't exist because it's just the commentators are simply making educated guesses about what is statistically likely to happen. It's not their fault that it does happen. And I will counter this by saying I have said the most wild things and then caused them to happen, specifically with that being green-white checkers in short track racing. I've always said if there's a green-white checkered right now, this driver is losing the race, and then about half a second after that comes out of my mouth, there is a caution.
I'm never going to forget, there was an IndyCar race that I was commentating with Arjuna. This still is printed in the back of my mind. It was a gateway. And we were talking about fuel strategies and things like that. And as soon as I mentioned, as long as they don't get a yellow flag, everything should be, as soon as it should be, yellow flag comes out.
Yep. Yep. That's how it goes. And again, as I said, it's, you know, you're just saying things that could happen. It's not your fault that it happened when it did.
Precisely.
And again, I counter that with examples like that of, well, why is it when I say this happens? I also kind of think the drivers just like to do that sometimes for a laugh. I think they kind of all agree pre-race and say, hey, when he says this, we do this. So if I had to give any sort of opinion on that, I think it's a bit of the drivers just like to troll, not just each other every once in a while, but they like to troll the commentators because it makes things more interesting for them.
It's not like we've seen a situation where people donated money to see Peter Mackay saying maybe one more time in a restart fashion on a charity base race. On charity, and Nürburgring. And it was legendary. I'll never forget it.
Oh, I mean, I have paid money to hand out penalties for charity streams for drivers. Hands down. Oh, no, you don't have clearance for that. That was brave, and that was heads-up driving all the way around. That was impressive. All the way through there. That was Jack London and Brett Winder that just gave me a heart attack at just almost 6 hours to go.
Yeah, and you really don't want a heart attack just before the end of your stint of commentary and getting yourself to prep to get tucked in under your bed and rest a little bit.
Oh, no rest for me. Don't worry. It would be okay if it happened now. I'm not resting anytime soon, so we'd be okay with that. But thankfully, they did not wreck. They didn't have a moment. They will live to fight another day in the battle for P13, separated by 0.3 of a second here.
There's still a good battle going on. At least we hopefully think this is going to continue for a little while. So whenever we switch spots with Lulu McGlade and and Kim Roger, they take over and see action going on.
Yeah, plenty of action left to go here. Again, this is 6 hours to go. This is where the drivers are going to really, for lack of a better phrase, press the gas pedal. Ha 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 ha. Funny joke. But no, honestly, they're going to really step on it, and they are going to get things moving and going, and they're going to really start to push to the end of this race. Yeah, the last 6 hours are going to get pretty busy for anyone up here in this RaceSpotTV booth as we continue to watch battles develop. That's the battle for P10 in GT3 that is on your screen, with 11th place that is right on the back. That is going to be Gianni Terhar, and that is going to be Nathan Nickerson in the Ram Ranch Motorsport number 69, not having a nice time getting spun.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that happen, but fortunately, they found themselves the proper way back onto the track, though.
Yeah, getting their way back forward here and continuing along, continuing to battle very, very hard through the night into the wee morning hours here in the British land of Silverstone. Rain expected here in about 2 hours, give or take some change, and we'll see how that goes. Sunrise not far away. It is starting to lighten up here just a little bit, though. So Lorenzo, I have to ask, do we have an official sunrise time, as Nathan Nickerson now has a spin here going into Maggots and Beckett's, or actually that's Cop's Corner, and then takes a tow back to the pits.
Him and Lewis might fight me or fact check me, but I think it's going to be 9 a.m. Now, of course, I'm saying just jokingly, I think it's going to be around 7 a.m. sunrise.
So that puts us not too far off here from that. And again, Lewis and Cam can fact check us, because I'm not 1,000,000% for sure as we get things going. And around here, gorgeous shot here from the side of the cars going around. They've been going for approximately 523 laps. The WSR Esports ButtKicker leader here of Alexander Bird has been going, well, not him personally, but his team has put in a collective 523 laps. Our leader in GT3 has put in a collective 485 laps here around this Silverstone circuit, and no sign of that stopping anytime soon. We continue along here. Plenty of battles still developing as they go. We'll see what happens between that, as we still have the case of GT3s trying to lap GT4s. So as we go into the final couple of minutes here of our time, mine and Lorenzo's time here in the broadcast booth. Lorenzo, you got any final thoughts here for the end of your stint here before you go and hopefully relax in one way or another before you come back here for the final few hours?
It should be a very interesting race of sorts. Of course, from what it looks to be decided within the top two in GT3, and GT4 is a little bit more decided as well. But of course, things can change. It's a 6-hour race. I know a lot of people are trying to have fun, but still a lot of things can happen in a 6-hour race, whether it's going to be for fun or not. I'm looking forward to see whenever we get potentially rain coming into the track, and I think this is going to be a job for Lewis and Cam to break this down in a little bit.
yeah, they're going to have a good time with it through. Me and Lorenzo are going to go take some rest. Lorenzo will be back here in a few hours. I will not be back for the remainder of this broadcast, but I will keep tabs on it, so you might see me peruse around on chat here and there and interact and just enjoy. But me and Lorenzo are going to hand things off now to people who should be able to keep you just as entertained as we hopefully have. Lewis and Cam, good evening, friends. Good luck, have fun, and we'll catch you later.
Thank you both, Brad and Lorenzo, who, like I say, you can go for a bit of rest now, because for the next 3 hours, the commentary level is about to drop as we start a podcast of things you've heard about 1,000 times before, such as what cars look good, what cars look bad, how ugly the BMW M4 really is, who's faster, and of course, golf. Thankfully, though, for everyone watching, the final topic on that will be talked about probably significantly less, because there's only 2 golf courses near here. And before you ask, Cam, yes, I have played both of them. But anyway, happy December 1st, and let's go happy racing. 6 hours left to go. Should be a bit of fun.
Oh, absolutely. That's a good point. Yes, it's time for Advent. And we started with some side-by-sides of the Audi there, getting past the GT4 traffic in towards the final chicane. Yeah, very excited to be here and see what this final 6 hours of the race is going to do, as you say. Already into December now and looking, at that countdown towards Christmas.
Yes, indeed. Now, as quite rightly informed, it is significantly dark because it's nice and early in the morning. Cam's done a little bit of research suggesting that the sunrise might be around about 6:59 a.m. Research, big research.
I went on Google.
Let's talk a little bit of some potential weather inbound. We could have some rain around 8 a.m. In the game, and in-game time is following where we are in real time, so that's always good. But yes, we should expect the rain to hit around about 8 a.m., maybe slightly before it. So I'm sure a lot of the teams will be aware of that, and that's where you kind of like you're planning your stint for your best driver to potentially get in, or worst driver, depending on how much of a meme you want, to be honest.
Yeah, the rain is at a slightly awkward point in terms of how the driver stints are working. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few little oopsie moments around that. I guess if it were to be now, it might be slightly worse because we are at the end of that sort of graveyard shift where it's not really early nor late. It's just that awkward bit in the middle between sort of 3 and 6 a.m. So hopefully they worked out their driver stints and everyone is awake, because as you know, Lewis, waking up after the all-nighter and getting there for the early morning stints, that is quite difficult for some people.
Yeah, I mean, I have commentated enough with you to know sometimes waking up at the right time on your commentary stint's a bit worse for wear, as we keep an eye on an actual battle on the circuit here for 17th position, the Lamborghini, of course, that belongs to Ram Ranch, with High Road Motorsport directly behind. Joe Harrison behind the wheel of the Ferrari, running in 18th position at the moment, and Nathan Nicholson behind the wheel of that Lamborghini, all for 17th position with a little bit of lap traffic up ahead, of course. And at the moment, everything's nice and calm. But the battle's been relatively close. It's within half a second, which is always a good sign at this time.
Absolutely. I was actually just saying that to you, wasn't I, before we go live, that relatively speaking, for 18 hours into the race, there's actually quite a lot of close gaps. Of course, ahead of this battle, there is a lap, but then ahead of them, within 30 seconds, you've got about 4 cars for 13th position. So they do stay fairly close, which is really nice to see, actually, that there's always the potential, the little spin here or there, a bit of strategy, a bit of a faster driver getting in the car over the next couple of hours, and those gaps will be working their way towards each other. But of course the lap ahead of the Ram Ranch car is not ideal, but you never know with that rain coming, that could change around very quickly if you do a wrong tyre call.
Look, there's a lot of cars on this grid. They're even still circulating. 53 obviously took to the race start quite a while ago, and I believe of those, around 48 of them are still going round. So that's always fun. But realistically, when that rain hits, the reason why I brought that up is because, let's be real here, not all of these drivers and teams are getting through that weather in a comfortable state.
Let's go with that. So it's kind of one of those ones where you've got to expect there to be drama, and it's kind of one of those ones where, like, mentally I think you have to expect the drama is going to be you, even though it might not be. As unfortunately Nathan Nicholson misses the apex a little bit there as they head towards Chapel. The Ferrari might get a move fairly soon, to be honest.
Yeah, he's actually had a good run, got a bit of a switchback line. He's got the inside coming up towards Stowe, sends it up the inside there, and it's a bit of a tricky one to go side by side because it really pinches you on the exit as the curb just comes back in. The Lamborghini Nixon is going to keep it around the outside. He's got much better drive though, actually coming down in towards the braking zone. I think there was a little bit of a lift off there, and unfortunately Harrison has to just hold on to that position as the car in the background dives down the pit lane.
Yeah, again, pit lane is just going to be, at this kind of time of the race, is going to be relatively busy basically all of the time. Someone's going to be in there being serviced at some point pretty much all the way through our stint, especially once the rain hits. Probably most of those will be down for repairs, but that's fine. Obviously, we've seen quite a lot of side-by-side around here in the recent past. Obviously, in our ventures on the British F4 Esports Championship, we had a little round around here, which was... yeesh, probably quite. Was it a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? Something like that. Might be longer than that. I don't even remember. No, it was even before Knock Hill, wasn't it? My goodness, yeah, it was like a month ago. So plenty of side by side around. We saw also how side by side doesn't work around here on a few occasions.
Yeah, we certainly did. It's actually quite a weird track for racing because it's so big, it's so open. You know, one of the more prestige tracks in the country is actually, I think, finally Harrison is going to get up the inside there. Nicholson, he just left the door slightly open for Luffield, and unfortunately going to be dropping back in that 69 machine. So Harrison, he had to work for that for a little bit, and they got some lapped traffic coming up their way with that GT4. That's just going to slow him down a little bit. There's a 69 going to get the run off the corner up towards Magnus and Beckett's. That's always an awkward moment, but this is exactly what I was saying a little bit earlier, how it is nice and wide, nice and open for racing, but at the same time it pinches you at some of the crucial points.
Yeah, indeed. I will just apologise to Alpha Esports. I just clicked the onboard of them on my own version of iRacing, and they spun. I don't know if there's a curse for that, another curse that we want to make up.
I believe so, but...
no, there's not. There's no such thing. But if we're going to make up curses, we might as well keep committed to that. We should actually have a little bit of an interview with Alpha Esports a bit later on. Standards Landers will jump in for a little bit of a chat, I believe, later on, along with Ronnie Smith. They're two drivers, so two of their drivers. Let's go with that.
This is messy with one of the GT3 Ferraris there right on the inside. I guess they were letting them through, but that was a little bit sketchy for a moment there with about 6 cars all trying to go side by side in the background as well. We've seen some more Ferraris come through, some of the GT4 cars, but it looks like Nixon, unfortunately, is just losing some time and going backwards in his battle, so he's going to be staying there in that 18th position as Harrison goes up the road by over a second now that he's got that 17th place.
Yeah, and the awkward bit for them really at the moment is the fact that the car directly ahead of them is the Clark's James Racing car, which is running in 11th position at the moment. So, and whilst that car might be a little bit slower, to be honest, things could get a little bit awkward here. Just trying to it's always this bit of obviously navigating the cars that are going a lap down you, no problem. It's peasy. They don't jump out of the way, and they've been told to not jump out of the way, but to allow an easier transition of position. But when they're a lap ahead of you, how do you get past? This is the spin for Alpha Esports. And there's the spin background, and now in just a really awkward place. And there's a car coming out pit lane. Watch that. Whee! There it goes. I'm sure receiving plenty of communication with Nigel Joplin, but still that was probably quite a scary moment.
If you got the 101 who's like, I want to stay inside the pit exit line, but also has to avoid the car at the same time, so he rejoins really slowly onto the track. But it looks like everyone just about got through there safely for dropping. That's such an awkward place to spin, because everyone's coming through there completely blind and very fast as well. This I'd have to call it the new turn 1, but he's been around for quite a while now. As Tolchard there spinning, that's also an awkward place right in the middle of Luffield. Fortunately, everyone is able to avoid him and go across the grass to get back on.
Yeah, you can't really say new turn one when it's been a turn one for this circuit when running what is the typical Grand Prix layout for 13 years. when we've commentated on people who this is their version of Silverstone they've known for their entire life, Cam, we can't be calling this the new turn one.
I still remember when we used to turn left instead of right, but yeah, good additions to the track. Yeah, what was it about? Yeah, well, 2010 was when they first raced away. 2009 the changes came in, and what has left us is this new section. I can't call it a new section, but it has to be called that as we come through the loop onto his back straight. Look how many cars! What's that? 9 cars on our screen. 8 cars. I can't count as we come down the Wellington Straight. Very difficult to navigate all of the traffic, and even though we only have 2 classes, it still gets a little bit difficult. That's a big wiggle there for Nixon as he tries to get past the Aston Martin.
Yeah, they did pass an Aston Martin GT4 car there on the Wellington Straight. That is Duncan Steele of the RAF eMotorsports GT4s. So I wonder if there might well have been some form of problem for the 19 there as, again, navigating traffic in the background. That was the Ram Ranch car just working its way through on, I believe, Ayrton Williams there, out through the real turn one. The real turn one helps.
Yeah, and that
every time I've commentated on this circuit in real life, that has been the turn one, so it's not even joking, it's true.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, that Ayrton Williams car, he's the GT4 race leader as well, so he's got to be keeping it, looking in the mirrors to make sure there's no issues with the GT3s, because that is one thing to remember as well, is the 2 classes, and they are still fighting for their own positions and their own prizes as well in this race, so we've got to be giving the respect to them between the 2 classes, but so far everything has been okay from what we've seen, at least with the battles between the 2.
Speaking of the race, by the way, for the GT4s, I say Ayrton Williams there, 1 minute and 11 seconds, about 70 seconds clear of Adam Watson. That Mercedes directly behind, though, this is actually kind of slightly more important than maybe it looks, because see, that Mercedes is a lap down. However, it is the number 3 of Cameron Martinell, right? So they're obviously they're going to want to get that lap back, and as much as it is not the be all and end all, we've been talking about this quite a lot recently actually, but yeah, it is still relevant. I rating between these 2, there is a significant amount. There's 2.7k of I rating between these 2 drivers, and it is an advantage of the Mercedes behind. 6.7k I rated is Cameron Martinell, and then Ayrton Williams is on 4k, which is nothing to turn your nose up at, that's for sure. But you would suspect then, based purely on that number, that the Mercedes would be significantly faster. But Satellite's done a good job, obviously, to lead quite a lot of this race, and start from pole position and basically run away and blah blah blah. But that Merc will want to get through as quick as possible and use some of its speed to run away to try and put them in better position for later on.
Oh, absolutely. I guess in an event like this, where it's more of a sign-up thing, you can get completely different I ratings out there. But when it's also a special event, sometimes people's lower I ratings is not just because of their talent, but also just how little they drive the platform. So they don't have the ability to make the I rating go up as quickly as they would have wanted. So hopefully, obviously, it gets up higher before we come back to this event next year. But I mean, that's quite a big jump, as you say, a couple of K, and it's a lot of driving that you have to do to get yourself up there. So it is a very good indication. But Lewis, when you saying earlier, there's some drivers with below 1,000 I rating out there, so it's definitely a bit of a mixture. But so far, it's going all right.
Yeah, I mean, I joked as we were loading into the server that we've got, I think there's 3 or 4 drivers below 1,000, which is fine, absolutely fine. I think it's also good to have events like this that are broadcast and stuff where people below 1,000 I rate, or those that would be a bit lower than what we normally see in the esports stuff, they can take part, and all is well and good. But my point when we were loading in to really focus on is the Altitude Esports by SimStickers cars in the pit lane from GT4 in second. So now Satellite has a 1 lap lead, but it was that we have drivers that are below 1,000, and then we have people like Owen Carroll, who's at 10.5k. And obviously, somebody's taking part in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Well, you've got people at that level of sim racing, and then even we could drive Cat.
We certainly could, and we physically could get out on the track. Whether we'd be an addition to the racing circuit would be up for some other people to decide. But I mean, I would actually. Would you like to get a commentators team for something like this in the future? Maybe next year.
No, I've had.
Are you done with driving now?
No, I'm not done with driving. I'm done with. To be fair, the last time I shared a car with you, it was all right. Actually, I was the one that binned it. Actually, that's fine. Yeah, just before you swiftly remind me of that, I'll get ahead of such things and suggest that yes, it was indeed I that binned it.
I also I spun twice. I didn't hit the wall, so I was very fortunate, and I believe it was in the same place as you as well.
We all spun at that point. We all spun going into P1. This, by the way, might be a switch for position because the Team Red X Simsport car down the inside of RD Sim Sport. So Chris Steiner going for a move on Chris Smith, and does indeed clear that position for 8th spot in the GT4 category. No spins there. I will say my first ever endurance race around Silverstone. I was on the circuit for just over half the lap, and then I went straight on from the lead in the virtual. It was Virtual Endurance Championship, which is obviously someone that's close to your heart. This would have been 2015. Oh my god. That honestly that hit. It was 9 years ago. Oh my god. It was over 9 years ago because it would have been like September, October 2015. Got into Maggots, Beckers and Chapel in an LMP1 car. I went through the left hander, then through the right, and then through the left. And as soon as I went into the left, the rear end went, no you don't. Tyres were quite cold, went straight on. And I just remember being like, don't tell your teammates, don't tell your teammates, don't tell your teammates, don't tell your teammates. Thankfully, the server ended up dying in the final 5 minutes of the race, and we ended up winning. So, banter.
I mean, all things work out well in the end, I guess. That was a. If I remember rightly, that was a bit of a sketchy car as well. So,
it was. It really
you had to have a few laps to get comfortable with it every time you got in the car.
Yeah, it's not. It wasn't an ideal car to share with two extremely quick drivers, realizing that you're the slowest driver, and then having to push harder than you're capable of. But I will actually maintain that in all levels of esports endurance racing, maybe even to a degree less so the top, but still it's kind of important everywhere. I'd argue quite a lot of the time your most important driver is actually the slowest, because your fast drivers have the confidence and they're going to keep it on the road almost regardless, right? But it's your slower drivers that are the ones that are kind of like the defining factor for the car. Once everyone else is kind of settled, they're the ones that kind of make more of a difference.
Well, think about it. You know, Usain Bolt, would he have those relay medals if he had me in his team for the 4x1?
Great point.
I doubt it. If I was on that third leg giving him the baton, right, they just would not win the race, would they? Let's be honest.
Gold medal would already have been given out. Oh my god, it was you and me. My goodness.
Yeah.
He's actually sitting there being like, lads, what's happening?
He'll be waiting there like Mr. Bean looking down at his his watch.
No, it's fine. He would have ticked off a couple of chicken nuggets and then would be ready to go for his little stint. I think he wouldn't. The thing is, as well, this is also the other bit as well, is that your slower drivers to a degree in that sense would actually slow down your faster driver, because let's be honest, if using your analogy to the fullest extent, by the time you hand over the baton to Usain Bolt, do you really think he's going to run like 9.8 seconds? Or do you think he's going to be like, nah, whatever?
That's a good point. That's a very good point. because it's all about mentality as well, and he probably wouldn't push quite so hard and therefore would go slow. That is a very very good point indeed, because I guess especially if you're on a team where there's a big difference of talent, the faster driver, they take on more pressure, and also they kind of have to try a bit harder, and we all know that when you actually try harder, often things go wrong.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. That's why I don't try anything as we ride on board with Joel Taylor in the iSport GBR car, trying to catch down on the Odin Racing Britcar. Obviously, a battle between two Astons here in 11th position for the GT4s as the Team Red X SimSport car for the GT3. They are working their way into the pit lane.
Yeah, so that's the, as you say, it's basically every lap now. The cars coming to pit lane. One thing I did actually notice, that battle we were looking earlier in the GT4s, they actually sort of gained another position because of some other pit stops. So it's definitely one of those things that just every now and again people are going to drop down there. And I was trying to use live timing to get a rough count of the stint counting, and of course it's all over the place by this point. But it looks like some teams have taken up to about 30 pit stops by this point. Not sure how true that is, but if that is, they've been doing a lot of work down pit road and having to try and obviously work out the strategy therefore. But I guess in the middle part of the race, you're just trying to go as long as possible, keep it on the road, and then try and work out basically keeping the drivers awake and not making mistakes from tyres.
30 pit stops is pretty crazy. No, that would be crazy after 18 hours of driving. Yes, obviously there can be crashes and incidents and stuff where you bring it back in to have them repaired. I believe coming into this race they had 4 fast repairs. Which
I wonder if that's drive.
It could be. To be fair, the instant count, so the instant limit before you receive your first penalty is 120, which does sound like a lot. But Silverstone is flat and wide open, and think of all of the places that you can get instant points around here. And that's not even including 4Xs for car contact, just talking about the 1Xs for track limit excursions, right? So you've got Cops, the old turn 1, you've got here at Stowe, where you run out wide, bing, there's one. Abbey, less so likely to run wide, but still very possible, and probably would have picked up 1 or 2 throughout the race. Exeter Brooklands, you can pick one up. There is a lot of places inside of Aintree. You can pick one up. There's a lot of places around here where you can pick up 1Xs. So 120 in 18 hours, and to be fair, even in 120, even in like 6 hours, I can genuinely see relatively easy, even though that is a crazy amount. That's 30 instants an hour. But then once you've done that, your next penalty is on 25 instants after that. So as soon as you've got one, you're likely to get a second pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I'd get 5 a lap around here, to be honest, if I was trying. And I was looking as well. I believe there are 4 fast repairs, so there can be quite a bit of contacts in this race. Obviously, that's also to help people get to the end, so we don't just end up with 10 cars running around there, because they don't want to sit in the pit lane for half an hour every time. But obviously that can add up the 4Xs pretty quickly as well. So, although we haven't seen too much contact at this point in the race, to be honest. So I think everyone is keeping fairly sensible out there. But yeah, for sure, it definitely adds up. But then there are some cars obviously with which have a lot less pit stops in the race. If you can keep it clean, that is actually one way. Lewis just mentioned about your slowest driver, but one way to gain time is also just not going down the pit lane. And, or at least for nothing other than the normal pit stops.
Yeah, not crashing. Another time that Cam Roger hammers home the fact that me bidding it at Spa was not a good idea. But to be fair, just remember the first ever endurance race that we did together when we had 4 fast repairs, and I didn't get to use any of them. Remember that?
Which one was that? Oh, that was the charity race.
It was the charity.
The Zold race.
You used one. Oh, Genie used one. Genie used 2. And then a driver on this grid used one himself. Dan Cal used one. So no, I didn't get to use any. And that was in 8 hours.
I only did one stint in that race.
Yeah.
When I woke up for the second one, the car was DNF'd.
Well, it was sort of DNF because then we came back in with the final half an hour, and then Dan absolutely wrecked Florian Haas, but that was good fun.
Was that, I can't remember, was that not necessarily on purpose, but was that like...
Obviously it wasn't on purpose, and it wasn't even, it's just Dan's.
Because you know you could pay, because of the charity race, you could pay to bin people. I can't remember, was this something like that?
Sort of. Well, before we do that, we'll very quickly interview Luca and Ray, because before we roll things over into what is potentially rain in an hour and a half, we'll get Luca in here. Hello, Luca. I mean, talk to us about your race so far. Obviously, we're 3/4 of the way through now, so not too long to go.
Yeah, I'm fortunate enough to have woken up feeling somewhat refreshed. Admittedly, I didn't sleep that much. But we've improved quite a few positions. We're currently in 26th right now. We were, I think, 28th when I went to sleep. So, yeah, I'll happily take that considering the start we had.
Obviously, you're expected to be behind the wheel potentially for this weather change, which, again, we're still expecting an hour and a half. What are you kind of expecting over that period?
Well, I previously had a lot of difficulty with the rain on iRacing. I'm learning wet lines, because when you come from other platforms, I won't say which ones, you can just still drive the normal racing line. It's just a bit slippery, but obviously iRacing have done a very thorough job of it. And it was actually an event held the week before the Spa 24 Hours where I finally cracked the code. And back in September, when I won a Motorsport UK Esports Championship, I put that into full effect, and it helped me seal the win. Which, I think out of all of us on the team, I think I'm now funnily enough the best suited for the rain. So I'm really looking forward to it, actually.
What are you kind of expecting to maybe be like a bit of carnage? Because normally we expect the weather to cause a couple of car crashes and stuff. Are you expecting to see that on circuit, or do you think everyone's going to keep on it nice and cleanly?
Well, I mean, I think they have every intention of keeping it clean. It's just whether they're able to. I fully expect the skill level in this race is obviously very spread out, and rightfully so. Having a lot of people in here who are more amateur drivers. Everyone starts out as an amateur, essentially, and so if someone is having a great lot of difficulty with it, then it is what it is. Like there are a few teams round about where we are right now that I'm fully expecting to not take to the rain quite well, but it's all part of the challenge, and I accept that if some people spin off, hey look, if plenty of people quite further ahead than us want to spin off and put themselves in the pits for a good few laps, I'll take it, because it means 3 positions.
I'm sure there will be a few people visiting the pit lane, not for a standard pit stop, of course. But still, 5.5 hours left to go. What are your goals for the end of this race, or is it just let's get to the checkered flag?
For me, it is don't get many more instant points. Look, I don't want to brag, but I got in the space of about 4 hours last night 10 incident points, and that is like the least amount on average per stint than in relation to everyone else. So I think right now we're just trying to not get over, because we have had to exceed the 120, which means that we've had a drive-through. Just as long now that I keep it as far below 145 as possible when I get in, I think that's the aim right now.
Well, best of luck. When are you taking over the car?
In about 17 or so laps, and then I'm doing 3 straight hours.
Well, best of luck for you 3 hours. Have a little breather, obviously. You've got about half an hour then before you jump in. Good luck for your stint, and I'm sure we'll keep an eye on it.
Good, and good to hear from you, Lewis, and Cameron as well, even though you didn't say anything.
Cam's always shy, it's fine. Cheers, Luca.
Bye.
There we go. Luca Monroe, of course, they're driving for the United Sim team, driving at the moment in 26th position. So good to hear from a couple of our drivers. Again, we still should have a few more drivers come in for interviews when they're not super scared of us, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Come feel free to join in, and obviously we'll get you on the broadcast like Luca there. His team sitting in 26th position at this moment in time, but they are just 12 seconds behind the next car of the 74 Team Green Paint, and I hope that is a green livery on that team name. So there's still good potential for them to make up some spaces, and as you said, with the rain coming, Luca seemed pretty confident actually. So I think he's going to have a good stint hopefully by the time he gets into the car, probably about on the top of the hour.
I've just checked. It's Team Green Print, by the way, which I'm assuming is sponsored or whatever. I've just checked on my version of the game. They're driving a white and black car.
That is because I'm half going to read that properly.
Yeah, but still, no. I agree. If you're going to put a colour in your team name in whatever way, the car then has to be that colour. Surely.
I mean, I agree. I assumed it was green, but unfortunately, I guess that's just how it goes. Sometimes the paints on sim racing can vary very dramatically.
Yeah, I did say that it would be a part of our stint of talking about which liveries look good, which liveries look bad, along with how ugly the BMW M4 is, which I still maintain it's... No, don't. It's still ugly as sin.
No, it's not.
No, okay. Again, as always, 98% of the car looks great, genuinely looks great, and it is ruined by 2%, and that is the grille. And I genuinely mean ruined. I'm still angry about it however many years later.
I don't think it's that bad.
It's terrible. Oh, speaking of Team Green Print, by the way, it's quite fortuitous that they've had a moment here after you were bringing them up a bit earlier. They've just been off down at T1.
Don't believe in it, Lewis.
No,
you haven't mentioned their name for half an hour. The second I mention their name, they have an incident.
It's just not true. There you go. And they are white.
Oh, that is a tough one as well. I mean, I've had that happen to me so many times. You just lose the rear end the tiniest bit, but your brain's like, oh, I'm going for a spin. So you overcorrect it to the left, and then it all of a sudden grips back up, and you send yourself into the barrier, whereas if you let it slide, it might have been a bit better, but it's just natural instinct, and that's a tough one there for the 74. Fortunately, for Benjamin Tran, just a little boop of the barrier shouldn't be too bad from what we can see, and they are continuing out there as the sun is starting to rise and the fog is just covering a few of the grandstands.
But does have we were just talking to Luca Monroe from the United Sim team, does have the United Sim team directly behind Sophie Aronwen, potentially going to be going for a move on Benjamin Tran, who we're looking at here. And I will say, as much as the car looks white and black, I do believe that's just because of the light that we're at, because obviously, like I said, even though the sun's coming up, it is foggy as basically as it was at the start of the race. I do believe it is white and green on this car, and that's not me trying to bring on this whole is it orange or is it brown thing that I tried at the 24 Hours of Daytona and I racing at the start of the year. To clarify, what's brown?
We'll gloss over that. We should get.
They changed the colour afterwards. I
That's because you make such a big fuss.
But they changed the colour afterwards to make it more orange. Oh, there you go. It was green.
It's definitely green. They for that one.
They changed. You can't see green anyway. But the thing is, with the orange, you wouldn't change it to make it more of an orange if it wasn't quite close to not being orange, because it should have already been orange enough. Poor Williams, they're not even in this race. Still taking shots. Sorry, lads.
Yeah, I mean it was on the edge of orange, I will say that. As all the 74 loses the rear end once again, coming down in towards turn 3, and there goes the position for the United car, and that is the 74, and just about getting back on the track, having to go through the grass, obviously not feeling 100% comfortable in that car, and maybe a little bit of damage just from where they boot the barrier, and that is a couple of just a couple of seconds lost, but I think a bit of dignity as well.
Yeah, it's not great. I think where they've been off, the way the car stood out at turn one. I've driven GT3s around Silverstone quite a lot. That tells me that something's not quite right on that car anyway. If not, the setup's not ideal either. And it could be burning out those rear tyres, because you don't typically see that large of a slide down into turn one at Abbey. Not in these cars. Like normally they're actually relatively planted. You kind of lift up. If anything, you should, I say should in relative term, you should generally get a little bit of understeer as you lift off to get into it. But yeah, there seems to be something not ideal with Benjamin Tran's BMW M4 there. But alas, losing out the position to the United car, because I mean that'll hurt a little bit.
Oh, definitely. It's never fun. They had about 12-second lead, and now they're 7 seconds behind. And it's so easy, actually, to have that happen. I say that because I've done it a few times as well. But yeah, it's just a tough one, because you have to then reset your mind and start concentrating. But then you lose a bit of confidence in the car, you lose a bit of confidence in yourself, and then all of a sudden you start under pushing the car, and then it's actually when the car starts feeling a little bit weird. So just a bit of a snowball effect. So hopefully Tran can sort that out and continue on his battle. As talking of battling for P11 in your GT4 categories, we have a couple of the Aston Martins starting to go at it, and of course they are just within half a second.
Is under pushing a word?
Under pushing?
That's what you said.
You're making me question that now.
It's definitely not, but it is 6:35 in the morning, so I'll let you pass.
What is it Ewan said with me the other day? That was absolutely outrageous.
You sent it to me in a DM.
Yes, I'm trying to find what it was. Unquickly.
Unquickly, bang! That is a great word. Unquickly is definitely not a word. You gotta respect the hustle. You know what I'm saying?
Very quickly indeed, though, we might see a swap of this position. Well, Taylor was half looking to the inside there, but Matters very, very later. We're just going in. Very late is not a word. Much later on the brakes, in towards Brooklands, and the 20 is able to hold on to that one as the 23 just drops back by a little bit, so needs to get that momentum going back once more.
Boy, it is early in the morning for you, isn't it? To be fair, you woke up for some unknown reason. To be fair, probably mostly because you were avoiding me being on your case about it. You woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning for your 6 o'clock stint. I woke up. I got out of bed at 5:50, which most drivers definitely ain't doing that for a stint.
As the professional I am, I was like, okay, I'll get there 30 minutes before the stint. Then you got to wake up a bit before that.
Absolute rubbish. The professional you are.
Yeah, I'm always there 30 minutes before. But especially on a morning stint, you got to be careful, because you never know how the eyes will be feeling in the morning.
What was the last broadcast that I did with you where I don't know what it was, but I went to bed. And I was, because we were supposed to be on again the early morning, because we do the early morning stint quite a few times, maybe you can. I just remember thinking, I'm like, I think Cam's not waking up for a stint. And can confirm.
I think that was the Spa 24 hours.
That was the Spa 24 hours.
It's when we were driving, not commentating.
I do remember thinking, because then I had to do a triple stint or something like that. Yeah.
I was so confused. I was so confused that day. When I woke up and Lewis was driving, I'm like, but I'm taking over from Ewan. I'm like, why is Lewis driving?
Yeah, your brain was gone. I will just say, by the way, that Luca was saying about his stint earlier about getting 4 instant points in however many laps it was. To be fair, I did get through. Oh, is that why goes the Aston of Nick Manders? And it could allow Joel Taylor to get to the inside. Not a good spot for it, though. Oof. That is very close. I did get through, I think it was 3 hours at Spa with no instant points until my very final lap, at which point I picked up one, and it was a big one.
Yeah, certainly was a big one as the 23 is getting closer and closer through Luffield. Does a slightly wider line, tries to get an even later apex in the run up towards the old turn 1. It's so, I mean, these straights are so long in these cars, you really have to figure out in the corners, and the 23 is making the 20 defend just a slight bit through Woodcut, but this is not the corner to be making a big dive, and he has to sit in behind.
No, again, same with Magnus Beckers and Chapel. It's not about making a move in Magnus Beckers and Chapel. It's about making the setup for a move. You want to get them slightly offline, although this might be forcing the issue for Joel Taylor. Could force, the problem is with forcing that, sometimes it can knock you offline ever so slightly. So try and pull it slightly more over to the left here and then flick it through the right, get up the power nice and early, get into the slipstream and work out onto the hanger straight. Although generally you'd want to follow the slipstream, although obviously there's the Ferrari working its way through. They still have a slightly better speed advantage, but not hunting that slipstream. There's not going to be a move down to Stowe here.
Oh, big late move. Elite, think about it at least. They got loads of cars coming in behind them as well, some of the GT3s. They go side by side on the exit. Oh, this is awkward. Audi through the middle of them, even the BMW as well, as they try to still remain side by side. They can't break as late as they would have wanted. Around the outside it's going to be for the 23, because the 20 had to go all up on the curb, but it looks like in the end Manders are just about going to hold on to that. But that just shows you how the GT3s can change things around very quickly, but fortunately this time it didn't.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think with Joel Taylor needed to get after that slipstream a little bit more on the hanger straight. I understand that he obviously had the GT3 way the way through, but they could have made that move stick. But it was just a little bit late of a lunge going down into Stowe that caused a little bit of the problem. As there was Joe Glass and his Ferrari working his way through. Ready on Penrue is the next one. I say it's a little bit awkward in all of this, and it's allowed the group or the gap between these two to grow out to just over half a second.
I mean, imagine you're going side by side with your rival down in towards that final chicane, and you get not one but two GT3s in the middle of you, and then getting caught up on themselves a little bit, forcing you to have a bit of a evasive action in towards the chicane. Very difficult for these GT4s, because you're racing looking forward obviously, but as a slower class you've got to be looking in the mirrors, and whilst it's not a ridiculous gap actually in terms of lap time between the two classes, just about 10 seconds or so, it is still large enough that they do come flying past you fairly quickly, and you need to obviously just be looking out for that, because as much as it's their responsibility to overtake, you can definitely help the situation and have a bit of self-preservation to keep yourself in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I've said it before. In most of my experience of doing endurance racing, I've always been in the higher category, and that's because I'd argue when it comes to traffic management, the highest category is by far the easiest, because it's the one where you have the most control. And to win this, I would rather be in a GT3 than a GT4. Nothing about skill level or anything like that, but it's just because I feel that when you're going through traffic, especially learning this style of driving, of traffic management, being in the higher category where you have the control to go through as you please and as you're comfortable, I think that is far easier than being in a GT4 where you're on the receiving end and you just kind of have to deal with it. And when I did do some racing, it was GT versus LMP1 back in the day, and I was in the GT, I distinctly remember being on the absolute limit of grip for me at my level, going through a couple of corners of the Nürburgring, and having an LMP1 easily just cruise around the outside as if I wasn't even there. And I remember sat there thinking, it's the same kind of thing like even GT4s to GT3s. Even if you're well experienced driving GT3s, you just can't believe the speed that these cars come around the corners at behind you, even though you know exactly how fast GT3 goes through there, they fly past you as if you're stood still.
Yeah, they certainly do. I guess it's some could see as being a bit demoralising, but as long as you accept that and you just look in the mirrors and you try and allow the space where possible, hopefully everyone should get through rather nicely. As in the GT4s, actually the leader comes in, Ayrton Williams in the 64 Satellite entry. Of course they are leading the way by a nice gap. The number 3 is now into that second place. We were looking earlier, they were in that third position, so they are getting slightly closer, but of course the pit stops will ebb and flow.
Yeah, I believe it was when the 111 came into the pit lane to kind of give the Satellite Racing car a 1-lap lead. Alas, that is currently under it now, courtesy of the pit stop coming in for Ayrton Williams, as once again Nick Mander's able to hang on at the moment. I like giving you the little irate updates because I think it's interesting, even though it's kind of not really, it's more of a moot point in this kind of style of racing where you do a little bit more practice and you kind of a little bit more preparedness than you are for a normal official race, and it's a little bit less crash happy. Nick Manders on a 1.4k I rated, Joel Taylor on 2.5k, and at that kind of level, that 1k should generally be quite a lot of difference in pace, and it's not. It's holding quite nicely for Manders, who isn't making any major mistakes. So apparently now with the commentators cursing the air, I've now ruined their entire race.
But it's not going to happen because you said it. If you didn't say it, then that's how it works, unfortunatally.
The thing is, I know that when you say things like that, it's always said, then you're sat there like, oh, here we go, winding them up, winding up, winding up. I know you and Dave are awful for it.
Yes, just for context, everyone, Lewis does not believe in the commentator's curse, even though it has happened multiple times, such as the number 74 with trend driving. You know, I mentioned that car for the first time in half an hour. Oh, bit of contact there. That is going to be the pushing out of the way for the number 23, but they're not going to be going through just yet. That's probably the polite way to do it, because you don't want to go racing like that, and he is going to allow that position to be held for Manders at this point. But down in towards Brooklands, he looks to the inside. He's going to dive it down there, but once again, can't get up the inside.
Well, I know what you were going to say is that we didn't mention Team Greenprint for the entirety of our stint until that moment, and then suddenly they had a moment. We don't know if they didn't have a moment before that. It just so happened that I was looking at them because we were talking about them, and then they went off. Like, it's a coinky dink. It's fine. This battle for 11th position, they are being joined by they're being joined by Josh Millington, who's in 4th position at the moment in the GT4 category, but he's going to have to settle for seeing these two go side by side through Magnus Beckers and Chapel. Of course, Taylor there on the outside right hand side of your screen, left hand side of the second, got the inside for the second bit. The side by side remains between the two of them, the 23 and the 20, going toe to toe here through Magnus Beckers and Chapel. We're still the only racing Britcar remains ahead of iSport GBR, and now finally the TSRC eSports car will be knocking at the door thinking, lads, can you stop battling for just a couple of seconds whilst I make my way past, please?
Oh, I don't think that's going to happen, because Taylor really wants to get this position. Looks once again to the inside, but Manders keeping on the track there, but certainly pushing it to the limit to keep this position as it stands in towards the next braking zone. Once again, the 23, I think if and when he gets past, he will go off into the distance. He seems to be that little bit faster. He can stay right on the back of the 20, despite all the overtaking attempts, but he can't quite get through that sequence of corners up towards turn number 1. This is obviously not a place to overtake, but you have to float the car through here and then get the run down in towards turn 3, where we've already seen a few people make mistakes, but are at some point they're going to have to look at the mirrors and then maybe, you know, just to have a car flying past of the TSRC.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of a bit where I'd maybe almost encourage you, if you are Joel Taylor, to learn a thing or two about Max Verstappen in 2015 at the Monaco Grand Prix. Was it 15 or was it 16?
Well, when he went into the wall in turn 1. Oh, oopsie.
Wow, that is honestly hilarious. It might have been that year, but no, I think it might have been. Basically, all I remember is he was a lap down. It must have been 16 because he crashed and qualified. No, it wouldn't. It must have been 15.
I think it was also still in the race in 15. Yeah. When he followed someone through.
Yeah, basically the point was he was a lap down, and then as he was a lap down on someone, he would use that car going through on blue flags to get through. This is now going to be the move done, surely, because out wide goes Nick Manders, and this should be the opportunity for Joel Taylor to finally work his way through. Out wide through Cops, and there is the position switch. So the iSport GBR car does get past Onid down into Magnus Beckers and Chapel, and you've just got the TSRC car thinking about where are they where are they going to find their way through, because they're probably going to get a little bit frustrated being slowed down by this group.
Yeah, this might be a bit easier for the 99, though, as God, that fog is still so thick, isn't it? You can just see headlights still coming down. This back straight to the outside, actually. Amanda's is going to try and go to hold on and at least keep him with this battle. I was thinking maybe Taylor's just going to go off up the road now. We're going to see Millington come down the inside. That's surely got to be a position. I doubt the 20 is going to defend that too hard, of course, on a car that is a lap ahead. This is going to split up this battle. Of course, the 23 will lose some time when the 99 comes past, but hopefully in his case he'll be able to at least do that slightly more efficiently and keep on that P17.
Yeah, Taylor will be probably hoping to at least hang on until maybe even the hanger straight, to be honest. Just by hang on, I mean just make sure that he can keep Josh Millington a gap close enough where he's not going to go for anything in that TSRC car to allow the gap to build to Manders, because now it's about the gap between Millington and Manders, which is around 0.6 of a second already. And then that's the thing, you got to be strategic. If you instantly let that car go directly behind you, you're just going to be straight back under fire from the 20 again.
Certainly are, and you have to keep it on the track, of course. That's the tough part. It goes a little bit wide there, actually, does the 23. You do like a bit of a later apex, but I think that was just a little bit too much. They are slowly pulling away from Manders, actually, so I think the 23 should be able to get far enough ahead to not worry about that too much. There's a bit of a flash of the headlights thing because they work their way through Luca, but Millington not able to find a way through just yet, and this is actually the hardest part of the race really for these drivers a bit higher up in the race, is that you get not say stuck behind, but just losing a little bit of time, a few tenths here and there behind some lap traffic, and obviously it just hinders your own battle a little bit, because Millington is still thinking about the cars around him. He does have a lap ahead and 24 seconds behind, so it should be okay as it stands.
Yeah, exactly. He's really focused on their own given battle. Got one of the Ferraris working their way through. I believe it's the number 50, just making a bit of progress. That's the CRS X-Kart eSports car, just working their way through. So one of those things. We do have a lot of GT3, I believe. There's 29 rather, still running in this race. So a lot of GT3s to work their way past the GT4s.
Absolutely, yeah. We started with 32. We've lost 3 GT3s and 2 GT4s. I would say, actually, that's a pretty good percentage rate. We do have the fast repairs that are helping that, I would assume. But, of course, we still want to get more cars going to the end, because that just helps with the traffic as well. You don't want an empty track at the end. These little, incidents and things like this where the guys, the faster guys, get stuck behind the slower cars. That's what adds to the endurance racing, and it just adds some variables that you can't quite calculate for and work out.
Yeah, indeed. Did you see in chat as well? We had Remy Gilbert jumping into chat. Obviously, we had to commentate on Remy quite a bit in the recent past, didn't we? Obviously, in the British F4 Esports, taking part in this race. I did see him driving the Sim Dynamics Sunoco race fueled car a little bit earlier on before handing it over to David Hornsey. So it's always good to see this. Good. There are quite a few names that we're moderately aware of.
Absolutely, and I see that actually Remy's just saying that he hasn't slept.
Yeah. Really.
So that's a big one. So that meant that he obviously, he's done his stint. As you say, he was just in the car a few moments ago, and now he's decided to not go to sleep, which I certainly would have done, and then come back to watch the final hour. Let's just let your teammates do the work for a few hours.
Yeah, no, gone are the days. I think this is I've become an old man. Gone are the days of me staying up for a 24-hour race. I was talking about this recently, actually, where always when commentating and stuff, I always used to stay up for basically the entirety of the race. Because I want to know what was going on, and that was even whether it was Le Mans Virtual. I would stay up for the whole race. Now, no. I need a few hours of beauty sleep. You know what I'm saying? Give a hand though, not only to all the drivers some of the drivers that are staying up all the time. I'm sure there's some people behind the scenes as well on our end that are staying up the entire time. But broadcast director Hugo Luis, he's bringing you all of the camera footage for this race, and has done for the previous 19 hours and will do for the next 5 hours and 10 minutes. That's a long stint.
Yeah, and the thing is with 24-hour races, actually this one, to be fair, this one actually does start quite early. But one thing you always have to think about is some 24-hour races, they start like 4 p.m. So you've already been up for at least 8 hours, let's say, of the day, and then you're starting the 24. So it actually ends up being like a 32-hour race at that point. It's a tough one. Fortunately, this is a nice midday one. So it makes that start for yesterday morning just that little bit easier, but still it's a long day for all of those involved, but it's good fun. And there's a lot of 24-hour races throughout the year now. Back in the day, it's just a couple here and there, but now, I mean, you can do one almost every month if you wanted to. And of course you have the bit in the middle of the season where there's one basically every weekend if you want to race on different platforms.
Yeah, again, it's where I drew a line in the sand between myself and Spa, which was 2020. Was it 2021? I think so. Yeah, might have been 20. No, it was 21 because it was my first year on RaceSpot. And it was a Tokyo. It was 21 because the Tokyo Olympics. And I remember getting my Lego Porsche and building that whilst Tokyo Olympics going on. The reason why I bring it up, sounds like I've gone on a complete tangent, was that we had 5 consecutive weekends where there was, I think in that entire time you had the real world 24 hours of Spa, you had the SRO Esports 24 hours of Spa, you had the SimGrid VCO World Cup 24 hours of Spa, there was the I can't remember what it is, there was one, there was the official iRacing one, and what was it? There was another one as well. There was another one on iRacing. I can't remember what it was. But there was 5 consecutive weekends where there was a 24-hour race at Spa. And thankfully I didn't commentate on the real world on that one. But I did commentate on the other 4. And I just remember thinking, I'm like, oh, I hate this. Oh, I'm bored. I've seen the same race 4 times, and the real world one was a bit different. But it's like, oh my goodness me. I was like, no, I can't do this anymore.
Yes, Spa, and I mean, it's a good race. It's definitely not the best 24-hour race though. So 5 weeks is certainly a tough one. Also think about some of the drivers, because some of the drivers would have done multiple of those as well. That is, I mean, I need some time to recover after a 24-hour race. Although I do like the feeling when you wake up in the morning though, and you actually get to the end of the race. But yeah, doing it every week is quite something.
Just seen a pretty close call for Alpha Esports in the 32 for Team Loose Spurwing in the number 14, the team that's currently running in second in the class, as the 390 Aztec racing car, Gabriel Yilmaz, was off the road slightly and then rejoined quite terrifyingly going through that corner there, the final chicane. Here we go. Talk us through it, Cam.
Oh, that's very tight up the inside, just making some contact with the Porsche. Almost rejoined in towards the Ferrari. Does a good job of reversing. Oh, that is okay. Yeah, no, that when a rejoin makes you make noises like that, it's not a good one.
That was an interesting noise that I've heard. I've not heard that one from you, Cam. My goodness, wow.
Yeah, I mean, he just rolled back on the track in front of 3 cars. That's not how to do it, by the way.
Weirdly enough, no, it is not. That was extremely scary. We've got ST Racing here, third GT4, rolling off of pit lane. You'll see as we ride on board on the way out of pit lane, they may take what might be classified as quite an odd line, because you'll see the pit exit line, if there isn't one really. As you come out of here on the slip road, the dotted line basically runs diagonally straight across, always just a flat line straight across. Now, from what we've been told in race control, they've generally been told to hold the outside line before rejoining over to the racing line, unless obviously it was clear. Because I think earlier on in the race there was a couple of incidents, and they were told this in the briefing, that on the way out of pit lane you've got to stay right. As much as there is no pit exit line, no blend line basically for the racetrack, you've kind of got to stay on the outside, because as you come out of pit lane they're in your blind spot.
Is it one of those things where if it doesn't cause an incident, it's not really?
Yeah, probably.
I would assume so. But it is a really awkward pit exit here, considering. We were talking earlier about the changes to the track and the millions that they spent on it. It's not a nice one, just with the natural racing line, how you sort of come wide through turn 2. It does get a little bit awkward.
It's not that bad though, and you know me and my pit lane exits and entrances and how angry I get about them.
You're angry about the little awkward things like that, yeah?
What do you mean?
Rejoins.
That's fine. No, yeah, I do. Yeah, that's fine. That's true. No, I do get angry about pit exits, mostly because it's like a lot of the time it's just like you're looking at it being like, who designed this? Who thought that was a good idea? And there are some
Ring.
Sometimes where space is a problem. Red Bull Ring's entrance is appalling, but then I will say, as much as it is appalling, it's because I was like, they should probably if they'd have moved the pit entry earlier, but then I think the inside of that's a nature reserve or something like that. They can't just bulldoze it and just go, we'll just put the pit entry here. I still maintain that the UK does have one of the worst pit exits that I've ever seen, which
track
is Brands Hatch.
Yes, right onto the apex.
At what point? I understand space is a problem, but my goodness, pit exit straight onto the apex of an extremely fast blind right-hander, 11 out of 10 would do it again. It is baffling, and it's why most of the racing that happens around there doesn't involve pit stops. It's only really like GT World. It's only like some of the GT stuff.
Yeah, that is a pretty tragic one, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, they can't really move it to the right because of real estate, so they do have a bit of a problem there. Yeah, there could certainly be a few improvements out there, but I guess it's just money and logistics at the end of the day.
But then, like you say, a lot of it is real estate. It's sometimes.
I just thought of one.
Go on.
Korea
is pretty bad. Korea is
the old F1 track.
Yeah, Korea is a young game. I mean, in an F1 car, the pit entry is not actually as bad as because the entrance is on a flat-out right-hander, and you just keep turning right, which is very distracting. But technically speaking, you don't have to brake until you're actually off of the track. But it's still really stupid. This is terrifying, as we've basically got everyone apparently on the circuit at the same time.
We certainly do, and this is Prismatic in P15 there in the Audi, and just behind them is Aztec in the M4. But look how many cars have bunched together on the track. This is very difficult for the drivers to work out. Of course, Daylight has sprung, and Prismatic have not gone through there very fast. Indeed, Aztec, the 290 machine, are going to be getting to the right-hand side. They've got Porsche GT4 traffic. They've got the Audi just up ahead. Prismatic have to back out of that one. So Aztec, they get through, and they work their way up to 15th place.
Yeah, I've got to say, the Aztec racing car really forced the issue there going into that, making that 3 wide, as we now have 5 hours left to go in the race. But yeah, Aztec did force the issue on the Prismatic car, but Joe Mugford, to be fair, did the wise option and backed out there, which most people wouldn't do. So actually respect that.
Yes, sometimes you have to choose your battles, and that was certainly not one going 3 wide into a one-line corner, but it does mean that they lose that position. So that's a Toby Crosser for Aztec, who's worked their way up. Excuse me, and they're actually only about 7 seconds behind the next car. We've got Wild Things Racing, the 79, not too far up. So let's see if Crosser can make some movements. Although having said that, the pace from Darryl Young is looking very good. Obviously, there was the overtake on the previous lap, but he was a second lap faster.
Yeah, indeed. You did mention that the sun is basically up. It is up, but it's come up behind this fog. Again, there was fog at the start of the race as well. It's been on and off. We didn't get a lovely the sunrise shot because, well, it's been hidden. Look at this.
We're in the UK, bruv.
We are in the UK, bruv. You're absolutely right. I can tell you for sure, outside my window in real life, sun ain't up yet.
I was going to say it's definitely not light, but of course we're racing a couple of months early with the in-sim time being now the 29th of September. So we have a few extra hours of daylight, which is always good, because actually one of the things about, for instance, like Le Mans, is that we do it bang basically at the shortest or the longest day of the year, so the shortest night. So it actually isn't nighttime for very long, but then you go to, say, Daytona in January, and it's half of the race is night. So it's very interesting depending on when you do the race.
But do you know a fun fact about Daytona at night? In the 24 hours a day, it's fun facts.
They lower the light, the front lights intensity.
Do you know by how much? I think it's 30% or something like that.
I would guess like 30%. What is it? What's the reason for that again?
It's so that in the endurance setting, they actually have to use the headlights on the car, because if not, you can get away with just driving without headlights, and also it would make the infield really awkward. It's fine, but it's to make it slightly brighter, but not really.
Yeah, I do hate it when it. From a spectator point of view, at least, when it's like a pitch black 24 hours like this, when there's no floodlights at all, and also Nürburgring is pretty difficult. Having said that, they do turn off the TV cameras, don't they, overnight anyway, so you can't see much on the Nordschleife. But I do like when you at least have a few lights and you have that sort of ambiance of it being a night race. It's always difficult when it's just completely pitch black.
Yeah, also from our point of view, it makes it impossible to tell who we're looking at. At the moment, though, I can tell you exactly who we're looking at. It's our race leader, of course, Alexander Bird, behind the wheel of the WSR Esports ButtKicker car. Currently leading by just over a lap from BRT, who themselves have 2 laps over the Team Loose Spurwing car. Then we've got 3 cars basically on the same lap. The Project 91 Thomas Eng Sim Racing car and the Team Red X Sim Sport all basically on the same lap there, 3rd, 4th and 5th. In the GT4 lead, it still remains Satellite Racing out front, and that is, of course, Ayrton Williams behind the wheel, a minute and a bit ahead of the Altitude Esports by Sim Stickers. SC Racing Esports then behind that, all 3 of those separated by a minute and a bit apiece. It's about a lap and a half between the top 3 in that category. Then we get TSRC, who's a lap back, only about 26 seconds clear of the Cube Controls Reparto Corsa car, who currently run in 5th position in category. 5 hours left to go, and you can see in the top right there, Cam. Thankfully, not like what we had at Sebring at the start of the year, where we had... Was that the start of this year? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Where we had Arjuna do an absolutely god-awful weather report on the iRacing 12 hours of Sebring. Thankfully, we just get the radar.
Oh my word! I put that to the back of my memory. I completely forgot about that. Yes, that was quite something. The weather forecast by Arjuna. I mean, he's certainly very creative in these things, and that was certainly a good meme to look back on at some point. But I remember that race actually quite wet. First special event with the rain from memory as well. So hopefully the rain isn't too bad for these drivers, but even just a little sprinkling makes it quite awkward, because you have to remember with these cars, when they do their pit stop, so ultimately the rough idea for a 24-hour race is approximately fuel lasts an hour, so you want to have like 24 stints pitting every hour, roughly is what you want to do. But obviously when the rain comes down, the rain doesn't care what time of the race it is. It could come down halfway through a stint, but then you got to think, do I then try and get to the end of the stint so I don't lose time by adding an extra pit stop, or do I then stay out, but then I will lose time being slower on the worn-out slick tyres? So it becomes very difficult to judge what is actually better. But then sometimes it comes down to just being on the right tyres and therefore keeping the car on the track and not spinning out.
Yeah, I will say that they've been aware of this rain potentially coming for a long time. And I will say, it does say precipitation. I've not played enough with the weather to know exactly what everything means. That's fine. It does say precipitation at 8 a.m. is 100%, and it will be 100% for half an hour, and then it will drop off. It's 53% at 7:45, and that is, of course, in just over half an hour. So the rain might start in around half hour's time when we start seeing some come in, which should be very, very interesting indeed. I'm sure a lot of drivers will be ready for it. Obviously, a lot of drivers, they might be starting new stints fairly recently to make sure that they're in the window. We were supposed to get we were scheduled to have 3 interviews in this, at least. We were supposed to have Luca Monroe, obviously tick that one off. We were supposed to have Ronnie Smith and Stanley Deslandis. We've not seen either of them at the moment, but that's absolutely fine.
Sleeping.
Yeah, that's chill. I'm not going to be super duper offended by it. And then we were also supposed to get mine and Cam's free entry ticket machine for the British touring cars for this stint. But Dan Kell, Dan Kell is behind the wheel of the E-Datum car at the moment. So he said he was going to come for an interview, and he will be behind the wheel of that car whilst it rains for the entire time. So we will not catch Dan Kell in this.
Why not? Who said live interviews aren't possible in this day? It's 2024.
I have interviewed him live before. God, that was a deceptive camera angle, wasn't it? It looked like the car wasn't even moving. We zoomed in that far with the fog around. Can I just say, can you see the raindrops?
Rain is definitely here. Rain is definitely here. Spray on the tyres as well. And this becomes a little bit awkward for those drivers who've literally just come through pit lane, such as our third place overall, the Team Loose Spurwing car. They've just come through pit lane, and now they've got to decide, do we want to come back down, or are we going to stay out?
Well, obviously you can't go onto wet tyres now. There's no way. This is not going to be a wet track for a little while. It's not coming down that heavily. So, God, look how dirty that car is. I've said this before, I love a dirty race car. Do love a dirty race car.
Have you been to those museums when they leave the race-winning cars? They are so cool.
I actually had an interesting chat about that with my good mate, Martin Haven. It's not... It was whilst we were live. It's whilst we were live, don't worry. But you said how, obviously, back in the day, they would have, like, the car comes across the line, and then it would be cleaned, and then, put in a museum or whatever. And it was like, there was a thing that was like, particularly in the early 2000s, where as soon as the car comes to the line at Le Mans, they would then be sprayed with effectively like, it would be like minutes after the race, they'd be sprayed with basically what is like a sealant to basically preserve the car from that point on, to make sure that none of the rubber, blah 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 blah. And he was like, and that was it. And then the car was saved in that moment. And it was like, yeah, cool, that's it. That's that one.
Imagine the money that you need to have for that, though, because I mean, obviously, I don't know what these cars are worth from the factory, but there must be like $500,000 from the car from the manufacturer. So to be like, we'll just build another chassis. Because loads of the other race teams, they'll have their like 2 chassis. So once they're done, they'll take it back, they'll clean up, and then they'll go racing the next weekend. Doesn't matter whether it's won or finished last. You know what I mean? So especially if you're more of like an independent team. So for these, big factories to do that, that's pretty cool. But I guess that just shows you the money and the effort they put into these things. Because when you see it, it is quite something. Because it keeps the history. Because it's that dirt, it's that rubber that's still on the car.
Yeah, indeed. I will say, with the entirety of this race now coming down to a little bit of wet weather here, with 5 hours left to go, this is where we're going to see a little bit of drama, I am sure. Surely we're not at wet weather, though. Surely we're not at wet weather.
Yeah, I mean, you say that. Is that the 41? Was there contact, or is that the 41 just still getting out to? That's the 94 machine. That is the Quad Dash Racing. Yanni Tahar is in the car at the moment. 10th position in your GT3 category. Obviously, just having an issue there. Might have actually lost a place. Sim Dynamics might have actually just gained that place in that incident.
Yeah, indeed, as well.
It is contact with the leader. The 41 down the inside. Half a door was open, but not enough for the Audi to get through.
No, but again, that is sometimes how it goes. Again, it's going to get a little bit more awkward as the rain's coming down. And in fact, it does seem as though it's lightened up. I think the rain has stopped, actually. Yeah, the rain has stopped. This is not the only bit of rain. You would have seen on the weather radar that we had pop up that there's a couple of bands of rain. Let's see what's happened to the Team Loose Spurwing car. Whoa! Oh, is that a wheel failure? It's wheel failure. That's no.
Yeah, when it goes full left
lock. Full left lock. That's a wheel failure.
That is a shame. What are we, 19 and a bit hours into this race, and someone's wheel, unfortunately. That, of course, is from high up as well. So that's Edward Hope. That's the car I was just talking about, who's just been down pit road. So I didn't see if they driver swapped. I wonder if he's only just got into that car and then something going wrong. As we've also got another team was just down pit road. But then this is Hope. And as you can see, having to get some damage repairs because the front bumper was off there. Looks like they got that sorted, but they might need to change driver if he's got some hardware issues.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, this is where it's a little bit of a shame getting this late in the race. And like I say, Ed Hope into the pit lane has been towed back, which is a bit of a shame. Obviously, we did commentate on both Ed and Will Hope last year in the Formula Ford Sports Series, the British Formula 4 Esports Championship, running in a really solid position. And then, like you say, wheel failure. Well, by wheel failure, what we mean is the sim racing wheel that you're using to pilot the car around the circuit, that has disconnected to some degree or failed in something. I'm not saying about any of the four wheels on the car itself. We are talking about the physical wheel that you're using to drive round. So there's been some disconnect between that and the computer, which has caused that car to go off, which is a big shame.
Yeah, and then when it's obviously doesn't have the reading of the axis for the game, it just goes to the default, which would be far left, which is why often when a wheel disconnects, you'll see the cars slide off to the left-hand side of the track, as we are, of course, seeing your race leader here still circulate around. Doesn't seem to be obviously any major damage on that car. They do have a lap lead. They will have some optional repairs, I assume, at a pit stop, and they have the time to be able to serve it, which is quite a luxury if they don't have any fast repairs. But as we've seen, their team Loose Spurwing, they are losing some more positions. Alpha Esports getting past them, so I think it might be a bit of a long stop there for them.
They have just left pit lane. Ed Hope behind the wheel. So they definitely had a fast repair because he hit the wall quite hard. But the Team Loose Spurwing car is now out of pit lane. Isn't too far behind Camilo Dehan. You can see there in the top right. So that first band of rain passed. The rain stopped. And now we're about to get a bit heavier. It will stop again. And then it will get much heavier. We're going to go up towards, I believe, towards the yellow. We've got a little bit of a band of yellow rain, which is... The more I say that, I'm not going to repeat. That's fine. But it's some stronger rain is on its way. Let's go with that.
And just for reference, we're about 5-6 seconds a lap slower at this moment in time. So it's nothing crazy just yet, but at some point it will make sense to come in, at least in terms of your lap times, to get the wet tyres on. But then it also depends with your strategy. If you're going to end up doing an extra pit stop, for instance, Alexander Bird leading the race, he's on lap 25 of the stint. So in another 5 or so laps, he would be coming into the pit lane anyway. So at that point, it kind of makes sense. But if you're, say, in third place, the Project 91, they pit 10 laps ago. So they still got another 20 odd laps as we're seeing the Britcar go for a spin. That's number 20, who we were looking at a little bit earlier, and just catching the curb on the exit of the final corner.
I believe that was right in front of Satellite as well. So race leaders in the GT4 category working their way through. I mean, the thing is with this rain, right, is that you're definitely seeing a fair amount of spray, which will tell you that it's probably not that far away from wet tyres. I think we probably are at wet tyres at the moment, as we're seeing the CRS X-Car esports car go for a bit of a spin. Alpha Esports Camilla de Haan into the pit lane. I think this is pushing on wet tyres now. There's a lot of spray.
I agree. It's such a difficult choice, because if you've worked out your stint run, you know, to the end of the race, then it's going to completely change things. You're going to have to be on your toes. And imagine if, you know, some of your drivers are still sleeping and they're waking up, and then your plan is going to change very, very quickly. Indeed. So we'll have to see from that one how the teams work this out. But I think you're right, with the lap times getting slower and slower, some spins coming out at some point, it almost becomes a safety concern, because you don't want to end up in the wall, because then your race really is over.
Camilla de Haan directly behind Ed Hope in all of this, is team heaped together. That's how I felt when we were driving together, Cam. Into the barrier a little bit in the GT4s. Just touched the curb there a little bit on the left-hand side going through Chapel, and you've got to stay off the curb in these wet conditions, and unfortunately sent into the barrier. In your picture though, Camilla de Haan went into the pit lane. It wasn't for wet tyres or anything, it was for a drive-through penalty. Ooh. But courtesy of Ed Hope being off the road, Camilla de Haan actually only lost about 3 seconds in that battle with the drive-through, as we look to the Sim Dynamics Sunoco Race Fuels car going for a spin at T3.
Yes, so they were facing backwards as the race leader just went far past. Oh, that's obviously a bit of a sketchy point of the track, because it's almost a mirror image with the 44 DCW Racing orange entry that's gone around. And Connexus Motorsport is also through turn 3. So it really is the point where you want those wet tyres to come on the car, but just work it out. When is the best point? I do assume that the WSR car that we're looking on board here, the number 41, I do believe they're just going to stay until they run out of fuel, because they're only a few laps away. But for some other drivers, it's a big choice to come in, because this really is off strategy in terms of the dry running numbers.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, look, it's very interesting, as team the Spurwing have come into the pit lane. Surprising that not too many are coming down at the moment, but that's, I think, because people are being patient. They're waiting out to their pit stops. Like I said, you'll see our race leader, Alexander Bird, probably will hang on until the their typical time for a pit stop, because guess what? Rain stopped again.
Oh, but then the track will obviously take some time to dry up. And just to let you know, the GT3s are now slower than what a normal dry GT4 race time is, as that got very close on the exit of the corner. My word, as for the number 14 there. But fortunately, they will avoid that one.
This is very busy indeed behind all of this. You've got the Project 91 Thomas Enger Sim Racing car trying to get past. Prismatic route wide a little bit there, going a lap down on all of this. And they're also joined by a team name that I actually find really relatable, which is Project Not Last. Great name.
Are they in last position? Exactly.
Last.
So the project is working. The investors should continue their support of that entry, as we are seeing here. This is Bevan coming up through Woodcut and trying to get the run. But look at the sky being this yellowy, orangey colour now. He looks down the inside, big send in towards Cops. He's gonna make it work and get past the 91. But I don't know if that was completely intentional, but he just broke way later.
Yeah, just had way more speed to carry through, way more confidence in these conditions. That car that he just dived, did Alfie Bevan, was Chris Shirata, who is the driver who's running in 3rd position in this race. I wonder if that Audi is running on wet tyres. I'd say it probably is, based on the grip difference.
Yes, we'll have to just have a quick check. Yeah, they've just pit, of course.
Yeah.
So they are, I would assume, on the wet tyres. I don't think it would make sense to go on the dries if you're just making the pit stop now. The race leader has come in, the WSR car, as well. So I definitely think everyone else will be in the next few laps or so. But it just depends if you have the confidence to stay out and if you think it's going to dry up. But in the background, yep, more cars choosing. About 4 cars there, all choosing that this is the lap to come in.
Yeah, I think, like I say, it's going to be important now to get your timing right, especially if you're in close battles to get into the pit lane. Whilst it is not raining now, it is going to rain heavier. So you've kind of just got to get ahead of it. As much as always need to be on the right tyre at the right time, I think even now, before this heavier band of rain has hit, definitely the wet tyres are the ones to be on right now. So you might as well just try and get ahead of it.
Indeed, and I mean there is quite a few cars though out on the track. So what are we at? 49 cars still on the track. So it's going to be or 48 cars even. So it's going to dry up very quickly as such when they're all on the wet tyres and it stops raining. But if it does continue to rain, then I would definitely want to be on the wet tyres at this point. As you say there, it just starts drizzling down again. The 91 leaves the pit lane and hopefully they can continue on nicely. I do wonder how many drivers actually did any sort of wet practice or if they're all just going into this completely blind.
Yeah, I mean, surely you would assume a race set in September, you would assume that you would do some weather practice. That's it as well. There has been a while the rain, like we've been aware the rain is going to hit. So they might have been able to do some practice as Tom Katsadonis manages to work his way past the lack of pace behind the wheel of the E-Datum car. Yes, that's Dan Kell.
Ooh, so he's in the car and he's avoiding the interview by doing so. I don't know why he would have wanted to do that because of course he would be a very good interviewer, but we'll have to see if we can try and get him at some point a bit later on in the broadcast booth. I also see good old William Chadwick is in the 91 car now in 3rd place. Hopefully he has a bit of a better run from it from some of the stuff that I've seen him drive recently. Hasn't quite gone his way.
Well, I mean, to be fair, one of the drivers that's also on this grid, Ronnie Smith, of course, was gifted a victory courtesy of Willie C. Absolutely. Who was it that he batted off?
I mean, there was a couple of cars. Which one are you talking about? Because that's the issue. There's a few incidents.
Down at there were a few. It was down at turn 1 at Alton Park, and he slapped someone off the road. It was, to be fair, it would have been Gergo. No, Gergo.
It was wet. It was wet like this.
It was wet. It was wet. Yeah, he's had a fair amount of experience driving in the wet. Gergo. The contact between Gergo and him was
not his fault. Yeah, and that wasn't his fault, to be fair. But yes, a couple of them were. Having said that, he obviously did you see that fight that he had in the Contenders series? Oh my word, that battle on the last lap in Spa, that shows you what Chadwick can do. So we can't say all bad things. He definitely is an absolute peddler when he needs to.
I've just seen quite an interesting incident, a double incident, you might say. There was the car 456, which is the Prestanda Nomad car, which was stationary as our race leaders were working their way through. Let's see what happened to them. So that's the typical slide that we've seen a fair few times. Look to the left of this, though, as they wait on the circuit. There's going to be a few cars come through, including a GT4 Mercedes. Look at that car there. Whoa, there it goes into the barrier really hard. That was very concerning indeed and nearly added to the incident quite a bit.
Yes, that would have been not ideal. So it's definitely very wet at that point of the track, as you say. There's been a few replays of that, but it's not a replay of a replay. It is definitely, a few different cars. So let's have a look, obviously, how this one works out. But I've just been told there's a penalty for the leader, which, being a lap in the lead, may not be the biggest issue for them, but maybe a few issues starting to come for the 41.
Oh yeah, I see that. That's come from race control. So we'll have to see how aggressive the penalty is.
Stop and go.
How long?
Doesn't say.
Doesn't say. Lovely. That's fine. It is what it is. Satellite Racing into the pit lane for the GT4 lead. ST Racing also into the pit lane from third position in GT4. Like I say, a penalty looming over the head of our race leaders.
There was definitely a Porsche going off the runoff there at Cops. I think they should be okay from the angle that they were, although I can't. Maybe there is a GT4 came just in the background. Let's see. It's this Benjamin Tram and the 74. He's been around a couple of times in the dry rejoins just in front of one of the Audis there, and that should be okay. We also see in the 19 of Abbott's sliding off, but able to just about catch that one up. And then also some further drives over the 101 go wide. So we've definitely seen there's a few corners where the wet patches are a bit deeper because more drivers seem to go off there. And Joe Glass as well goes for a spin. He turns left in the right-handed corner.
Yeah, which is not ideal unless you are Lightning McQueen. There is another hit into the barrier. Prismatic had taken a bit of a whack, which is a bit of a shame because the car was running quite well for them. Here's another one, Ryan Abbott's. We did say, we were chatting with Luca Monroe earlier, that there might be a bit of drama when this wet weather hits, and well, we're getting it. Here's Ed Hope in the Team Loose Sebring car, getting a little bit of contact with one of the GT4s, and then going for a bit of a spin right ahead of one of the Audis. Yeesh, it's all very awkward. One quick update from eSports Manager at Motorsports UK, and of course one of the people behind the scenes at Race Control, Paul Crawford, just saying the stop and go just means that it's you've got to come to a stop and go. There is no mandated amount of time for it. It's not like it's a 30-second stop and go. You have to come into the pit lane, stop in the box, and then go again.
Yeah, a literal stop and go penalty as that's going to be quite a big hit into the inside wall there for Relu in the 111 machine. I thought it was going to reverse straight into that Ferrari, but it seems to be all okay. I think that's Paul Simpson in the CRS X-Kart esports car, but managed to avoid further contact there. It is getting very, very tight indeed. But look at what we have actually. Is that basically the race leader, the 41, he served his penalty, he's lost his lap lead, but he has the opportunity to put it back because the number 5 of Fernal is right in front of him.
Yep, so you got the BRT car, like I say, directly ahead, but then it's about, maybe not forcing the issue on that Merc. But that said, I'm sure Castanelis will want to do it. Here's Ryan Abbott's going for another spin. Bit of a shame. That's a long slide off the circuit. Here's another one as well for the Prismatic car. Considering these cars have traction control, that shows how difficult it is. Got onto the throttle when the car just went.
Absolutely. Ryan Abbott's 4th one goes around. So this is the RAF E Motorsports entry. They are last as it stands. They are 94. Is that correct? No, that must be 94 laps off the next car. So they are hundreds of laps down in total. They've got they've obviously had a few incidents this race to be that many laps down. I mean, that's hours. We're talking hours in the pit lane. So they've only done 190 laps in this race. So when the leader's on 567.
Well, see, according to this, they're 190 laps.
Sorry, 190 laps down. Yes,
they've done 376 laps. So effectively, compared to the rest of the race, they have done two-thirds of the race. So they're still back on like hours. They're a few hours back. Yeah, they're still in the middle of the night. That is so. To be fair, honestly, respect it. I respect that. You're that many laps down, and you're still going. No, we're getting to the end of this race. We'll give it a go. I respect that because I'm not gonna lie. I would have. If Ford gone for a nap, got ready for the Grand Prix.
Indeed. So they've still done 377 laps in this race. So they've done a lot of driving so far. So to be fair, you might as well keep going. So yeah, actually, bit of quick maths. Yeah, they must have still been doing over 12 hours of driving in this race. So at that point, you might as well do the 4.5 to the end, just see what happens, and hopefully maybe gain. Actually, no, they're probably not going to gain a position because they need to do 120 odd laps to get the next place which is the Connexus number 31 car.
Yeah, they're probably not doing 120 laps before the end of the race. Well, they will do, but
not more than the cars. Yeah.
Yeah. I respect it because I definitely would be. I'd be in bed at the moment if that was the case. Getting ready for a day of sport. Are you more excited for the Grand Prix or for Arsenal versus United? Because you're going down.
It's kind of that goes off another week.
It's not Arsenal United. It's City Liverpool.
I'd say truth. I don't really watch football anymore. So I guess probably the F1 is the one to look at sport-wise today for me.
Yeah, there's no golf on at the moment, so
gutted.
Oh, whoa! That is a big one for Ram Ranch. You're going to hit the barrier, and Harry happens as well. What? Even that, I think. Yeah, I was going to say, it must be the 69 got on the curb, and as soon as it dabbed the brake, the rear snapped left, pushing the front of the car to the right, straight into the side of the car, and that's a one-way ticket to the pit lane.
But he rolled in reverse. It wasn't like he was locking the brakes, so hopefully there wasn't some further issues. Although I guess it's so slippy, you're just going to slide off there no matter what happens. But that is very awkward indeed. He was leaving the space, and you see, just as he hit the brakes, there was just that jink. It must have been the rear wheel on the curb, and unfortunately a big contact into the wall, and that is going to be a fast repair if they've got one remaining.
Yeah, but then even though I will say they were squeezed a little bit, maybe a little bit too much there, as Joe Glass goes for a spin around, and Ed Hope goes off the road at Brooklyn. It's going to get a lot of these replays over the next at least hour and 25 minutes. That's awkward as well.
Yeah, he was trying to be nice and not really join on, but he almost had a second swing because of that. Paul Simpson, number 50 car, we've seen a couple of times, but he's now the next driver to spin the car around for the CRS X-Car Esports entry, as we have had the lap go back on BRT. So WSR, they've got through, and they now have comfortably a lap's advantage, and even a stop-go penalty hasn't stopped them and their tracks to potentially go and win this race. But there's still plenty of driving and a lot of awkwardness with this rain still to go.
Yeah, only stopped them for a brief margin, and then they were set on their merry way to lead this race by an entire lap. But we're 19.5 hours in, 4.5 hours left to go, and thankfully for all of you sat at home thinking one of these two idiots out of the comedy booth, you've only got an hour and 20 or so with us, so it's fine. Don't worry, it's all good.
I'm sure there's a few out there, but certainly for the race itself, we've now ended up with a lap lead in your GT4s as well. With Satellite Racing now over a lap ahead, but it is quite close for that second place in behind. The number 3 entry has been looking quite strong since we've been in the booth, and they are only 17 seconds off the Altitude Esports 111, so I wonder if that is going to come back to them at some point.
I will also say, because we're talking about this a lot at the iRacing Sebring 12 hour, when obviously rain was introduced into an iRacing special event for the first time. When we were talking of rain and races and how it can make things exciting, it can make things boring. I am glad this rain has hit in the final portions of this race to kind of make things a little bit interesting, a little bit on the edge, a little bit exciting. But I distinctly remember with Sebring, because was it the first 6 hours that had like a lot of weather hit and all that kind of stuff, and then the last 6 hours, I'm pretty sure nothing happened.
So I'm trying to remember that. I think I did the middle 4, hours.
Because I
with
think
Arjuna.
did we not?
Or well, maybe I did like 2 with you, 2 with Arjuna, something like that.
Okay.
And I remember it was drying up, but the issue is when you get the dry line, especially in multi-class racing like we had there, it made the overtaking so difficult. Of course, we do have multi-class here with the 2 classes, but it's a little bit less extreme compared to, of course, the hypercars and the GTDs.
Ooh, hypercars. Yeesh. Wrong side of the Atlantic to be kicking that name around.
GT, what are they called? What are they called again?
GTPs or LMT8.
GTPs, that's it, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Chris Smith.
Close enough. Hybrid prototypes, all right.
That's fine. I mean, look, it's the same thing. It is the same. It is basically the same. But it's just, hypercars is whack. That's fine. It's the same thing. It's the same regulations. It's fine.
They race on the track together. Okay, that's all I need to know.
No, honestly, I'm the same as you. I actually don't care. But before any of the proper anoraks go for it and tell you what you're doing right and wrong, I thought I'd get ahead. Team Luke Spurwing, by the way, just seen them backwards again. Here they are. Ed Hope.
He's not having the best stint as he's just spinning in front of about 4 cars, and then there's another 3 coming in behind. They all going to avoid him. They just about do. But Ed Hope is he is struggling to keep that car on the track, and now he's got another rejoin. Oh, that is not ideal. Aston Martin there. Abbott's had to try and get completely out of the way there. So Hope needs to just get a little bit more comfortable in these conditions.
You could say he's hoping for a clean couple of laps after this. The O says it all. I will say, looking at that spin though, how awkward did that look as soon as he was offline? It just looked as if the car didn't want to do anything.
We saw that with a couple of these moments. It was also the Ferrari that we just saw spin down in turn 3 as well. As soon as you just go slight, so you can keep the car like complete control. As soon as you just have that little slide, the car is just uncontrollable. Even just the tiniest bit, you go a couple of degrees or slip on the rear wheel, and then it just spins around. It's pretty brutal, actually, how on the limit these cars are. So yeah, basically, don't spin is the important factor, and especially with what we're seeing at the moment is we're seeing a slightly slight racing line come in certain corners, and that makes it even more difficult because if you go in slightly too fast, you go wide onto the wet patch. The outside wheels obviously more wet than the inside, and then you spin around.
Yeah, and the important bit here is where you've spent the last 20 hours basically brushing up on all the curbs. You'll see this from most of them now, is they're giving a little bit of margin to the curbs because you can't touch the curbs really in these. If you touch the curb, you're going for a spin straight away, because you've got to remember when you touch the curb, for one, it's where a lot of the puddles appear. It's generally around the curbing, but also as you touch the curb, effectively because of how they're sort of bumpy and straight and stuff, your wheel is no longer making contact with the ground even for a brief margin, and that can be enough to allow the water to get even. Then you just go for a spin. Yeah,
it just unsettles the car really, and the saying of smooth is fast and all of that is very true. You've got to keep the car just doing what it's designed to do. Nice one input in, one input out of each corner, but easier said than done in these conditions, as we've definitely got that racing line that's forming, but that becomes even more difficult because when you have water on top of the rubber line, it actually is a little bit more slippy. So then you have to try and work out some different points. But no major wet lines been taken, at least from the BRT car that we are looking on board with at the moment. Of course, this is your second place team. They just got a lap put on them. But last lap, Fernal here, he was 4 seconds a lap slower than the WSR car. So definitely some big time gaps between some of these drivers.
Yes, indeed. And Team Loose Spurwing have lost another position as they're in the pit lane. Is Ed Hopes. There might have been a couple of problems for their car. So it is the Nomad Academy that have worked their way through now into 6th position, which is important because it's the final position that's locked on our tower as Luke Sherlock goes for a bit of a spin. That was obviously going for T4.
the number 20. It's the Leonid Racing Britcar, number 20 that we've been on board with. They are now, so they had that battle with the 23, the iSport GBR car that Callum Gibson's now driving. They are now over a minute behind, subject to the changes in the race. They had a great battle earlier on. 23 got past and hasn't looked back ever since. So that's an important move for them, for the number 23, but they are still a minute off the next car, which is the problem at this point in the race. But looking at the pace around them, they're actually not doing too badly indeed. So here's the number 14 back out on the track and trying to rotate themselves around the track in a straight line this time.
We are on a bit of a break for the rain at the moment, but it is expected to start again very, very soon. And the rain from this point on will probably last, once it starts again, it'll probably last around an hour. And it's going to be heavier than it was before. You can see the band there that we've just gone through. We're about to go into a larger band of rain that should last a longer period of time. So whilst the track is only classified as being lightly wet at the moment, it is going to become quite wet indeed. So if you thought the track was difficult to drive on at the moment, it's probably about to get quite a lot harder. Sorry.
And the issue regarding the drivers, and you always talk about some teams, maybe they want to get a certain driver in the car. Now that we're in these wet conditions, the stints are going to be much, much longer because you're on the throttle way less in these wet conditions. So the fuel mileage just goes way up, and obviously the lap physically takes longer as well. So you'll be doing much, much longer stints. So you have a lot. It's a lot more difficult to swap the drivers because you want to do that at a normal pit stop, but obviously that is going to be a little bit awkward as the 14 there gets bit tight with the I think that's the 92. The GT4 Mercedes manages to get through down towards turn 1, definitely just losing a bit of time there, but certainly the drivers who are in there now, if they've just made a pit stop, they're going to be in there for a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like I say, it's becoming a very interesting part of the race, less so for like the actual on-track racing and such, but more so because it's intriguing who's going to survive. That's what I said about the on-track racing. It's looking like it's not a million miles away here between the legends of E-Datum on board with Dan Cow and Joe Glass not too far ahead. Dan Cow at the moment 5K rated, Joe Glass 1.8K, so it should be easy for Dan Cow. Hopefully he doesn't bin it.
Forcing it, Lewis. Unfortunately, I don't think that's how it works. But yeah, the 47 here is obviously trying to chase down the car up ahead. As you see, he is taking slightly different racing lines to what he would in the dry conditions. But Danko, very experienced driver, should know what he's doing by now. Yes, he takes a lot sharper of a line in towards turn 3 to try and not be on that rubber line. And I wonder if it's going to be working, because his pace is looking all right as it stands in terms of the cars around him. Although he was slightly slower than Glass on that previous lap.
Yeah, of course, Danko is also, I don't know what his job title is. I genuinely don't know, but it's like race engineer / something else, I don't know. But of course, he does work for High-Tech, so he lives just down the road from the track in Toaster, not Towchester, as there is a big slide for Joe Glass. That's going to allow Dan Cowell to get through nice and easily, even with a couple of big slides himself. But Dan Cowell will probably be well aware as to how to drive in the wet weather conditions. Has driven in the wet an awful lot, driving a Sierra, and also guiding Reza Swarthen, of course, to a solid position in British F4. It's the driver he was working with quite close to. He'll be working in British F4 next year as well. It's a busy man. He'll be able to get us plenty more free tickets.
Yeah, he is so busy that I met him at a random Greg's in London.
Oh, yeah, I remember you said about that.
I was just going for lunch, on my lunch break. I never go to Greg's for lunch, by the way, never. I go to Greg's and he is there. what are the chances? He doesn't live there. I never go to Greg's. We're in London, and I see him. That was certainly a wild experience.
Honestly, it was quite fun because I can't remember what I was doing, but I had, within about 30 seconds, I had a message from both Cam and from Dan being like, "You'll never guess who I've just met." And I was like, weirdly enough, I think I might be able to guess as we'll see Joe Glass go for a bit of a spin. It is a small world, but there's another one. It's going to be a big one for the 46. Ooh, Joe, that's saved pretty well. They saved very well indeed for the 46.
Yeah, absolutely not too bad. Of course, that spin meaning that Kel's got that position. And he now has a minute to the next car, so just needs to keep on driving. And they obviously haven't had quite the smoothest of races because I just noticed they are 6 laps off the lead, despite being in that 12th place. So they've obviously lost, what's that going to be? It's over 12 minutes they've lost during the race so far, but he's continuing on very nicely indeed at this point. Seems to be fairly settled in. And looking at the pace, so we're around the 2-minute 18s, 2:19s, couple of 2:20s out there. So we are about 18 to 19 seconds off the normal, at least the fastest race time. So I wonder at what point we're going to, obviously when I just say that it may not dry out if you're saying we're having that much rain to the end. It may not actually dry out by the end of the race, but I'm certainly looking for more of a crossover point a bit later on, because it was around this time that they were doing on the dry tyres and they've gone to the wets, and now the time has remained the same.
The rain should lower and potentially even stop at around 9:30 to 10 a.m. So once you've been marked as safe from Lewis McGlade and Cameron Roger for about half an hour, then the rain should lower and indeed stop. And it should be dry by the time we get to the checkered flag at 12 o'clock local, so in about 4 hours time. So you've got about another hour or so of this hour and a bit of this rain to be hitting. But again, we're now about to head into the heavier portion of this rain. So now things could get quite interesting and indeed awkward. But again, you'll hear this a lot from a lot of drivers, and it's fair enough. I think it kind of doesn't really apply to the conditions we're in, but they always say that there's that fine margin where it's not raining enough, where it's actually hard to drive. But to be fair, that's more when it's greasy conditions and you're still on slicks and it's wet. But and they're definitely all on wets at the moment. But there is this kind of point where it's like some drivers would rather it be full wet at the moment rather than sort of this on-off, constantly changing lark.
Yes, and it's very difficult to practice wet conditions because it's ever changing. The amount of rain obviously makes a difference. The amount of cars on the track, how many cars have the wet tyres on, and therefore obviously how much it dries. The racing line is literally dependent on who is driving on the track and where it gets dried up. So it's very difficult indeed. As Mark Shelton, that is a big spin. That comes in towards Brooklands, just goes on the wet patch, and there's enough runoff that it doesn't go into the barrier. But that was a very sketchy moment. As you see, the racing line was just slightly inside of the curb. There was that puddle. He touched the puddle, and the car goes around.
Yeah, you don't want to be going anywhere near the puddles at the moment, because like I say, you'll go for a spin. And the thing is those spins, they are genuinely unsavable. Like, as soon as they happen so fast, and even if they happen a little bit slower, you just don't have the time to, like, they're just too awkward to catch. Which, to be fair, I rate, because that's how it is in real life. I've definitely hit a few large puddles with my car recently, ripping off a little bit underneath my car.
I was going to say, what have you been up to? But yes, you did.
Driving home at a perfectly decent speed, I have, Cam.
Yes, I'm sure. Nothing ever different to that. But ripping off an under-train, not the ideal situation. Bobby Trundley, the 63 machine, actually saves that pretty well, but then he stopped at a very awkward point on the racing line on the exit of Cops. Hopefully he managed to get that one going. He's not there now, so he should be okay. Fun fact, he used to race against Bobby karting back in the day.
Did you?
Yeah, he was much better than me. It was definitely one of the faster ones.
And now look at you. He's on a track whilst you're sat here in the commentary booth.
I mean, we still end up in the same industry, you know, in one way or another.
That's true. That is true. It is funny how things always end up, isn't it?
I mean, also, when we're saying back in the day, I mean, we're talking like 2012. I mean, this was a long time ago.
It's when I started actually caring about motorsport. Was 2012. Before that, didn't care. Wasn't interested.
Is that because F1 had 7 race winners in 7 races, and you're like, oh my god?
No, well, it's sort of, yeah, but it's because I never used to watch F1, and I was really bored one day in 2012, and it was in March, coincidentally, and I was really bored, and I had nothing else to do. I say nothing else, you know what I mean? I didn't want to do any of my homework from school, and I was a bit bored of Halo by that point, and so I opened the BBC iPlayer, and there was highlights from the Australian Grand Prix, and I thought, banter, let's give that a go.
Good old JB.
Yeah, Jensen Button won, and I was like, I actually quite enjoyed that. And I watched the Malaysian Grand Prix, and that was when I was a fan of Sergio Perez, because he was pretty cool back then. Now he's just useless, so it's fine.
It's savage.
It's true though.
Yeah, that was an era. That's because do you remember because the car was actually pretty decent that year in general, the Sauber. And do you remember, was it Monza? I believe he got on the podium in sort of doing one stop less than other people. He was a bit of a unit back then.
He was the tyre whisperer. Yeah, I can't remember if he had. I think he had 3 podiums, because it was obviously Malaysia, and then, like I said, Monza, and I believe he had a podium at Canada when Hamilton won, and then Kamui Kobayashi got a podium at the Japanese Grand Prix in that car as well. That car was actually pretty good.
It was, and it looked cool.
It did have a Chelsea logo on it, though. It did have a Chelsea logo on it.
Yeah, read into that what you will. Go back to the football talk. We did actually have a comment about that from Robbie Foster, who is a Liverpool supporter, so we'll just leave that one there.
Respect. No, respect. I hope Liverpool beat Man City, and it's really nice seeing the downfall.
Yes. I mean, it's weird how those things ebb and flow. I guess it's like some race teams. And drivers as well, who apparently are too slow now.
Yeah, we're in full podcast mode now. Might as well commit to it. Do you believe that?
No.
Hamilton's saying that he's slow now. I was like, nah, it's absolutely. I think he is.
He's just done with the situation. yeah. You know what I mean? It's like it's just everything is situational as well. It's like I'm not very good at sim racing driving anymore, neither commentary. But it's when I was more focused on it, like 6 years ago, I was like 100% focused on it. I was trying like to be good. But now when I get on the wheel, it's like, what's the motivation to go fast? Like, is what it is, I'll just drive. And then of course I'm going to be a second a lap off the pace, because I'm not actually trying to figure out, I'm not trying to go fast. I think it's a similar situation there, to push that last couple of tenths.
You are the exact same as Lewis Hamilton.
Exact same.
Exact same as Lewis Hamilton.
I'm also an 8-time world champion.
Don't let Luca Monroe hear you say that.
I should.
Great. He'll pull over and be straight back in for an interview, be like, whoa. To be fair, he'd agree with you, so that's fine. But it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Do you know why I said 8? Because 2025, mate, Ferrari are coming. It's Ferrari's year.
Do you reckon? Actually, I was having a conversation with a couple of people about this yesterday about that, but I think F1 next year is going to be very, very interesting.
Insane. It is going to be insane if the cars stay as close as they are now from the beginning.
They won't. They will not. We'll see.
Oh. Sorry, that was a change of move for position, as there was a bit of an odd mistake actually, by the Ramraj car. Just had a bit of a wiggle coming through Mangus Beckett's, and that was enough. It was just a little tiny wiggle, but that was enough to swap that one around.
Yeah, indeed. I did see one of their cars did get called back into pit lane for a penalty, courtesy of of race control. So it's for an instance. It's not for track limit excursions at instant points. It is because they've been naughty. So that's fine. It happens, doesn't it? To be fair, I never really got too much in terms of penalty in simulation. I was a good boy. Apart from that time when I was racing Matt Clip in that championship that you won, I wasn't a good boy in that. Whew, goodness me.
What? Oh yes.
Was it the WCS League Voltage something?
Yeah, well, just I think it's just got the voltage. I mean, that was just a car off the track there. I believe that was one of the GT4 Aston Martins. Of course, did not have time to see who that was. That was oh, that's the leader. That was the leader in your GT4s, the number 64 machine. He went for a spin, and that is not the nicest rejoin in front of Ramraj. He's got to be careful with that one. He's also got another car on his outside. I know you're the race leader, but still got to get back on safely. And he seems like he's okay, but he has lost the lap lead. Actually, that's why, because that's the 111. Going around the outside. That is the car in second place, and they've got their lap back.
Yeah, indeed. So probably a relatively good thing for the 111. But at the moment, like I say, Ayrton Williams, as much as that slide is awkward, it's not that bad, realistically speaking. Like, it could have been a lot worse. The fact that there's no major damage. Speaking of which, just out a little bit too wide going onto the old start-finish straight, and Mark Shelton took one quick visit into the barrier.
Did he not just do that? But on the start-finish straight instead. I swear we've already seen a replay just like that with Shelton. So that's not ideal. Maybe another fast repair to be used, but I do believe the limit is 4 fast repairs, which sounds like a lot, but it's also not, as we do have a battle in your GT3s. That's for P20 on P22. As it stands, looks like it's going to be around the outside for the Phoenix Racing entry as they try and hold on to that position.
Yeah, indeed, that was actually quite a nice move considering the conditions. So, just tidily around the outside there. So, just tidy moves. To be fair, outside line does tend to work. Well, you say all this stuff about karting lines and stuff. They've got to stay off that curb on the start finish day, on the old start finish day.
They do. I mean, you're doing 130 odd miles an hour at that point. You do not want to be getting a wiggle on. We've already seen a few drivers have some incidents there. It's definitely very, very wet out there. I mean, that's obviously quite obvious and apparent in front of us, but it is tough. Monsoon conditions out there, very wet. We've got the fog as well. The rain's coming down. The spray's in the air. 4 hours to go in this race. It's hard conditions for these drivers right now.
It really is not easy. Like I say, visibility's not ideal at any given moment, courtesy of a little bit of fog, a little bit of spray, and just the rain coming down as well. With rain still expected to come down for about an hour or so. Like I say, they're going to get relatively comfortable with these conditions. But this is the thing, right? Let's say, for example, that your driver's been in for an hour before the rain hit. The rain hit for a longer period than we were expecting. So, and you don't really want to... I guess maybe you do. When do you switch drivers? Do you want to switch drivers so that you've got a fresh driver in for the second part of this rain and for when it dries up? Or do you want to leave the same driver in? Because if you leave the same driver in, that could be like a 4-hour stint.
I am of the opinion, logically speaking, to keep the driver in there.
Agreed.
But it depends how long they've been in there. Imagine they've been in for 2 stints already, and this is their 3rd stint of the stint. That's obviously now in the wet, and then they go into that's obviously, as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be longer as well. It's not just going to be an hour. It's going to be maybe an hour and 20 minutes on the fuel because of the wet conditions, and then you want to send them in for another one. That is getting very, very sketchy, with especially the time of the day. I guess it is past 8 o'clock in the morning now, but if you've been up all night doing 3 hours or what in a row, then you are going to be very tired. So it's a tough choice for these drivers, because I'm not being funny, as a driver as well, I wouldn't want to jump in necessarily in these conditions. That will be very difficult.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I will say it's one of those things, especially because I say tiredness and blah blah blah. That's actually like a fair point. But these conditions are also exhausting just because of the amount of concentration they require. I will say, these are the kind of conditions. Whoa, that was a big one for the Lambo, just ahead of this. I don't know which Lambo it was, but it has been off in a big way down at Cops. There we go. You can see them rejoining the circuit. It's Carl Felvers, who obviously we saw get past the Phoenix car a little bit earlier on. That was a big moment. I don't know how he didn't spin. What I was going to say though, this is the type of condition where the wheel you have does make quite a difference. Even I can confirm recently, having jumped over to a direct drive, the amount of concentration difference required to drive on a regular. Why are we driving on the curb? Why are we driving on the curb? Get off the curb. But when you're driving like an old, an old like belt-driven or gear-driven wheel versus driving on a direct drive, the amount of concentration difference required is completely different. You don't have to concentrate anywhere near as much on direct drive because it kind of does a lot of the work for you because you just feel your way around. Anyway, going back to that, how that Lamborghini isn't in the barrier, I don't know.
First of all, he didn't smash into the inside wall, and then he managed to somehow get enough grip to keep it in a straight line. Well, not quite a straight line, but at least not spinning around. That was quite something. So maybe there was some skill there involved. But look at the spray that Yilmaz here is trying to look for. He's got two cars ahead of him. You can barely see where they are. One of them is some GT4 traffic. Down the inside, he's going to have to go potentially into the loop, although actually in this situation you're not going to get the drive off the corner. That's the 42. He's trying to get past. That's the DCW Racing blue car with Richard Sinmore in that car. Should get the run obviously down this back straight, getting very close. Hopefully there wasn't contact there, but yeah, tough conditions, and you got to keep so concentrated. You know what you were mentioning earlier about having the wheel helps, but even just in general, got to stay awake, got to be spotting the curbs. All your visual references are completely different. It's very tough to keep the car going in a straight line, especially with the with looking at the lap times as well. We've lost about another 4 or 5 seconds a lap since we last said it, so it really is getting wet out there.
And did you see a little bit behind the 290 car? I think there might be a little bit of a slap on the wrist coming for the team that's currently running in 4th position in the GT3s, because I did see it in the background a little bit. Jan Hilden, who is behind the wheel of that number 15 car, went into the braking zone at Brooklands and absolutely slapped the side of the number 42. That I can definitely see that being a penalty, as Yuli Spetkin's in the pit lane for the Alpha Esports team.
Yes, potentially, as we're seeing a battle. This is for what is this for? P14 in your GT3 category. Wild Things Racing just up ahead, the 290 in behind. Of course, we did see these teams on screen not too long ago, but the battle continues as we work our way down towards Brooklands. And it seems like how's the lap times looking? It is looking fairly good for the Wild Things Racing, but Aztec having some slightly slower laps at this point.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, you're going to see large differentials on pace throughout the run here, as I know pit lane's getting quite busy. I think a few drivers are coming in. The thing is, it's obviously like most people have gone on to wets, right? So to have like quite a few people coming to pit lane at the moment, I wonder if that's just damage repair, because there's no other reason.
For slicks, mate.
Something off slicks. No, it's more just. There's no other reason for them to come in right now, because no one would be on the slicks.
Drive-throughs. Could be drive-throughs for incident points. I'll have to see what their stop, what the actual stop time is, what their pit lane time is. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's at that point, because in these wet conditions as well, so much more easy to run off the track.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fascinating. That's all I'll say. As we keep our eye on the Aztec car, like you said, Teddy Perez behind the wheel, Kunjabo behind the wheel of the Wild Things Racing car. and this being the fight for 14th position. Not much separating them. Joe Mugford's not too far down the road in the number 48 Prismatic Motorsports Athena car, which is their highest running of the two Prismatic cars in the GT3 category.
Yes, and we still have we still have the number 32 Alfa Esports down pit lane. They've been there for some 3 minutes now, so quite a long stop for that entry. But as I say that, it looks like they've got back out on the track, so they are continuing. They're continuing that one on in this race, but obviously just losing some time and having some problems there. Hopefully that can all be figured out. But looking at actually where we are stint length time, almost everyone is around 15 to 20 laps. It has been since the wet tyres, so they are going to have quite a while still to go. So it looks like it is going to be a full stint in those wet conditions, and then they say the choice of if they have to if they want to stay in again. We're pushing obviously deep into the 4-hour mark now, so if the rain stays, there's probably the next pit stop. I'm just trying to wonder if it stays wet at the end, if they'll actually end up basically saving a stop. That might change their strategies in terms of the driver stints at the end.
I did want to say, by the way, if you do want to come for an interview and you want to have a little chin wag with either myself or Cam, you can drop a message. For one, join the Waiting for Interview channel on the Motorsport UK Discord, and then probably throw a message to either myself or Cam, because we're normally quite blind and won't just see you waiting in the Waiting for Interview because we're not on the same planet. So just chuck us a DM, and then we'll drag you in and we'll have a little chin wag. And if you would rather Cam than me, fire a message his way.
Oh, Lewis, my inbox is just flooding with messages now.
That is absolutely jeez. The only person to be filling your inbox is you and O'Leary, because he thinks you're... What was it he said when we were in Saudi?
Is that repeatable on broadcast?
Nah, probably not. Probably not. But Sarah does believe that you and O'Leary is out and out the best commentator.
You're still fuming.
Still sorry about it. Don't worry. But Cam is a rather attractive man, apparently, according to you and O'Leary.
According to many.
I'm just going to say about that.
You and O'Leary. He was on this broadcast, wasn't he? He did the beginning. Yes, it's a shame he couldn't do more hours, because then we could have wound him up a little bit, but he's obviously busy.
Yeah, I do like winding up you, and it's pretty good fun. Did you see, by the way, a little bit of a half spin for Camila Dehaan for Alfa Esports? Obviously just jumping in behind the wheel, but the problem with that half spin is it is dragging Liam Doyle in the 281 Nomad Academy car into contention for the top 5. So there's only 5.1 seconds between them. It's come a little bit of looks, and some big looks on traffic as we keep our eye straight on the Aztec versus Wild Things battle here for 14th position.
Indeed, although the gap is getting just slightly far away from Toby Prosser at this moment in time. It's over a second behind now, so I think Kunjabo is doing a pretty good job at this point. Looking at the fuel numbers as well, I mean, the Aztec guy's already done 25 laps. So if they would do roughly 30 laps in the dry, I'm sure it'll be maybe near 35 or something like that. So yeah, 10 more laps or so, about 20 minutes, about 3.5 hours remaining in the race. They'll look at making that stop. If we go to that sort of mark, they may be looking at just one more stop after that if it stays wet. So definitely some interesting strategic things coming for some of these teams, especially the ones who go even further than that. They might be even closer to just having 2 stops left in this race.
Yeah, of course, like as you said about the fuel mileage, really dependent on track, depends on how much time's added. If you have a circuit which is like point and square, like for example like a Monza, right? You don't actually gain as much somewhere like Monza because you're kind of full throttle for quite a lot of it. Whereas a circuit like this, where you roll through Magnus Becker's Chapel, you'll be using way less throttle in the wet than you would do in the dry. And then even around here, you know, where you'd be absolutely pinned, you're kind of going through it a little bit half throttle, and it's the same kind of place quite a lot of the way around the circuit, where these kind of like medium speed corners where you would normally be flat and not even thinking about it, and now you're kind of like lifting, you're going through half throttle. That's where you save an awful lot of fuel, and then you're lifting off, you're braking a bit earlier, you're not on throttle 100% off corners, and that's where you do save quite a lot of fuel around here. I don't know exactly what the difference is, but it certainly is a fair amount. I've just seen Camilla de Haan's been off the road again, by the way, going down at Abbey. So for Alpha, this is not going well. This might cost him a position fairly soon.
Yes, that's not ideal, but it's tough to get or keep the confidence in the car. You really have to get a feel for it of where the grip is, and if you don't, or if you just make one mistake, it really snowballs. So yeah, hopefully there isn't actually just further issues going on there. Might have to do a drive stop at some point to avoid that. We're going to see some contact. Oh wow, BMW been spun the wrong way. That's the number 28 car. Further contact. That's going to be de Haan going off. That is into turn 1, I believe, way too fast, and maybe just brushing the barrier there.
Do you know what? If we keep an eye on this, this is where we went off a T1. Whee! Just it's fence. Big slide going into the corner. Good save. Kept going across the gravel track. You think, right, it's over now, it's fine. It's fine. Moment saved. We're good to go. No problems whatsoever. He says, knowing what's probably about to happen as we head then into turn 4. Where's he gone? Oh, he's back.
Something's definitely going on with that car. Both maybe internet-wise, maybe some driving-wise as well.
I think that even the spinners, I think that there might be something more of a technical issue happening on that side. Game maybe not running too well. I don't know what de Haan's setup is. I didn't know because I didn't see him for a little bit, and then I saw him off the road, and I was like, that's interesting. How did he get there? Well, clearly, we will never know. But there was definitely something involved.
Just wanted to sort of hide his spin, potentially not try to show the world, but certainly they're still in a decent place in P5. They've only got 3.5 seconds to the car behind, then another 7 behind, and then another 12. So that's not good. In the next 20 odd seconds behind, there's 3 cars all lined up to overtake that Alpha car.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not ideal, and if you are having technical problems, it's a little bit out of your control. It certainly isn't going to feel great with the pressure beginning to build, because, like I said, there's a few that aren't a million miles behind. We keep an eye a little bit at the moment on the Aztec car, but the gap's 1.6 seconds. It's grown quite a bit to Joe Mugford. It's now up to 11 seconds to the number 48 Prismatic car. So that gap has actually grown a fair amount, to be honest.
Yes, just over the time. These things spread out a little bit. So the Wild Things entry just ahead of this is also not too far away. So there are still some close battles. Is the key bit, and in these wet conditions, instead of seeing a couple of tenths here and there separating some drivers, you are seeing seconds per lap. Just for instance, your top 2 in the race, WSR last lap did a 2:16.8, which I believe was the fastest of anyone on that previous lap. And then behind them in second place, BRT did a 2:19.4, so 3 seconds difference. But then coming in the next lap ticked off, WSR did an 18.4, so that varied by 2 seconds. It's a lot more ebbing and flowing, ever changing in these conditions. It's so difficult to be even that much more consistent. So these gaps can change around very quickly if the drivers aren't being too careful.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, most important bit right now, it's not about the battles that you're in necessarily. It's about keeping it on the road. It's about making sure that you're not going for those odd spins, especially not when it's a silly mistake like driving onto the curb on the old start-finish straight, for example. as they would say. And also, I have noticed. Do you remember what I was going to say? There's a few places that we race, but I remember Knock Hill in the British F4 Esports when it was quite wet, and there was a couple of lines in a few of the corners where you had to stay away from the apex and stuff because of how wet. There was a big build-up and puddle. There is a little bit of that down at turn 1 at Abbey. There is a bit of a puddle on the inside, so you kind of have to take a slightly awkward wider line to avoid that puddle, because that puddle will surely make you spin.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I guess it depends where the water starts pooling up. But in general, I would say, yeah, the racing line is completely different. But yeah, as you say, around the curves, you can even see a bit on the inside of Luffield there. The curve is just like completely soaked. So you've got to be careful, because that is just an easy way to activate, especially in the fast corner. So here, up at Cops, you see getting onto that curve. You want to get off that. Oh, that is a big slide there. Pross able to catch that one. Well, just prime example, when you're on the limit for those faster corners, you need every little bit of grip that you can do. As soon as you touch the curb, get a bit of vibration and get onto the even wetter track, the car just loses the balance and it goes around.
Yeah, I mean, look, you even saw through Woodcote there as to how much steering lock Tim Pros was putting in. But the car was basically going in a straight line, and as soon as it got on the curb, it got worse. Let's have a look on board with Callum Gibson as to what's happened, going through the final corner, seeing a car off, up ahead, and getting maybe a little bit distracted by it. The 23 makes an enormous hit into the barrier.
That's not ideal for the car we were singing praises of not too long ago. And we're also going to see Luke Sherlock. Is there going to be contact? No, just spins in front. These two, the 20 and the 23, they're having that battle earlier. But that 20 has its second spin, probably about the last half an hour. We had a replay of that not too long ago indeed, as there's Prosser getting through on some traffic for now, but not quite able to get any closer to that Wild Things car up ahead. It seems the 79 has this battle covered.
For now, it's 1.8 seconds, 1.6 seconds now, though, as they've dropped back a little bit, courtesy of a little bit of traffic down at T1 in the form of Michael Gravel, of course, who is piloting the number 46 car at the moment. That is the gravel track racing car at the moment. Wild Things being slowed down. He said it was quite comfortable for a second. Now the gap is 1.3 seconds, so it's really being closed down, courtesy of Ferrari. Just not jumping out of the way immediately, and there goes the bit of a slide of the circuit as Gogoli Kinshabe will work his way through. The gap was just around under a second, with a bit of a slower exit going out onto the Wellington Straight from Turbo Prosser, means that it's not going to be under a second when they get onto the brakes and float away through. And now he's got to try and navigate the traffic himself.
Yeah, I've just been looking at the lap times again. It started raining again, a bit harder, I guess. The sort of slightly dry line is gone, and all of a sudden, within the space of a couple of laps, that's still the lap times have just gone up by another 2 seconds on average for everyone. So that's why it's difficult to be consistent. Every lap you're coming, and it's ever so slightly different, and you have to obviously just try and work it out on the fly. The 101 coming through Cops, I think that is a little bit of a wiggle, saves it once, can't save it the second time, goes around, and that's a very awkward rejoin in a very fast part of the track, but it looks like they should just about be okay. The 89 Harrison is also going to have potentially a little issue there behind the number 20, which is they're going to be contacting behind. I think that's potentially the Phoenix Lamborghini spinning them around.
Yeah, indeed. I will say is there is Doyle. This was the Nomad Academy car, and I was about to touch on this one. Was running in 6th position, was closing in on Alpha Esports. That moment drops them right the way back down, as we see now. James Harrison, the 89 car, going for a big spin. That just absolutely snapped around. Oh, so far.
Harrison basically 2 bits of contact in the space of about half a lap or so, and that was that the 390 that we were actually looking on board with for quite a long time. So Toby Prosser making some contact there. Ryan Abbott's for yet another time in this stint. Very difficult stint for him. He's been around about 5 or 6 times now, but he is continuing on down towards the back of the pack. They're now only 75 laps off gaining a position.
You say only 75 laps.
Well, it was 90 something.
That's true. That is true. Gaining 15 laps is pretty helpful. That is a long way in the wet conditions here. 3 hours 40 minutes left to go. Still plenty of time. I will say the iRacing weather system is telling me that the circuit is very wet, so it's uncomfortable out there.
Certainly. We've got a lot of drivers on screen at the moment. They're bunched up at this midpoint of the track coming through the S's. And this, of course, is your race leader, the 41 machine. Over a lap, they've got to BRT. They put that lap. They had the penalty. They went just shy of a lap in the lead. They managed to get that lap back, and now they are doing quite a good job. Tom's actually been in the car for a little while now, so I wonder if they will end up swapping at the next stint. They've done 22 laps. Some other drivers up towards 25 laps on this stint, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get some pit stops. But they are going to go well past the 3.5 hour mark and get very, very close to just having 2 stints remaining with these longer stints. I'm very interested to see if someone's going to try that and if they're going to try and make it work. But it all depends if this rain stays out.
Yeah, I mean, again, we always talk about it, but there is the point of the race where you start running your strategy backwards. And the thing is it's been a little bit harder in this one. And what I mean by that is obviously you want to work out when your last pit stop is. We talk about this every single time we do 24-hour races. The most important bit after a certain period is to work out when your last pit stop is going to be, to make sure you don't have to splash and dash, right? Because then you work backwards to it, so you can spread that across the stint. So you don't have to come into the pit lane for an extra time unnecessarily, right? Pretty simple maths. The thing is, because of how late this rain hit in this race, you can't really do your strategy backwards until the rain started, because you need to know when it started, so when it's and you can't even really do it properly until the rain's ended. So it's kind of a bit awkward with this, but it just means that you've got to give yourself the most amount of options possible, and by doing that, it's going as long as you possibly can.
And imagine being one of the next drivers planning, well, probably the one driver they have left to get in these cars, is you don't know what the situation of the race is going to be. When you know the rain is coming, a couple of hours ago, they've been like, okay, we'll put so-and-so in next because they'll be good when it starts raining. And now, you don't know if it's going to be wet to the end. You don't know if it does stop raining, if it's going to dry up in time. Maybe the final stint ends up being dry. We just don't know at this point. So that's very difficult for the drivers to try and prepare for what they're going to do. So definitely an interesting one with how this race is turning in this final quarter.
Well, Chadwick on our screen at the moment obviously has been well versed at sim racing around this circuit, whether it's been Porsche Carrera Cup GB esports side of things, whether it's been in British F4 esports or just in general in sim racing. It's quite well experienced is Chadders. No webcam on though, so that's a bit disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah, he's normally quite what would the word be, lively on the webcam, as he has a big slide there coming through. Maggot's definitely got to be a bit more careful with that one, trying to push and trying to gain down those seconds ahead, but they are some 2 laps. It's quite a lot for being in third place, but they are 2 laps behind the next car of Fernal, so they need to try and obviously get that little bit closer. But I guess at this point it's just having fun and trying to go as fast as you can.
I mean, I will say with Chaz, I don't think I'll ever forget the face that he pulled after being absolutely slammed off the road by Gogo Bowdy at Bombhole around Snetterton. It was eyes up at the camera and basically it was just like, what's going on here? Whilst we're talking of Will Chadwick and whilst we've got the Project 91 Thomas Enger sim racing car on our screen, let's talk to team manager Louis Hesketh behind us, of course, having a little chin wag with us. Race is going quite well at the moment. 3rd place with 3 hours 36 minutes left to go. Still plenty of time. Positive vibes in the team, I'm sure. How are things going?
Hello everyone. Yeah, it's going very well. Yeah, especially since we were P16 just about 10 hours ago now, maybe 12. The boys have definitely turned it around from our early on race situation. We're now getting our heads down, and obviously with P3, we're hoping maybe to take a lap off basic racing team, but we'll settle for P3 in the end.
For the track to be in out there, and a lot to kind of deal with right now. What's it been like? I
haven't talked to the boys this morning, but from getting a vibe from another driver, it's definitely very slippery. It's like being on a knife's edge, to be honest with you, by the sounds of it. It does not sound very nice at all.
And obviously being team manager, co-owner of the team, how involved are you on a lap to lap basis? Do you kind of like let them do their own thing? You said that you haven't spoken to them this morning. Do you just kind of like let them do their own thing, or do you kind of like sit there, have a little chat with them, see what's going on, assist where you can?
I tend to do both. Obviously these drivers are very experienced, especially William Chadwick, so I let their experience show. But obviously, if they do need help, I'm there just in case.
And so, you say there about like what you're kind of expecting for the final bits of the race. Do you think gaining any positions is really possible, or is it more just about gaining that lap on BRT and kind of hoping for the best, or is it just keep your nose clean, get to the end of the race, and like say happily take third place?
I doubt we'd be able to be our basic racing team unless they have a major incident. So right now it's just getting our heads down, opening a gap to Team Redex to finish the race, hopefully in P3, if not better.
Well, Louis, we'll let you jump back over to the squad and actually have a chat with them this morning before things get, well, potentially drier for that final stint of the race where things could get very, very interesting.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go, Louis Hesketh there, of course, from the Project 91 Thomas Enger Sim Racing team. Cameron, always good to catch up, not only with our drivers, but also team managers as well. It's always interesting to hear.
Yeah, they have a slightly different viewpoint of the race. Maybe a little bit more caution in. Someone's just absolutely missed that corner at Brooklands. It looks like they gathered it up very nicely indeed. But yes, as a team manager myself back in the day, it's not always the nicest feeling, actually, when you're in a good position, because you can be just a little bit anxious that your driver's going to bin it, especially in these conditions.
Name and shame, who was the hardest driver to manage? Was it me?
You were fine actually. But we won the championship, don't matter.
I was fine until Zandvoort having a couple of
exactly.
Not being particularly happy about it.
Hardest driver. I mean, everyone's always everyone always has a different things that you have to work out. I guess in general, just the general. The mix of drivers that you select is as important as like one standout driver, to be honest. You've got to have the right atmosphere in the team.
I respect the fence you're sitting on, because I also would
I had a lot of drivers at one point. Like 2018, we had like 15, 20 drivers on that.
Big crash, just ahead of, I think it was, you're absolutely right, Ayrton Williams. We're riding aboard with race leader in the GT4s, as I say, Abbott having more of a problem in hitting the barrier. I distinctly remember managing quite a lot of drivers, especially back in like 2013, 2014, when I was working along with Mike Bell. We did have quite a few drivers under our remit. That is a big hit into the barrier once again for Ryan Abbott's.
Yes, huge chunk on that front end, and they're getting there towards the end of the race, but it's been a tough stint in that car for Pete Abbott's. But Ryan Abbott's. But as you were mentioning earlier, a big shout out to that team to keep on going. I mean, these are not fun conditions, to be honest, and they are still going through the motions, getting the race done. 3.5 hours remaining. Got a few drivers down pit road. As it stands, we've got Will Chadwick for Project 91, like we just said. Concoli is in the car now for the Prismatic number 48 entry as well after pit stop. So definitely that point in the race. Will didn't actually go as far as I thought. He pit after 29 laps. I thought we'd be seeing the fuel mileage go a bit better than that, but maybe I'm wrong. Who knows?
But maybe that's because we want to get onto fresh tyres, because again we know it's going to dry up in around an hour, so wants to go on some fresh wets to then roll through the rest of the wet weather stint. I don't know. I don't know. I am not a race strategist, and I always assume that they understand a lot more as to what's going on than I do, because we're not smart up here in the commentary booth, so we can question it. Go on, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, sometimes, especially, in sim racing, we do have professional teams, but there's a lot of amateurs as well. I reckon half these guys are just winging it, to be fair.
Yeah, to be fair, I've done a little bit of race engineering. I distinctly remember some wet weather conditions in your neck of the woods, guiding Lars Brugman to 2 podiums.
In Bahrain and Turkey. Was it Turkey?
Was it Bahrain and Turkey? I think it was Bahrain and Spain.
Oh, Spain, yeah.
I think it might have been Barcelona, because they were both wet. Because Bahrain was wet. I believe Mohammed Patel won both of those races.
Well, he won like 6 of the first 7.
Yeah,
so I wouldn't be surprised. But I believe, he won all 3 of those races.
Yeah. No, I distinctly remember a guide that. That was before your reign of terror, wasn't it?
Yes, that was when I had the team. So that race in Spain was our first race, and we did get on the podium with Gosby.
Oh, you had to really think then for a second. My goodness.
Or was it Callas?
Gosby.
I'm trying to think. Maybe it was Callas.
Surely it was. Well, Santa Callas was all right, but surely it would have been Gozza.
Oh, mate, this is 2017. This is a long time ago now.
Yeah, but Gosby was still in sim racing for like 4 or 5 years by that point, so it's fine. I'm doing well.
He was a goat in my team. Goat.
Yeah. He's not a world champ, was he though?
Sadly not. It was close, but no cigar.
Absolutely no one watching this knows what we're talking about. We're talking about the history, the finer things of the Formula Sim Racing World Championship, which Cameron Roger was president of. Is he still?
Well, technically,
how it's all working now.
Technically, yesterday was my last day. Technically speaking.
You're not. Yeah. Well, that's one. We're not going to talk about this broadcast.
Year ends 30th of November, but no, it's all good. It's all good. The chapter in the sim racing journey, but certainly, great memories. Looking back, all the stuff that we've spoken about, over the stint already. The history now is coming there with sim racing. We're talking about things that happened basically 10 years ago now. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I've been in sim racing now for my first ever race in sim racing was July the 2nd, 2013. That was the first race I ever drove in sim racing, and it was around here. And I overtook Jack Nicholls on the last lap. Have it, son.
Jack Nicholls, pre-Formula E.
Pre-Formula E Jack Nicholls, yeah. Did him around the outside right here on the last lap for 14th place and 2 points on an Xbox 360 controller. Great times. Great times. But no, it's always very exciting, as we'll see. We'll hop off the waffle train for a second, because we've got a little bit of lap traffic. Is this lap traffic to do with it? Because Alpha Esports we've seen in the foreground, isn't it?
Yes, so this is the number 94 machine. That is at 4 position. Oh, another driver on the curb, and that is some big contact. Wow, what a move that was to avoid that. But then, we didn't quite see that, unfortunately. There was further moves there at the same time as a terrible rejoin. We've also seen Shelton go for another spin, just 1 corner later than what he had a little bit earlier. We have seen a move, so E-Data, I think they may have gone off Dan Kell. They've just lost a thing. Oh, that is a horrible place. Mark Shelton avoiding that one nicely and saving it, as we've seen a few drivers down pit lane as well. The leader's been in, Project 91, oh sorry, not Project 91, Team Redex have been in as well, so all happening on track right now.
Yeah, indeed. You could say that car was lucky not to end up in the gravel. Get it? Because it's gravel. It was fine. There's a team called
Gravel.
It is gravel, but then it's gravel trap. Esports, whatever their team name is. There was a spin for Ryan Abbott's and ended up in a very odd place. This is that's a big one. That is going to end up in the gravel trap.
That was a send over the anti-cut Fortunately, keeps it out of the barrier, but Gravel, they're not. Oh, he couldn't get it back on the track as well. This is an awkward moment now. On the inside of that final apex, 4 cars coming through. He's managed to just gather that one up and rejoin at a good point, but going about 20 miles an hour for a 100-mile-an-hour corner is not a nice place to be, but he's got away with that one.
Did you say the E-Datum car might have had a problem?
Yes, I saw they lost a place.
Oh, they have lost a place, yeah, to Gurgly Kinshabo. I have never been more desperate on a broadcast to see an instant.
What's Dan Kell done?
Yeah, exactly. I just want to say I've known Dan I've been sim racing for like 6 years. You're absolutely right, by the way, in your point of like sim racing. As sim racing's grown, we've got so much history to look back on. It's lovely. I mean, even this event's been around for a few years now, and it's obviously great. We've got lots of history around it, which is some good fun. History kind of brings weight. The more history you have on something, the more kind of intriguing it is to see where it's going to go and what it's going to do, because like that's where legacy is created. That's why like the iRacing Daytona 24 Hour is such a prestigious race, because it's been around for a long time, right?
Absolutely.
And it's the first one of the year.
I mean, even iRacing, I'm trying to think, when did iRacing actually come? Was it like 2008 or something like that?
It's around that time,
It was a long time. I mean, if that is true, we're talking 16 years ago now. 16 years. That is absolutely crazy. A lot of things have happened since then. You know, championships, you know, some come and go, but the racing continues on, and every year there's all these new ventures, and it's absolutely incredible. I mean, you were talking about earlier about, you know, FSR, one of the teams that races in there, Nerex. I believe they were founded in 1998, which is the same year that I was born, and that's still a sim racing team as such, obviously racing in a slightly different capacity back then, but still it's still racing and it's still competitive.
How does it feel, probably knowing that we're crossing over the point where the highest percentage of sim racers have a birth date where the year starts with 20?
I mean, even being in 98, as soon as you hear someone say 2, it's a bit scary.
Yeah, that's fine. It is. I mean, it is what it is. I just assume that anyone born past the year 2000, they don't exist.
They're still at school, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. They have to. It's 2000. And then you realise it's like someone who was born in 2000. I mean, I can't remember what year Dan Kell was born in. I don't know how old Dan Kell is. I know his birthday's...
Is he still at uni?
No, he works for high tech.
Yeah, so he's probably like 23. So 2001, let's say.
I think it was around 2001. Yeah, it's something around then.
That's going to be a big hit for number 17. I thought he was going to save up like we saw some other people, but Yanaman Pris could not do that. And did he actually touch the grass in the end on the left-hand side? Yeah, he did, or just the curb. He just caught the curb, goes backwards, and that is a big hit actually into the wall. Rear bumper gone, rear wing gone, and that's going to be some big work for the crew, unless they've got a fast repair remaining.
Yeah, that's not pretty, is it? And like I said, it's a pretty heavy hit into the barrier, but sometimes it is what it is. Gravel track racing. Is this one going to be a spin? It's such an awkward spin. Just touch the curb inside.
That is, I don't mean this necessarily for Michael's driving, but almost rejoins into the car there. That is one of the most pathetic spins I've ever seen. He was doing 10 miles an hour and he hit a curb. That is, I mean, this is a race car, but that just shows you how on the limit they are even at that speed.
That was absolutely horrible and super unnecessary. And true. That's fine.
It's just how it is, unfortunately, in these conditions. As soon as you bobble the car at all, it just has no grip. You've got to keep it planted. It's a really tough, a tough point of the race for these drivers. Oh, here's Shelton. Oh no, is he going to do it again? Even through the mid part of the corner, he's losing the rear end of that Mercedes, and he's just going to dab the barrier there. Fortunately, that should be okay. But he's facing completely the wrong way on the exit of Woodcote. That is a terrible place to try and rejoin. Hopefully, he's looking at the relative board and can get off the track and seems to be okay.
Yeah, I've just seen also an issue for the number 15, Jan Hilden, behind the wheel of the Team Red X Simsport car. That's also been off the road. Fancy rejoining the track. Probably was turning, actually. There's the incident for Jan Hilden. Whoa! And absolutely clobbered that GT. How did that GT4 not spin?
He almost saved it and then almost spun into the Lamborghini as well. I am thinking the same. I'm not quite sure. Maybe it actually didn't hit it. I don't know, because surely with these conditions, we've seen the slightest problem spin some cars, but somehow that one didn't. I think it was the number 17 who we just seen on screen there, able to keep on going.
Yeah, I mean, in these conditions, like, you should be able to spin a car relatively easy with a light bit of contact. So to see someone get absolutely clobbered and not go for a spin is wild. But that is absolutely fine. We don't have long left to go of our stint camp. We've only got 18 more minutes before we hand things over for the final stint of the race. A few drivers entering the pit lane, including Jan Hilden, who I was alluding to a little bit earlier on. And I believe one of the Mercs, I think it's Nadazinski, also into the pit lane. So a few drivers coming in, maybe for a pit stop, maybe even for a damage repair, maybe even for a drive-through penalty for exceeding instant points. It's exactly what Jan Hilden's done, gone straight to the exit pit lane.
Easily done. At this point in the race, of course, we're almost at 21 hours completed. A long race, and just over 3 hours to go. So I'll just check in. Of course, we have driver swap at the front as well. So Ross McFarlane is in the car for the WSR race leader. He's jumped in actually at a pretty tricky point, full wet conditions. So hopefully he's able to get up to speed with that. One of those lap times so far are not looking too bad. We're almost at lap 600 as well, at least for the leader. They've only got one car on the lead lap, which is the BRT car, but the BRT car will be coming down pit road in the next lap or two.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Ross McFarlane's quality peddler. We've seen him at very, very high levels of sim racing, battling for victories in some mega races. So don't mind the wheel right now. As much as you would say, yeah, switching in the conditions now, it's kind of tricky. Drivers at that level, I'd say less so. I'd be less concerned at that point, just because, yeah, again, the quality of driver is quite high. And that's kind of where this race is a bit more interesting than the typical esports race that we kind of commentate on, where it's a bit more like at the highest level, you should be able to switch drivers at any point and be absolutely fine, generally speaking, within reason. Whereas in this race, because there's a more, so it's more of a club vibe, you still have some very strong drivers, but then you've got, drivers that we'd be racing against if we just did official racing. It kind of leaves the door open a little bit more to be I guess less predictable in a sense in this kind of conditions, where you could switch, you might not be able to switch, so who knows.
It definitely adds a little bit of extra jeopardy to those drivers, or those teams, I should say, who maybe don't have some, let's call them professional or semi-professional drivers in the vehicle, but that just always makes it a little bit more, fun and interesting. You've got to be, basically just enjoying the race as it comes, and hopefully you keep it on the track. It's been a tough day for certain drivers. When we get these replays, as Dahan is in the pit lane from 5th place once again. We've definitely been down there a few times in our stint. We've seen a few replays, and there's been a number of drivers who've come up multiple times, subject to it being so easy to have these issues, as it looks like Shelton and the GT4 car is just losing that place to Sean Cooper, that we are on board with the 28.
Yes, indeed. We'll say the wet weather is expected to stop within the next half an hour. The rain is expected to stop. The track wetness has already reduced somewhat, because remember I said earlier iRace was classifying it as very wet. It's now moderately wet. So that's the step down on very.
I mean,
maybe there's quite wet after that.
I can't I can't really tell the difference, to be honest.
the game can, as Cam coughs himself. To be fair, I wanted to commit to you trying to talk through that cough. That's fine. I'll hold the phone.
Right, just had a sip of water. Real good, real good.
Absolutely caught off guard though, as Cam. Anyway, to your point of the wet weather, you can't really see much.
No, I mean, I don't know about you, Lewis, but it looks wet to me. And as far as I'm concerned, that just means it's wet. I guess you could have this terminology, but the drivers, whether it's a 2-minute 20 lap or 2-minute 22, I mean it's wet. Let's be honest.
But the thing is, I think, at least to my eye, one thing I would note is there is less standing. Well, there's less puddles.
Yeah.
Right, that's the important bit. I think that's the main differentiator. As much as you've got a puddle here, and there'll be one on the apex a little bit here. It's, see, that one's kind of cleared up quite a bit. There still is a little bit of puddle there at T1, but for the most part, it's mostly that water that's kind of clearing away. It's moderately wet.
Yeah, we'll go with that for now. As BRT from second place in the pit lane, so they will go back to a lap behind the lead, and still 2 laps ahead though with the Project One Tom's Taking Sim Racing, because Will Chadwick is not fast enough to catch 2 laps on pure pace, which is basically what's that, about 4.5 minutes around this track. So lots of time in between those 2 cars. So BRT working their way nicely towards a second place finish, and I think Fennell seems to have stayed in that car as well. He's been in there for a little bit now, but makes sense to keep him in. There might just be one final driver swap though to the end for these teams.
Also, I did see in chat, Toby Prosser, someone who were right on board with and seeing a little bit battling earlier on, says there's no better way to spend a birthday weekend than Britcar in the pouring rain. For one, happy birthday. For 2, really?
I mean, I've done ironically around Silverstone as well. Back in 2019, I did a race and we won. So I wasn't overly happy about having to do a race on my birthday, but it's got to be done sometimes. And it was certainly a good fun one. 8 hours of. Do you remember Tom Lombards? Do you remember that name?
Tom Lombards. Yeah.
Yes, me and him around here, 8 hours in LMP2. We've managed to win on that day, as Abbott's is still continuing on with no front bumper. Oh, and he's going to lose the rear, and this is going to be a big hit if he makes it to the barrier. Yes, it is. Oh, that car's been in the wars. I really hope they got a fast repair remaining, but with the damage that was on the car and the amount of accidents they've had, unlikely at this point yet.
Yeah, there's no way that there is going to be a fast repair. There's a bit of a spin for Matthew Lee as well. I mean, look, again, it's not easy out there. Let's see Rob Stroll through the likes of Aintree, going for a bit of a spin. Keep it out of the barrier though, nicely. At least there's that.
Lewis, as we're on that point of the race, rate those alloys. White and red car with luminous green alloys.
0. Straight 0. Actually, no. You know what? For the boldness of choice, I've got to give it 3 points for that. So it's 3 out of 10, just for being bold.
Right, I'm not a designer, right? But
oh god,
like red and luminous green, do they clash a little bit?
A little bit, red and green.
Though, would you say this is a very sim racing thing to do? You wouldn't necessarily see this in a real world GT3, but in sim racing, you can get away with it.
Well, you can't. I mean, look at it.
I mean, they're doing it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're getting away with it, though. I mean,
I'll tell you what, it helps to differentiate drivers. You know, when we have championships where they've got multiple of the same livery, it does help with that.
It does, and I still hate it. Because rim colour is such a difficult thing. Like white, silver, black. Those are kind of like the main ones. There are a couple of exceptions. Drago Racing could get away with it a little bit because they were like, the car was charcoal grey with like pink highlights, and they got the exact same pink on the wheel. So that I can accept, but white and then luminous green is a crazy combo.
I'm about it. It does. Do you remember? Was it LMVS with red mirrors was the only way to differentiate. Was it Alpine? That was quite a difficult one.
There was, I can't remember, I just remember going into it's 24 Hour Le Mans Virtual 2022 with 4 teams on my naughty list. It might be 23 actually then. 4 teams were on my naughty list because there was your lot, sort of.
Yeah, basically, we're different sponsors, but basically same level.
Yeah. What was the team name?
Oh God, what was it? Varmal Burst.
Varmal, thank you, Varmal Burst. Yeah, so Varmal Burst, all of your cars, like both your cars had the same liveries. R8G, both the cars had the same liveries. I think it was Redline, both the cars might have the same livery as Leo Tregurtha. Whoa! That was concerning. There was another one as well.
I can't work out this camera angle if he's okay or not. Okay, yes. Tregurtha is, but that's in the middle of the straight, so actually probably wasn't really okay. That's why he had a couple of cars going past us. This is actually what we're now looking at live as well. So that battle, that has turned into a battle on our screen.
Yes, indeed. Although you can't really see much of it through the fog and the spray. That is quite hard to see. Well, you know when you know they're moving quite quickly, but because you're zoomed in and stuff and it's all foggy around, you can see nothing around, so there's no reference to see how fast they are moving. Actually makes me feel a little bit sick as into the pit lane comes the lead Merc in that battle. It actually reminds me of one time I was skiing, and I was skiing in it was snowing quite a little bit, quite foggy. And I just remember there was a point where I genuinely couldn't tell if I was moving and in what direction, because I could see nothing, and genuinely I was like, I hate this. And there's a little bit of that in the spray.
Yeah, that's quite a dangerous situation. Is all that is going to be a tough one for the 390. Does he keep out of the barrier? I don't think so. Huge hit for the 390. We've been looking at this car. We've got Corey Price there now. That's the Aztec 390, currently in 23rd place. But we've seen them battle all afternoon. But unfortunately, that is going to be a big load of damage for them to continue on with.
Yeah, indeed. And like I say, the odd little slide, the odd little scrape, the odd little scary moment for quite a few of these teams. None of those are quite hitting our race leader with 3 hours and 9 minutes left to go. Ross McFarlane continuing behind the wheel of the WSR Esports ButtKicker car, ahead of the base race team, the BRT car, which at the moment currently runs 1 lap back. It's a lap lead in the GT3s, and it is just under a lap lead in the GT4. Satellite Sim Racing on the start-finish straight now. Altitude Esports going out onto the Wellington straight at the moment. So Satellite continuing to lead the moment in GT4s, and I tell you at the moment, as if like that's going to change, they've nearly got a full lap lead. It's a dominant performance in both the categories, but with the wet weather conditions, when it starts to dry up, that's where you can make a bold gamble and maybe switch a little bit earlier and try and take advantage.
Indeed. So I'm just having a look. Yeah, obviously everyone is sort of in their point of the stint, which is kind of in the middle again. So all the pit stops happened, and they are now just working their way through. Of course, we're looking at this battle in the GT3s with the Clarkson James Racing entry. They're just a second behind the Sim Dynamics Sunoco, then just another 2 seconds back is that Ferrari of the red Ferrari of Dan Kell. So 3-way battle at the back end of the top 10 in your GT3s, and that is closing up rather nicely indeed. It's not always this point in the race you get a immediate battle on the track, but now we've got a 3-way one.
Yeah, indeed. And Sean Cleaver behind the wheel of the Sim Dynamics Sunoco Race Fuels car. That's a 1.7 KI rated driver. You've got 1.6 in Tim Reed, then you've got 5.0 in Dan Kell. So again, based on that, Dan Kell should close up and fire his way through with relative ease. Will he? Doubt. Of course, that's the Sim Dynamics Sunoco Racing car. That is the one with Remy Gilbert behind the wheel as well. Not driving at the moment, but like he's in that team. So they do have a couple of quality drivers in that car as Dan Kell gets right out of the spray.
Certainly does. Look at the previous lap times. Kel was a second and a half quicker than the pair of these. I wonder though if the Clarkson James car could go a little bit faster if he had a completely clear track up ahead, because the issue is when you get this close, of course you have the spray that kind of blocks your vision a little bit coming into some corners. Definitely a lot slower there for Cooper through the final chicane, and that is going to allow Kel to just get even closer in the background. He's right there now. It was a second and a half that gap, but he's already caught up very fast indeed, and is looking to go even faster, as on that previous lap he was 3 seconds quicker. He really is starting to close in now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big. I was about to say, there's a big dive coming in from Dan Kel right on the inside of Tim Reed. We'll see a replay of Tom Stanley work his way through Steward, go for a bit of a spin. Seen that quite a few times. Dan Kel to the outside as they work their way through Aintree. Big move coming in from Kel, trying to squeeze his way past Reed, but Reed's able to hang on. Bit of a lap traffic in the form of the number 31 Mercedes GT4 car. Charlie Max behind the wheel at the moment as they head their way down the end of the Wellington Straight into Brooklands. And Tim Reed did a good job to hang on there. That was a big dive from Kel.
He's going to do it again into Luffield. Actually, what that's going to do, though, is he's going to put him wide and then potentially get the better exit, but I'm not sure about that. Actually, a little bit of a wiggles helped, but obviously Ferrari on Ferrari, exactly the same power drag and everything. And look at the spray once you get in there. How brave does he want to be on the brakes in towards Copse Corner? He has to back out of that one, but he's made the apex, so unfortunately that's a little bit wide from Tim Reed, and it's going to be side by side up towards Magus and Beckett's.
Should be a relatively easy move to complete with Dan Kel. I think Tim Reed's going to back out, but he's not even going to be alongside when they get into the first part of the left kink going into Magus, Beckett and Chapel, and now Sean Cooper's just got ahead of Televsky at the moment, who's directly ahead. That's in the another one of the GT4s, the 376 at the moment, in that GT4 category, that's going to just hold up Sean Cooper a little bit. The gap's 1.2 seconds. Could see Dan Kel move the E-Datum car up inside the top 10 in the very near future.
Yes, certainly could. There needs to be obviously just focusing forward, and judging by the pace of Cooper, at least in the last couple of laps, you'd expect Kel to be there on this next lap coming as well. Up the inside, that's going to be for Reed on the traffic, but he's definitely not in with this battle too much, unfortunately, as he's just dropped off the back. So it's now just going to be a short time for that red Ferrari of Kel to catch up to Cooper. On this previous lap, he was only 0.3 faster, but of course he was overtaking Tim Reed.
Yeah, not too long ago, by the way, past 600 laps complete. WSR Esports ButtKicker is on lap 605 at the moment. So a lot of laps complete here in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. And we're still 3 hours left to go. There's plenty of time for these drivers to kind of work their way up a few extras. We're having a chat with a couple of team managers. Listen, a lot of it is just keep your nose clean, really, at this point, isn't it?
Oh yeah, don't do anything silly. You've gone far enough. You're kind of committed at this point, and that would be such a big waste, especially if you run out of fast repairs. It'd be such a big waste just to send it off the road, and then just waste all that effort for the weekend. And especially on whose birthday was it again? Was it Prosser?
It was.
You're saying, don't want to ruin Toby's birthday.
No, exactly. It's kind of something. If you're racing on your birthday, I don't want to be that guy, but sometimes you got to sit there and be like, there's some potential disappointment on the horizon. You never know. Racing on your birthday is dangerous. I distinctly remember my mate of mine, Scott Beresford. We always used to start the GPVWC season in February, which is obviously the rival Formula Sim Racing enemy. And we always just start in February, and Scott Beresford, good mate of mine, his birthday was in February, and the amount of times we'd always race around like his birthday and stuff like that. And one time we did race actually on his birthday. The first race was an absolute disappointment. The second race he finished, he won, if I remember correctly. And he was like, great, now I finished that and now I'm on a high and blah 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 blah. But I was like, oh, sometimes it's very risky, as Dan Kel will try and go for a move on Sean Cooper. Sometimes it could just be a disappointing day.
Oh, it could be as he's going to do the up and under here. No, he doesn't get the car to the inside. Of course, the big puddle on the apex there. So definitely a tough one, but we are closing in on that 3 hours to go mark, and he's going to use that as his opportunity to dive it down the inside towards turn 1, but doesn't choose to do so. Although turn 3, this is where he did the big send. Not too long ago. Is he going to have the confidence this time around? No, he's not. So Cooper's putting his car in all the right places, but maybe at turn 4.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, you got a 70 seconds of us, Cam. We've had a lot of fun in our little stint. Our podcast clock as Dan Kell will squeeze his way past the BMW there. So the Sim Dynamics Sunoco Race Yours car is now behind the Datum car. Some of our little stint, I mean, we've had a bit of fun. We've had weather's hit us for the first time in this race, so we are dealing with quite a lot of rain, and there is a Aston Martin in the middle of the road with a lot of damage.
Oh, right in front of the leader, the 41 as well. That's a bit awkward. But yeah, certainly it's been an interesting 3 hours in the booth. The rain has come down about halfway through. It's caused some absolute carnage. We've seen some big incidents, but hopefully we can get some nice battles to the end. But WSR, they're looking very, very strong in your GT3 championship.
Yeah, like I say, WSR Esports ButtKicker leading comfortably in the GT3 satellite racing, leading comfortably in the GT4s as well here in the ButtKicker Britcar 24-hour of Silverstone. Got just 3 hours left to go in the race, and the rain is looking like it is going to stop. Myself, Lewis McGlade, Karen Roger about to jump out of the comedy booth. Connery Maddock and Lorenzo Bonda ready to take you all the way to the checkered flag.
Everyone, thank you very much, Lewis and Cameron, for your services over the last couple of hours. My name's Connery Maddock. I'm going to be joined by Lorenzo Bonda for the rest of this broadcast. 3 hours to go here in the Britcar, 24 hours of Silverstone. It's a little bit wet and wild out there in the UK, which is pretty accurate for about this time of year. Very dark, very gloomy, very misty, very wet indeed. But this rain, according to the forecast, only going to be sticking around for another 45 minutes or so. That's from the iRacing forecast anyway. So we might end up getting things dried up by the end of this particular session. It's great to be here. Of course, we've got our 2 classes still running around there. Still about 47 cars. 48 cars still running out there with the 53 cars that we had at the start, which is pretty good attrition rate, if you ask me, Lorenzo. It's a tricky portion of the race, that is for certain. Most drivers, most teams, I think, probably just taking the attitude of just try to survive this rather than make any forward progress.
Because it's rain, and the one thing you really don't want to be is, you know, being over aggressive in terms of your driving style of sorts. You know, so you just want to survive the whole wet ordeal. We know how tricky the track can be, especially with the ever-changing conditions. You might get one lap of maybe some grip in the track, but the other lap, basically, because it is raining, the grip is just washed out again. So you do what you can to survive the whole effect of St. Peter pouring down on people.
Absolutely, it's definitely something that can shake up races such as this one. Yes, there are quite significant gaps between drivers at this point in the race. That's kind of natural when we have a 24-hour race that does not utilize any of the full course yellows to try and bring people back together. But either way, we still got some relatively close situations going on out there. That's a bit of a lapping procedure going on between those two GT machines here at the moment. That's not a battle for position out there. The closest actual battle for position is the 28 and the 98, the Sim Dynamics and Clark St. James Racing car. Those are the ones that are very, very close out there at the moment. And the Clark St. James Racing car, the 18 is the 98, excuse me, is the one that was dealing with the Team Red X number 15 trying to come through on them just in that last moment. Of course, Team Red X, they are currently fourth in class in that top GT3 division, so they are looking very, very good at the moment indeed. They are about a lap behind their closest competitor, but they're also a lap ahead of the one behind, so they're in a bit of they're on a lap all on their lonesome, at least in terms of position in class.
You can call it a lap conundrum, a lap gap conundrum. At least you find yourself in a position that you can battle it out or do something of the nature, overtake some people. It's always welcome. As you can see, P4, Jan Hilden overtaking or overlapping Sean Cooper in that sense, in the Sunoco car. That always, it's funny. I cannot get call Sunoco without thinking Team Dinoco from Cars.
Indeed, as we have obviously all this situation going on in GT3 with the closest battles out there, but these things really push and pull a huge amount because of the weather conditions, because different drivers will be comfortable in different conditions, and you know, they've sort of been dropped into this around about 2 hours ago, so there's potentially still some changes to be made in terms of positions out there, but they were able to, most teams were able to get a decent buffer over their closest competitors before the rain came down, so it's any time that they're losing is potentially just eating up into that more than anything else. But having a look at the sort of lap times across the board, I know it's difficult to talk lap times here in these sorts of conditions, but the fastest GT3s are in the 2:15s. That's where the race leader is, the WSR Esports ButtKicker at the moment. They're in the 2:15s. Everyone else sort of 2:60s, 2:70s who are the next fastest. So there's a big sort of split in terms of pace out there due to the conditions, which is quite understandable. And then in GT4, the fastest drivers are in the 2.9s, and then the 2.10s is pretty much covers everyone else. So actually, the GT4s are a lot closer in terms of pace in these conditions as a spread than the GT3s are, interestingly enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought the lap delta.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I'll just have to correct that. The GT4s, they're not in the 210s. That's that fastest lap. I was reading the wrong column. It is the morning. I'm not a morning person, I will admit. So they're in the 226s, 225s, but they're still similarly bunched up. So the point remains. It's just the lap times are wrong.
Yeah, but it's fair. I was gonna mention. I'm quite surprised the lap delta. On the one hand, is not so different from, let's just say, driving in the dry, right? Of course, the rain kind of makes it a more blatant to the pace, the GT3s, and the ability to hold themselves due to aerodynamics and also electronics. It's more stable in the track than the GT4 kind of does. And therefore you can see basically all GT3s having laps at the 20, you know, 2 minutes and 30 seconds average per lap, right? 15 seconds lower per lap. It's a little bit of a surprising effect of sorts, but not uncalled of, given the nature of how GT4 cars are nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of that GT4 class, though, the battles have been much more spread out in this particular class than we are typically seeing in the GT3s at the moment. There's a good couple of battles within about 5 to 10 seconds in the GT3s at the moment, but in GT4s we actually have no battle within 10 seconds in this particular class. Actually one battle, I'll correct that. The 20 and the 42 are within about 3 seconds of each other. So things are definitely spread out a bit more in the GT4 class. Of course, they do get themselves disrupted by the traffic a lot more than the GT3s. So potentially over the course of the many hours that we've had since the very start of the race, they're going to naturally have been spread out a little bit more. But yeah, this is looking like again another sort of battle towards survival through this wet period. The weather forecast shows the amount precipitation percentage chance, shall we say, dropping to about 8% at 9:45 a.m. in sim time, which is about 35 minutes time in sim. So, and actually that matches the real world as well. Funny how that works. So the drivers are going to be looking forward to that point, but this is the situation, Lorenzo. I don't think this track is really going to dry up very, very quickly. We've had pretty much no sun beat down onto the track for what feels like pretty much the majority of this race. So there's going to be still a significant amount of cloud cover, still this fog that lingers around. That's going to mean the track doesn't dry up very, very quickly at all.
No, I would say if it dries completely, it's going to be by the end of the race, right? Or very close to the end of the race, because of the track usage and the lap-by-lap portions that the drivers are going to get. And also, like you said before, I know track conditions are not going to favor themselves. The fog will remain, the cold track conditions will remain. This is basically next to what, the 18 degrees on track, 18 degrees ambient and 20 degrees on track, or 19 degrees on track. So it is very, very cold conditions. So it will take quite a while for the track to properly rubber in and get dried up whenever it stops raining in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, and that's just the RSA forecast. You know how forecasts can be wildly inaccurate. So it could stick around a while longer than that. It could end sooner. We will just have to wait and see. But that's the current prediction. They'll have to deal with this for around about another 45 minutes. That means, you know, once that clock in the top left reaches around about 2 hours, 2 hours 5, then we may see the rain start to dwindle and start to stop past that point. So then we have about potentially 2 hours of track drying all the way to the end of this race, unless there's another shower or two that wants to come in to throw a little bit of a curveball at us in the latter portions of this race. But all things considered, Lorenzo, the drivers have been dealing rather well with the current conditions. It's yes, we've seen a couple of spins, yes, we've seen a couple of incidents, but at least from my experience with rain races on iRacing, a lot of people definitely find it very, very tricky. And I'm not saying it's not tricky, but they find it so tricky that they find the wall, they find the tire barriers, they find the grass of Silverstone. But for the moment, we've seen the vast majority of people actually take a very reasonable approach to this. I think it's potentially a combination of the fact that it's a wet period during a 24-hour race. So you're already careful during a 24-hour race, but you're now doubly careful because of the conditions.
I think more importantly, there's one thing that I'm noticing from the driver lines, right? There's not too many difference from the wet line to the dry line, right? You can see drivers taking more of a very dry line approach. I think maybe the except of the entry of Meggetts and Beckett's complex, where they're taking a little bit of a wider angle into the corner entry. All the other corners, basically, they're taken as you would normally take on a dry line. Prepare yourself on the outside of the corner and then go in and hit the apex, which for me is a little bit surprising to see that, though.
We'll have to ask one of the drivers when they come in. I think the effect may be that there's still a lot of marbles from when it was dry, sort of offline. I'm not sure how iRacing sort of emulates the modeling of a marbled offline plus rain. That sounds like a particularly tricky thing to try and implement. So I think the drivers are sort of being cautious for that reason and just sticking to, for the vast majority of the time, the normal dry line coming through these corners. A couple of drivers have sort of half straddling it. That's what I've seen. They've sort of put the car maybe slightly wider or slightly tighter than they would have the normal dry line. But yeah, for the most part, it looks pretty normal out there as far as lines are concerned. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing. Again, we'll ask one of the drivers as they come back in to try and get any clarification on that situation. But yeah, it's certainly a very interesting one, and certainly nice to see the iRacing sort of dynamic weather system in play with this one. We're riding on board with the number 42 car. This is the DCW Racing blue car. They're currently about 4 seconds behind their closest competitor, the closest runner out there. That's the Onid Racing Britcar, number 20, the Aston Martin further down the road. But DCW Racing Blue, they're trying their best to make some good progress. They actually gained over 1.5 seconds over that last lap. So definitely making forward progress. They just need to catch up another 5 seconds so that they can potentially challenge and not have this gap fluctuate too much.
Yeah, but what's important in my opinion is like he's able to stay on track, right? Like we talked about this before, and being able to survive, because I think for GT4s is more of a complicated issue because you don't have you don't have like a traction control that is dedicated for rain or ABS that is dedicated for rain. It's more like crude electronics. You might have something that is going to give more assistance, but it's not dedicated for rain per se. Even the stability management as well comes into question right here too. That's why I think the drivers or some of the drivers might be using Max 8 for everything and for staying on track, and that's why not only we're seeing the times go up, but being able to remain on track better than let's just say some GT4s are.
We're looking briefly at the 99 there, the TSRC Esports number 99. They are currently about a second, or just over a second, behind ST Racing Esports. Of course, they just come down on towards the pit lane for one of their stops, so that's why they've been dropped back into this situation by a couple of cars as well, not just ones for position. So an interesting portion of the race for Thomas Kana, who's behind the wheel of that number 99 to negotiate for the next couple of moments. We're seeing a couple of stops happen as well. Glass Tech Racing in the GT3s, they've come down and in. We saw DCW Racing Orange hit the pit lane as well. So they're on a new stint on their tyres and a full tank of fuel, presumably. So yeah, this is sort of kind of entering another little pit stop phase here for some of our drivers, and well, there's not many more of those to go before the end of the race.
Yeah, I think in terms of potentials driver swaps, I would say there's one more driver swap between drivers, or two more driver swaps for all teams, considering the fact they're probably going to be in the pit lane once or twice.
We also got to ask the question of how much this wet period has sort of disrupted the plan strategy for the teams. Of course, you know, because under normal conditions, you know, you can come up with a decent plan all the way to the end of the race, pitting on the air every hour, or having some other plan if you aren't able to do that. But now with that rain, obviously everyone's going to be a bit off cycle compared to each other. At least much more than they would naturally be at this stage in the race, and it sort of potentially has made the end of this race potentially a little bit more complicated, because one, again, pretty much everyone is off cycle, and it begs the question, if everyone's off cycle, what is a cycle? But the other thing is when this rain stops and that rain gets into that track gets into the transition period between wet and dry running, you know, when exactly, which lap do you come in to try and maximize the benefit?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think for me this is something that is quite interesting for the race, because I think at this point you want someone that is, I'm not gonna say cold, right? You want someone that is basically used to with the weather, is already warmed up, is able to take laps and being consistent in it. Because I mentioned this, I think, when me and Brad were talking about rain, right? It's hard for you to be consistent, and it's very easy for you to make mistakes. We saw that time and time again commentating endurance events here at RaceSpot, and I mentioned Spot 24 being the awakening call for everybody. I think that was the first event, or the first special event that had the Tempest weather actually as in full effect. We saw rain, we saw a little bit of fogginess, we saw a little bit of wet track conditions on dry weather. So they had a little bit of everything, and kind of humbled the drivers, humbled these 9K, 10K rated drivers. So there's no amount of preparation, though, you would say that.
Sorry, Lorenzo. I almost just saw someone get very, very close out there on circuit. Or at least on my timing screen, where it was the 32 and the 14, the Alpha Esports and Team Loose Spurwing cars. They've both stopped within the last 10 laps, shall we say. So a little bit off cycle compared to each other, but I think potentially the 14 had drawn themselves alongside briefly of the number 6. That timing did drop below a tenth of a second when I glanced at it. So, but they weren't able to make the pass. Did Team Loose, so they had to drop back, and they sort of have to try to recover and get back into a position to try and make a pass now. Which is easier said than done, especially in these conditions. You go offline here. There we go. Oh well, for Edward Hope it doesn't seem to matter anymore with the next pass coming up, because he's had a bit of his own self-spin coming through there, and ends up not dropping any positions out there on circuit, but about 7 seconds worth of lost time.
At least you keep it on the track and you don't get crashed. From what it looks like, the car back completely was caught off guard during the transition from the entry to the exit of Brooklyn. Might have caught a puddle or something like that, and when it came on the throttle, not even the electronics are going to be able to save you right there. And I got corrected, there was rain the 12 hours of Sebring. The Tempest, I think that was the first event with Tempest, but if I remember correctly, there were some dry sessions for 12 hours then. That's why I say the more rude awakening being the Spot 24, where I think I've seen all sessions with rain.
Yeah, and well, we've at least it is 24-hour sort of special, well, it isn't a special, it is a special event in the sense, but it's not the iRacing special event. So but you know, at least with my experience, I mean, we had the rain absolutely poor at Spa 24, which is, you know, what we've been mentioning, but at least in the private leagues we've got we have had some rain-affected races, that's for certain. But to have it happen in the 24 is always an interesting, predicament. And thankfully, at least at this race, the track is only, according to iRacing, is only moderately wet. So it's not as bad as it could be out there. Let's just say that it's the rain hasn't been particularly heavy. And in fact, on the weather radar, it's been mostly green and blue sort of sectors of the weather sort of covering us at the moment. So we had a couple of yellows earlier when the rain came down a bit harder, but it's been sort of light to moderate rain throughout the last 2 hours. So it hasn't been tipping it down, and we haven't got a lot of standing water out there on circuit at the moment. So it's just, like I said, moderately wet. We've got no, or rather very few actual puddles out there.
Yeah, no complaints whatsoever. At least the general awareness to drive around this track was brought up. Everybody's just keeping it clean. Ooh.
Careful with the triple A. Yeah. You know the exact reason for that? Curb.
Yeah.
Yeah, stay away.
Curb is not your best friend.
Yeah, absolutely. You just keep it on the grey stuff. Don't keep it on the curbs. That's the main advice with these sorts of conditions. And maybe a little bit later on as things dry up, you can start using the curbs a little bit more, but those are the portions of the circuit that tend to stay wetter for longer, depending on the drainage of the circuit. So even if it does start to be, having a dry line out there, you still kind of got to avoid the curbs because they're still going to be damp, they're still going to be slick. So that's what surprises a lot of drivers. They think, oh, I'm on slick tires now, I'm on a dry line, I can start using the curbs a lot more, but sometimes you have to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, and it's kind of, and you were talking about maybe curves and some other parts of the track being taking a little bit longer for it to cool down or dry down. It's interesting to talk about like Silverstone. Silverstone has good drainage, so as far as I'm concerned, right, being a grade A circuit and all, so. Whenever this actually dries up in about 25 minutes or so, 20 minutes or so, it's gonna take a while, of course, for these off parts of the asphalt to dry up, but it's not gonna be overly dangerous. I think this is gonna be running with the wet tires and stuff. Is gonna be manageable for some of these drivers. What surprises me is I'm still very surprised with the fact that the amount of puddles that we're seeing on apexes, it's very little. It's kind of like the apexes, despite being this relatively flat track of sorts, it's not that much.
We're riding on board with CSRC Esports. It's still involved in this battle with ST Racing Esports this time. So the number 3, and actually the car directly ahead of them, is going to be their next closest competitors. Not CSRC Esports. Sorry, I'm getting that completely wrong. It is the Cube Controls, Reparto Corsa, the 888. That's only 0.7 of a second down the road there. So this one still continuing to draw itself in. It seems like Cube Control's a little bit better through this first sector, actually gaining a couple of tenths of a second, but we'll see if that's a consistent thing over the course of the lap here. Of course, these gaps can be fluctuating a little bit more wildly in these sorts of conditions than they would normally under dry running, but you can see the Cube Control car just sort of pulling itself away down the Wellington Straight and leaving CSRC in their dust a little bit, gap up to 0.9 of a second as they head their way down into there. And of course, there's also the element of not only the different drivers being better in these conditions, but maybe some of the different cars handling a little bit better in these challenging conditions as well. That's always a factor that you have to consider too.
And you can see, I think, Tuma's trying to have a little bit of a wider angle line and to try to avoid the back ends getting off right. There were some spotty moments right there as he was making the transition on Lufield with his Aston Martin Vantage GT4 that you would think, okay, the car is going to step out on its rear, but not quite. He actually was able to keep it together and just cruise on. But it shows how hard it is for the GT4 cars to remain not just in contact with any other car on track, but most importantly, be in the track with the lack of proper electronic tools, I would say, in my opinion, to handle these pouring wet conditions.
CSRC having to make the line on the inside because of the prismatic Motorsports Minerva car. The 128 deciding to head their way through. Amy Grime behind the wheel of that machine, and another bit of traffic trying to get through as well. That's the Aztec Racing Michael Cheverton deciding that now is a pretty good time to get past on the GT4 traffic there. So that's a little bit frustrating if you're TSRC. You started to gain a bit of time towards the back end of the lap on the 888, and then you have two GT3s decide that they want to get through, and that's just multi-class endurance racing in a nutshell. You make some good progress, and then all of a sudden lap traffic comes and makes the passes on you.
Yeah, but eventually you're gonna see that gap go down as Prismatic just trying to move around the outside against the Cube Controls, as Aztec is gonna be able to make the move And you can see the closing speed from the 99 gets a little bit closer on the prismatic M4. Interesting to see that kind of happen of sorts, but eventually both M4s are going to clear off the Porsche Cayman at the entry of Brooklands.
Yep, there we go. Just about getting through on the GT4s. Still riding on board with the number 99, Thomas Kana. Still about a second off adrift of Q Controls, Reparto Corsa at the moment. Salvatore Cozzo is the one behind the wheel of that 888. He's got 7/8 tenths of a second now. It is our closest battle on circuit. There are other relatively close battles out there. There's the 98 and the 29 up in GT3s, the Clark St. James Racing and Class Tech Racing. And there's also the Truck Boys versus the Ram Ranch Motorsports car. That's the 18 and the 69 in GT3s. So battle for 17th and 18th there. But this is by far the closest one out there. It's fantastic to see these guys find their own little pairings, their own little battle packs, despite what's going on. Speaking of, though, we are expecting, or at least the forecast is expecting the rain to stop inside the next 15 minutes. So it will fully stop. There might be some showers behind that, depending, at least on the weather radar. So it might be dry for a good while, then we might get a sputtering of rain, and then it might be dry after that. But the drivers will be given a break from this in a couple of moments' time, at least inside of this stint. If drivers have come down in or towards the pit lane recently, they will have to have made a plan for the track conditions to change significantly inside of this tyre stint. So that's going to be an interesting thing for the teams to try to at least try to work around with their strategy. You know, what happens if the track gets dry enough for slicks during the potentially the very end of this tyre stint? Do you have to come down in early? Do you commit to the full laps that you were trying to achieve? Those are both big questions, and it all depends on how quickly the track dries out.
Yeah, but I think also comes with the question of, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, this is actually dry by the end of the race, like I was mentioning.
Oh, contact! Oh. Contact, Cube Controls into the side of the RAF E-Motorsports 19 car. I'm not exactly sure whether or not that was really necessary. I'm being completely honest with that little bit of contact. Well, it's a free position for Thomas Kana in the 99, that's for certain, but that was certainly an interesting incident.
Yeah, looking forward to see that on the replay.
He tries to do the up and under in the... I'm going to let the stewards deal with that one, but it definitely sounded like that Cozzo was still in the throttle, even though contact was pretty much inevitable.
Yeah, I think he thought, actually, that Aston Martin was going to give a little bit away, lift off the exit at the corner. Therefore, he would have more liberty to go on the throttle and get away with things. But that wasn't the case. He eventually lost now the position to TSRC and created a 7.5 second gap to that car.
Yeah, absolutely. That's certainly an interesting one. Of course, the stewards will be looking at any incident that gets forwarded to them over the course of this race, and that's probably going to end up being one of them. So we'll wait and see any result of that, if any, in this one. But having a look at this sort of gaggle of cars here, it's always amazing to see when we get these battle packs developed sort of a little bit at random over the course of these very long races. That's the iSports. So I'm just trying to get that's the iSport GVR car, number 23 involved in that one. They're sort of in the middle of the sandwich. They have the DCW orange car ahead, which is a battle for position for them. The GT3 trying to squeeze down the right-hand side in towards Copse Corner. Both GT4s having to take the big wide arc through. There's another GT3, Ram Ranch Motorsport, trying to get themselves through. They're involved with the battle with the Truck Boys, so that's a GT3 battle heading their way through on a GT4 fight as well. So they haven't disrupted each other too much. Callum Gibson behind the wheel of the iSport GBR car number 23 trying to find some alternate lines coming through Maggots and Beckett's to try and gain the upper hand over Josh Boots, who's in the DCW orange car. Here comes Phoenix Sim Racing, one of the GT3s. They got to be careful not to get squeezed too much out onto the grass, but they do find a lane on driver's left-hand side, down in towards Stowe Corner. Josh Boots still trying to defend this position. Callum Gibson committing to the outside, but overcooks it a little bit out on towards the runoff. Rejoins the circuit, but yeah, that was a bit of an attempt, a bit of a late-breaking move for Gibson, but the car not wanting to comply.
Yeah, I want to say maybe he got a little bit of puddle just coming in too slow right there and completely offset the car. Luckily for him, he didn't go for a half spin or something of the nature. Just kept that car on track, and that's the most important thing.
There's that element of the painted line there as well. I think he just about got two tyres onto the paint there, which is very treacherous, excuse me, when the conditions are like this. So stay away from curbs, stay away from painted lines. That's generally the advice. But it has broken up this battle somewhat. Still 1 second between DCW Racing Orange and iSport GBR, so they haven't spread each other out. Well, they haven't spread out too much as a result of that incident. So I think Callum Gibson might get himself another opportunity here shortly to be able to try and make this pass work.
Yeah, and you can see he's closing the gap a little bit. Therefore, there will be a chance for a battle again eventually. Don't know if it's going to be in this lap, but it's happening.
No, absolutely in towards Luffield now. The Quad Dash Racing has the GT3 that's in the middle between the two of them at the moment. They'll be able to make their way by, coming on towards the Hamilton straight now. But yeah, it's very, very tricky to try and pick your opportunity to try and make a pass when things are like this, because there's wild differences across the width of the circuit. The GT3 spinning round, that's Quad Dash Racing, the car that had just got through on those GT4s, had a little bit of a spin coming out of Copse Corner, which is probably the scariest point on this track to have a spin. It was, at least looks like it was getting up onto the curb that caused that spin on the exit there.
Now, probably gonna see better on the replay if it is the inside curb or the outside curb that threw the car sideways outside the cops, as we have a Mercedes on the hanger straight that was merging back on track. Something might have happened.
Yeah, so it's still tricky to keep it on circuit, but drivers have had about 2 hours worth of practice in these conditions here at the moment, so getting more and more comfortable with it. But they will be changing shortly. We have a little bit of rain over the circuit now, but after that there seems to be a little bit of a dry sector of the weather radar, so we might get a period here, just a second, of us having a little bit of a break from the rain. So that will give the track a chance to dry up just a little bit. Whether or not it'll be dry enough for slicks anytime soon still remains to be seen. I mean, Lorenzo, you bring up the point that this is an FIA Grade 1 circuit and the drainage is usually pretty good, but the thing is we have this cloud cover and we have this fog, which will mean the sun can't sort of evaporate the water by beating down on it. Meanwhile, Ballard GT3, 17th and 18th place, Ram Ranch Racing and Track Boys, they just had a little bit of a swap around, it seems like. Ram Ranch Motorsport ahead of Truck Boys now. There they are, out on screen. But the pass was made between Ricky Renner and Jake Hatton. That's a heck of a name, Ricky Renner, isn't it? It's two names that go really well together.
No, it is. It's this is kind of fun, and Hugo might know this because I'm gonna bring Brazilian music references into this. Ricky Renner is actually a name for a duo country pop band or duo that had back in Brazil. One guy named Rick, the other guy named Renner. Not even lying. Not even lying.
Wait, is this? Hang on, let me check the. Okay, so Ricky Renner from Florida, it looks like on the team there, shares the same name as a musical group from Brazil.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is that correct?
That is totally.
I'm wondering if he knows this.
Like, almost likely not.
That's a weird one. That's a weird one for sure. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe if we'll get a representative of that team in the booth, maybe Ricky himself, you could drop the absolute bombshell on him.
The bombshell. That would be interesting. But then again, it's kind of like me. I was looking why there is this, because I know Ram Wrench is a reference for something, right? Mm-hmm. It has to be a reference for a song. I thought it was something related to Zelda because of the wrench that you have back in Hyrule. Luca. Not a proud moment that Lewis McGlade or Kim Roger can be proud of right there.
Yeah, absolutely not. Big spin, but hopefully no harm done to the car. Didn't make contact with any other cars or any barriers, so was able to get himself back going. We're watching the number 29 and the 98 here at the moment, so there are a good couple of battles going on the circuit. Like, it's kind of surprising, after we've had so many hours of this race done, over 19 hours, and we still have battles out there, and actually not only one battle, but multiple battles. It's great to see. This is the Clark St. James Racing versus Glasstec Racing little pairing for 13th in class in GT3, and then you also still have the iSport GmbH and the DCW Racing cars close in for 9th place in GT4 as well. So it's great that we get these little fights. It gives us something to talk about, gives us some little bit of entertainment at this stage in the race as they both negotiate their way through on a GT4. That's the DCW blue car, as they now chase down towards Cops Corner and maybe find themselves stuck behind a bit of traffic here. It's very tricky to try and get yourself through on a GT4 down at this section, but they find it just the right time, coming on the exit there in towards Maggots and Beckett's, which is a similarly tricky complex as Glasstec wrap themselves around the nose of the DCW Racing orange car. Thankfully, don't find any barrier, and it was only the little initial contact which may have caused a little damage, but for Matt Hoyland, that would have been a very high-speed spin and a very scary moment.
Yeah, luckily for him, I think he was approaching a braking zone, and there was just some minor miscalculation, I think, between the GT4 and GT3.
The GT4 swung straight, swung about, quite a significant amount back to the right across the track, and I don't think that 29 was expecting it.
It's a little bit of, coming in hot around the A corner that if it is tricky already on dry conditions for you to do an overlap, I imagine that doing that on a wet condition it's 10 times worse. Right, and luckily for everybody, there was no other people involved in this, or people, losing more time because of this, so they can carry on with the race. Just to wrap up real quick, Connery, I thought Ram Wrench and Truck Boys was the most British country battle that we had on track.
There we go. Up on the replay, yeah, it's the GT4 that's swinging back across the circuit to open up the corner, and they just sort of misjudged it and overshot it a little bit, and they went straight into the rear left of Glasstec Racing. So it's an unfortunate one, that's for sure. Glasstec Racing, there's nothing they could have really done about that as they dive down the inside here and get themselves a bit of a slide on the DCW Racing orange car. So so aggressive down the inside there, just making their feelings known about the situation that has just happened. But off they ride into the sunset. But yeah, like I was saying, Lorenzo, those two team names seem much more like American sort of team names. We don't really have ranches here in the UK. And we don't really have trucks, at least in the pickup sense.
I know that's why it was weird for me to see Ram Wrench and Truck Boys. Well, there is trucks in the UK. Don't get me wrong. I've seen a few trucks back in London, so that is a thing.
Yeah, they're very impractical, like pickup trucks, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So it's there's one near me that's a Ford Ranger, and if there's any Americans out there, they'll probably realize, wait, that's like quite a small truck, the Ford Ranger. It looks massive compared to everything else here in the UK. It's crazy, and I doubt you'd be able to get it down some of the streets that with cars parked on both sides here. It's just humongous. I don't know how. It's just completely impractical for the UK. You won't be able to get it down some streets. It's Sean McArdle, big spin contact for the number 21 car. That's Project Not Last, and well, that project is still going well as far as they're concerned, but it's just like this won't be a help into achieving that goal.
You didn't make contact with that Mercedes GT4.
Yep, they did.
Okay. Unfortunate to see that happen, but at least I don't think they picked up any more damage out of the car in the Mercedes as well. But what I also thought about is like trucks around London. It's nearly impossible for you to drive around because of the green zone. The green zone tax, right? That you have around London. So. You basically would be driving just for the swag of I have a big truck, you know. but ranch, that's definitely there's not any ranch at all as far as I know in the UK. There are farms, but not ranches per se.
They're not called ranches, but yeah, it's. We don't have the infrastructure to be able to handle everyone having a massive pickup truck or a big SUV, even though they do exist, of course, but not onto the scale that the Americans have with their size of cars. That's for sure.
No.
But go on.
Plus, imagine trying to have a Lincoln Navigator back in the middle of the UK with the 34-inch rims and spinners.
Yeah, it's not worth thinking about as far as I'm concerned. But back out there on circuits, of course, things still developing. Closest battle is DCW Racing Orange and iSport GBR. Those are the two cars that are closest at the moment. We do have to start talking about the next stops potentially, because yes, a lot of these drivers are on, they just started their stints effectively, 2 laps on the stint, 4 laps, 5 laps on the stint, so they're not thinking about pitting for a while. But what they do have to think about now is, since this rain has now officially stopped, I'm not seeing any rain drops out there whatsoever. The racetrack is sort of on a clock right now. It's like, when is it going to be dry enough for those slick tires? That's the next very big question that the drivers and teams will have to be thinking about now. Is it this next stop that they'll take dry tires? Is it going to be dry enough sort of midway through this stage so that they can come down in? Still very big unknowns at this stage. So definitely watch this space.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can even see some spots around the track, as I think that's one of the prismatic cars that went around one of the Porsches right there. That could have been a little bit spotty. But you can see already from looking from our outside camera angles that there's some the I'm not gonna say the dry line, but basically the racing line is starting to dry up a little bit, just because of the track usage, right?
Absolutely, there's nothing falling from the sky at the moment, so every moment that track is going to get drier and drier. There is a tiny little patch of rain on the weather radar that may hit us, although we might shoot the gap between 2 showers here in a second on the radar, but that's the only sort of little variable that's potentially might affect this next period of the race. But yeah, for the moment, it's a lot of anticipation out there, and the track getting faster and faster over the next 10 to 15 laps.
Yeah, something like that.
Ooh, out onto the curb. Ooh, that's a sketchy place to be.
Kept it on the track, though. That's the most important thing.
Absolutely. But the battles that we had been watching have pretty much all spread out at this stage. We've got the E-Datum car deciding that now is a pretty good time to pit for them, so they've come out to the pit lane and back onto the racing circuit. Look at this gaggle of cars on the way down the straights. A couple of lapping procedures underway in amongst all of these as they negotiate their way through Stowe Corner, and sort of, you know, we're sort of racing to wait at the moment to see if something may happen with the track drying. Who's going to be the first one to get themselves into slick tires? It's definitely not the conditions for it at the moment, but maybe in 10-15 minutes time we can start to think about this dry line's becoming much drier, and then you may still not be at the stage of making that decision, but at least you're getting to that point. And again, it's all dependent on how fast this track dries out where that decision will fall.
Yeah, I still maintain that this track is going to be dry enough for you to go with dry tires. I would say about 20 minutes left into this race.
Yeah, potentially, as it is still quite cold out there, so it might not be a fast process. Let's just say that. But we do, even with a couple of minutes under no precipitation, that dry line is certainly becoming much more and more obvious, even with a couple of laps under this sort of no rain scenario.
Yeah, absolutely.
Couple of GTs having themselves a little bit of a disagreement there. The number 20 car deciding to head their way through on the bit of lap traffic, not the number 20, excuse me, but a little bit of traffic negotiations going on, shall we say, amongst a couple of these cars, and it's certainly a very tricky situation. There's iSport GBR getting themselves sort of side by side with some of these GT3s coming up towards Baggins and Beckett's, which is never a nice predicament to be in, that's for certain. But yeah, it's again a very attritional race at this stage. Just to sort of recover the sort of weather system. Of course, it's been the big topic of discussion for the last couple of hours, that's for sure. But the thing is, the only complaint, Lorenzo, that I have is that it's 19 degrees in the air at Silverstone at almost 10 a.m. in the morning at the end of September, it looks like in Sim. So that is, I don't think that is an accurate reflection of the weather in late September in the UK. The atmosphere is, that's for sure. The wet and the fog, that's pretty accurate. But 19 degrees in the air, probably not.
Yeah, you'd argue it's gonna be way colder.
Not way colder, but at least like not close to 20s.
Oh no! I know it's not gonna be closer to 20s. I think. Well, this is so I think it is a detriment still to iRacing weather as a whole, right? I think it's hard set to the minimal being around 17 degrees, right?
Yeah.
You cannot go a little lower than this, but I think eventually this is going to change. I think as now the tempest has come along and you're finally getting some breakthroughs in the simulation things. Eventually, this disparity of like 0 to 70 degrees that you get in Brazil in track temperature sometimes in the middle of the summer is gonna finally show up, right? We're probably gonna start dreaming about seeing track conditions being like at 8 degrees ambient, and it's gonna be just as cold on track as well. And it's going to prove a massive challenge for drivers to properly pick up the heat in the tires.
Yeah, that would be interesting. That's for sure. Certain. I'm not expecting them to be able to do like minus temperatures with ice being modelled and things like that. That's the vast majority of times in normal racing, and that happens, and it's the race is called off and red flagged, right? But it's maybe have a minimum of 0 or a minimum of a couple of degrees above freezing, and then just let the system work itself out from there. But yeah, I think maybe they haven't done that because there may have been a couple of issues with it getting that cold with the car performance and the tyre behaviour, that they thought, actually, we'll just keep the minimum at like 15, 16 degrees and then everything is fine from there. But it does mean that we get slightly inaccurate temperatures for the time of year at some circuits during, again, some dates.
Yeah. But at least we can maybe in the future start dreaming about seeing tracks that are slightly flaky with snow, because I know in the UK you guys do get that sometimes, don't you?
I mean, snow's not common here, but it's not completely rare.
Yeah, it's not. That's what I was trying to get at. It's not a common thing like you'd get around Norway if you were to drive around Rudskogen, for example, right? But when it happens, it kind of like happens, you know. It is not like a 5-minute or 10-minute temporary thing. It usually sticks out for one day and then it just wings away and basically can affect the track look of sorts.
Maybe I mean, we do have, of course, with the rallycross situation, potentially we could. I mean, they do race in the snow and the ice in rallycross, don't they? So
they do for like Swedish tracks.
Yeah. So I mean, there's your reason to introduce it to iRacing if you really needed the reason.
Yeah. See, Greg West pay us. We're giving good ideas.
Not all of our ideas are fantastic, but at least they're ideas, right?
Yeah. You throw them for free, you just charge the royalties later.
I'm glad that's your plan, as with the racing that we have going on at the moment. A couple of pit stops happening. We've got Wild Things Racing deciding that now's a good time to pit in the number 79. We have a close little situation going on out there on circuit as well. This is with the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car and the Glasstec Racing, number 29 and the 48. That's exactly what we're watching on screen right now. We're on board with the Prismatic Motorsports car. You can see the different lines being taken. Glasstec Racing getting the back end out as they head their way out on towards the Wellington Straight now. Joe Mugford able to get their way through on driver's left-hand side, open it up, coming down the straight here and letting that Audi rip and go in towards the braking zone and get that pass done. So Prismatic Motorsports ahead of Glasstec Racing in that last couple of moments.
Yeah, good hold from Glasstec's Ferrari to avoid a spin around at the exit of the loop going to entry. But I think more importantly, I saw something. I don't know if you noticed, Connery, and now you're noticing again. Some of the drivers are already looking for those wet portions of the track to keep the tire temperature still mildly cool, because you can start to see a very noticeable line of dry line going around the racetrack for these cars.
More and more noticeable by the moment. According to the weather radar, we are in a bit of a break. There is a band of rain sort of going to hit within the next sort of 5 minutes or so. That it really depends on where in that band we're actually going to hit, because there are a good couple of gaps. We might be going for one about them in a moment, so it might be sort of a little bit of drizzle, but certainly not the significant rain that we've had over the past couple of hours. So it just might just delay this drying procedure for another couple of moments.
Yeah, I think should delay for about like 10 to 30 minutes if it ever comes out on track. I don't know. We don't know how heavy the rain is gonna be though for the track kit if it actually comes in about like 5-10 minutes. But every tiny bit of rain that you're gonna get on track actually washes out the the building grip on the track, despite the dry line right now not having the most grip at all. I was wondering now, Connery, because you did voice for iRacing of sorts, right? How would one go and pronounce the track is wet for drivers if you are a PA announcer?
I don't know. I just got lines given to me by iRacing and I said them. Like, I didn't think of any up.
Ay, man. It's just something now, because we have like you had the PA line to say, you know, the cars on track and other on track activities of sorts. It's just like now with rain and things like that. How a PA announcer would announce that?
A bit damp, innit? That's how they'd announce it.
Yeah.
Especially here in the
mildly
UK.
moist.
Mildly moist. Yeah, I saw that in chat. Thank you, Roland. The track is mildly moist. Yeah, so it actually, on a serious note, it has changed the track condition in iRacing. So it said moderately wet. Now it's lightly wet. So definitely a change there. So we may be starting to see the first signs of things changing significantly, shall we say. I realised we've gotten to this point in the broadcast. I don't know if the previous commentary team did this or not, but we've gotten to this point in the broadcast on the morning of a 24-hour, and we haven't talked about breakfast yet.
Oh, if Lewis and Cam haven't talked about it, we can't.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to rely on the chat for this because I was asleep during most of their commentary stints. I don't know if they actually covered breakfast or not. It's a tradition here on here in 24-hour races to have that chat when at an appropriate time. I actually haven't had mine yet.
No, same. I was basically sleeping, and when I woke up, I was kind of like half watching the major while watching this.
Yeah, I stayed up way too late. I had a bit of a sleep, woke up, realized, wait, it's 30 minutes until I'm meant to be on the commentary, so I have to jump into the comments booth and try and desperately read up on everything that has happened previously in this race. But yeah, it's been a fun time. Roland says it's positively dripping.
Yeah.
Well, it's not anymore. It's nothing is escaping the sky at the moment here in this race. So it's stopped being positively dripping, and things are drying out. But we will see if this next band of very, very light rain affects that.
Yeah, fair. The question is, we're going to be here for 3 hours, though. Does it consider like would it be considered that us having a breakfast post broadcast? Because it is going to be
yeah, by the time we're finished, it's going to be a lunch. Let's just say that. But yeah, it's I don't know what people would normally have for breakfast. I guess put it in the chat. What did you have for breakfast this morning? It's it's always an intriguing part of these broadcasts. So what would you have had, Lorenzo?
All right, if I'm trying to think of myself, all right, I need to stay fulfilled right now in the early morning. I go from Wesley with some yogurt.
Oh, interesting. I'm just a fan of some toast, to be honest. Just some toast
with some jam or
usually it's obviously buttered, and then you might put some Nutella on it. I've had Nutella recently. Marmite, I actually like Marmite. A lot of people don't like Marmite, but I like Marmite. For that's a very UK reference, and actually, obviously, some international folks might recognise it as well because it's so known for being.
I know.
I mean, their whole branding was you either love it or you hate it. So it's the whole thing.
It's the same thing they call for a Vegemite in Australia, basically.
Yeah, it's a similar thing. It's not exactly the same, but it's a similar thing.
But yeah, I think I've only had Marmite, I think, once in my life.
Was once enough?
Yeah. Because the taste is very distinctive. It's not something that you expect to eat on a breakfast. But then again, we often talk about it's like I feel for you, Brit. Sometimes you guys get picked on your breakfast for your English breakfast, I like it, but the only problem I have with the English breakfast is the beans.
Well, there we go. Roland says, not had it yet, but we'll cook a full Scottish. So sausages, bacon, egg, mushrooms, a black pudding. Lovely.
Lovely.
It's making me hungry now.
Yeah, I'm thinking about grabbing the M&Ms that is actually on my fridge.
Thing is, like, I haven't been grocery shopping in a bit, so we're running low on pretty much everything, and there's like no snacks around, so I can't even go down. I was like, I've been meaning to go out, I've just been putting it off through laziness, to be honest. But we have a lack of snacks in the house at the moment, which needs to be resolved.
Yeah, you know, for me, it's a little bit more complicated because I'm due to move out of this place that I am right now in like 9 days. Well, if it was yesterday, I was going to say 10 days. If you had asked me when we were doing Ivra, I would say 10 days for sure. But now it is 1st of December. It's going to be 9 days eventually. So I don't know if I should waste my, my card that I have for food and stuff that my company gives it to me on snacks and things like that right now, or I just hold what I have right now on my pantry and eat what I have there, which is kind of like some tuna, some popcorn. There's still popcorn, but it's not the best popcorn, but it's doable. Or if I should go for the full muesli and strawberry yogurt treatment, it's chocolate muesli, so it's really good. If I eat that, I don't have to eat lunch. That's the good stuff. That's a good thing.
Sorry, I was just looking at when my local supermarket closes, because it's a Sunday and you can never guarantee that things are open at certain times. But no, we're absolutely fine. It closes way after the broadcast finishes, so I can actually get some stuff. So there we go. Roland says, by the way, Marmite and cheese on toast is god tier, or a fried egg sandwich with Marmite. I actually haven't tried either of those two things. Thank you for giving me ideas, Roland. So I might try both of those at some point, and I'll get back to you on the results.
I might actually do some eggs after this is all said and done. I haven't had eggs in a whole while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think an omelet.
Oh, an omelet. Oh, lovely. Let's just catch up with the comments. Meathead says, I love ButtKicker Britcar. Well, they are they're great. I have no further input on this. They are great. They are great indeed. But there are other cars and other teams in this event. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. This broadcast has delved into the awkward period, I suppose, with 2 hours left to go. You might have noticed that, at least for a couple of moments there, we had a couple of spits of rain, but on the whole, the track's still drying out. Track's still very lightly wet, so the track's getting faster. I'm just having a look and see what the lap times have been recently, especially for the race leader. So that is the WSR Esports ButtKicker car. So they let's see what the recent lap times were. So they were in the actual proper wet. Lap times actually haven't changed too much, actually, surprisingly so. There's sort of between the 217s, 216s, and it's sort of still 217s here at the moment. So the pace actually hasn't really picked up. I'll try and get another car because it's good to have a sample size of more than one. And it seems to be the pattern across the board. A couple of drivers have come down into the pits over the last couple of moments, which may be affecting things as well. But the track actually hasn't got that much faster in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so.
No, I think because maybe the rain drip, I think, brought the grip level down on the track, and therefore the times would eventually, get just as slow. As you can see, P2, I think that was the Cube Control cars or close to it that they actually did the overlap. while being chased by altitude, but I think that's a short-lived battle from what it looks like. I think either car has to go into the pit lane really shortly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, not quite.
Go on.
8-lap delta between each car, so this is actually a proper on-track battle. Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely. So all of a sudden, they are off cycle by about 8 laps compared to each other at this stage. That's for certain. But yes, this is a battle out on circuit for actual track position. So Attitude Esports, Jack Jeffries behind the wheel of the 111. The Porsche 718 came down towards the inside through turn number 1, late on the brakes into there. They rub paint coming through the apex. ST Racing Esports trying to defend on the outside line. It will still be the outside for the next corner, so they have to be very, very careful here. They go for the pinch. There's a bit of contact between the two as Peter Brett gets spat out towards the runoff and loses a whole bunch of time as a result. That was a pretty aggressive battle for 2 hours to go.
Yeah, but I think Peter was actually having some struggles with the tires in the car, so that's why Jack was able to get closer and go for the battle. But I swore on little baby Jesus' name that they would actually make contact and explode themselves into the wall. The way they went into turn number 1 and 2 down at Abbey and then going to campus and farm curve.
There's a very big pinch to the inside there. I'm not sure if... I mean, that was a very, very heavy defensive move, that's for certain, and especially on a portion of the racetrack that hasn't been raced on in a while. So there's still a significant amount of water there. So it's... it was certainly an interesting decision. Of course, contact was made, and stewards, of course, will be looking at incidents throughout this race. But yeah, it's you know, a little injection of action over the last couple of moments, I suppose.
Yeah, a little bit of dose of adrenaline for those who are a little bit drowsy with the rain and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. We always keep an eye on the protest results channel, as that's been where the staff have been posting the stewards' decisions. So we'll see how that one turns out. But having a look at the comments, Closet Sim Racer says, "Love this event. Been to the OG twice. Once as a journalist, and once as a fan. Shame not to be racing this year, but go DCW racing." Oh yeah, that's absolutely that's fantastic. It's yeah, it's great to see these sorts of events replicated in the sim racing side of things. It's certainly essentially what is a new discipline of racing, right? Because I mean, especially during sim racing has existed for a long time, especially in the esports format. But obviously during 2020, where we couldn't have any real life racing, the rest of motorsport sort of embraced esports and it's sort of become its own discipline now, which is fantastic. It's got that recognition, I think, from a lot of the big players in the real world of motorsports, and it's positive to see, because it is essentially the same thing as these guys are doing in real life. It's just that, you know, it's in a simulated environment and maybe the risk is a bit lower, but yeah, it's still got many of the same skill sets utilized, and it's being recognized for that, which is great.
Yeah, and that's quite interesting for us to talk about how this the shape of the championship kind of like took shape of sorts, because back in the old days, some would call Britcar a little bit of a mix of grassroots with modern, right? Because you had the GT3s, you had the GT4s, some of the challenge cars like the Ferrari Challenge or the Ginetta cars. So. And nowadays, you're starting to have a little bit of a transition to be more GT.
Yep, sorry, we just saw the 390 Jake Pitt, excuse me, have a little bit of a slide there as they are continuing to apply the pressure to the back of the car ahead. That is the Quartermass Motorsports car that they're currently trying to harass and getting very, very big in the mirrors of. A little bit of a moment there for Ryan Blackwell across the right, and it seems like Aztec Racing have now the opportunity down towards the inside to try and make this one work. A little bit of bumping and parting with doors. Motorsports on their way through this first sector. Jake Pitt trying to find a line on the inside to try and make this one work. No overlap just yet, although Ryan Blackwell does give the space. Now in towards the loop as Blackwell on the inside there. Again is able to try and best Jake Pitt coming off the corner now, but they are so close coming through the exit here on towards the Wellington Straight. They're trying to carry as much speed as possible through there, but there was a definite angle going on there with the number 63, and but they're able to keep themselves ahead in towards the braking zone. There's the big lunge from Jake Pitt down the inside. Aztec Racing 390 with a big move, and they're able to get it slowed up. Fantastic stuff. They get the pass done. They got to be careful through Luffield though. They're taking this as a bit of a double apex this time around, and they're through.
Yeah, good battle between guys, and a lot of respect given to between them as they went around the corners. I thought that was going to be a very scary moment. Oh, there could still be a very scary moment.
Yeah, lapping procedures going on through Cops Corner is always sketchy.
Yeah, it's completely sketchy. Even if it is GT3 and GT4s on wet, but a good battle between them. They gave a lot of respect to each other, gave a lot of room to each other. Of course, turn one going around Abbey and Farm is a little bit more dicey than you guys imagined it to be, but they managed to make it stick. But also, more importantly, good livery from the Quartermass guys. A shout out to them as they managed to keep it a really good battle and entertaining for us.
Absolutely, it's great to see. We're watching the number 3. That is the ST Racing Esports car. They are currently right up behind Attitude Esports, the 111 by with Jack Jeffries behind the wheel at the moment as well. So these battles continuing to come in with an hour and 45 minutes left to go.
Absolutely, and thinking about and talking about Peter, right? Whenever he actually got overtaken, he had the contact with the Altitude Racing. We would have thought, okay, this was a little bit out of reach, but not quite. I think Peter just managed to find his groove with the car back, and is now on a charge over here down Hanger Straight, and is going to have the opportunity to go side by side at Stowe.
The inside through Stowe and getting that pass complete. That is a very comfortable move, although there might be an opportunity back here on the outs coming off the corner for Attitude Esports, although E-Datum in one of the GT3s is going to disrupt this battle by heading down the inside at the first part of the Vale and splits the difference between the two cars there. They're being chased currently by Britcar Motorsports Athena, the number 48, who's been making good progress, and E-Datum getting choked up behind these GT4 has certainly not helped their situation. Let's see if the same thing happens to Prismatic Motorsports. They get disposed of one through the first corner, and then potentially they might be able to get the next one in towards Village as they do go down towards the inside and go for the move on the lap traffic there. You just got to be so careful though, because the difference between being offline and being online is quite different at the moment with the track drying out.
Yeah, and you can see there was a little bit of struggle going on turn number 2 and 3 coming into the loop that made the Altitude car get closer again. So Jack Jeffries is going to have an opportunity to make that overtake. Meanwhile, official information from Owen Carroll that the Gusto's racing team is out of this race from what it looks like. The sadness of the BS competition driver and his brother as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a handful of retirements. Effect Simulations 909, the Shunt Bros, the 24, the BPP Esports 487, and there's the WMG 44 car. They are all out of this event. But we still got, these 48 cars still running. So it's still the vast majority of cars still running. I would have thought we'd have more retirements by this point, especially with the weather. But to have 48 cars still running and 53 at an hour and 42 to go, that's very good going.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. Like I said before, of course, some of the gaps look like to be inhuman for you to conquer back, like one lap. For example, Alex Purdy, Josh Benson is one lap. Josh to Will is 1 lap. So Chad to Paris Bakuvalas is 1 lap. So even though it looks like to be inhuman to catch basically a lap back on track, it's something like you're going for fun. I mentioned this before. This is of course, a competitive yet fun and respectful environment event. So you have to drive with fun first and competition eventually down in as your second or third priority in this race. So the important thing is finishing up and taking part about this great event that we're having year by year basis.
Attitude Esports had a great run on ST Racing there, but weren't able to capitalize on it. They have the GT3 dive down the inside here as well, which may open up an opportunity for Jeffries to get through, although the GT3 is going to struggle for traction on the outside of the corner. They didn't quite get going as fast as the ST Racing car expected. That is a big cause of incidents here. Look at the run that Jack Jeffries it looks like they clipped 2 tires in towards the grass there. Is there going to be an opening down on the inside here? Well, we've seen that move happen and to some success, but Jeffries does not go for it this time around.
No, and I think he had to lift off the gas a little bit when he came back into the track so he doesn't get into contact with Peter. So it's not like they already had contacts and Peter was the one on the off end of on the wrong side of the stick, right? And therefore had to basically yield about a second or so. But this time around, they kept it clean. It's just what impresses me is the struggle of the GT3s coming out of the first part of the loop. So the GT4 seemed to be faster on the power on that corner, despite the GT3s being faster overall.
Yep, it is. It's. I mean, most of the GT3s are having to pass offline at the moment, which means they perhaps don't apply the power as effectively as they would otherwise do. It just, it seems like the performance has been equalized somewhat in these corners between the GT3s and the GT4s. Of course, straight line speed, that's not really affected so much. Yep. It's just in the corners that they're much more equal than they would be in the dry, and it's causing a couple of issues with some of these lapping procedures.
Yeah, absolutely. But because it is the wet, right? On normal circumstances, when we were watching dry racing, basically the lapping, despite sometimes being sketchy because you're overtaking on spots that normally you wouldn't try to risk, for example at a very late dive around Maggots and Beckett's, you still make it work. That's the important thing. But I think the wetness is just brings a misjudgment level from the drivers that is you're not gonna say it's unwarranted, but I think it's unprepared for everybody.
Yeah, it's difficult as that's the Esports. They go for the move once again, in through the loop, trying the up and under, trying to cut back and get speed off the corner, but not going to be successful this time around as they head their way onto the Wellington Straight now. As we see ST Racing is still struggling for a grip through there, still getting the back end out somewhat, and now it's given the opportunity for Attitude Esports to try and make this move around the outside in towards the braking zone here. Not quite deep enough there, although they still draw themselves alongside here. Can they get to the inside for Luffield? That's the big question. Door open, door now shut in that battle, and they have to wait for another opportunity to Attitude Esports. They seem like the faster car in these current conditions, but they're really struggling to try and find a way through on the ST car.
Yeah, because that ST car looks like whenever they get a run, it kind of stops in the middle of the apex and basically kills the entire momentum of Jack Jeffries' run. So yeah, I think it's kind of like you got to give some spacing and then attempt an overtake, maybe down to the hangar straight. And let's see if this is going to be the way, even though there is a GT3 M4 right behind them. That's P28, the prismatic Minerva car driven by Maria Krujikova.
Yeah, so Maria pulls to the driver's left-hand side. We'll be able to get both of these GT4s on the way down in towards Stoke Corner and continue on the chase of the cars. Well, at least try to extend the gap, excuse me, over E-Date, and they were able to get themselves through on them in the last couple of moments there. So improving positions and now getting themselves stacked up behind another group of GT4s here, which is not exactly ideal. This is also still a battle as well, by the way. The 43 and the 258, 6th and 7th in GT4s. So both GT4 battles within the same TV shot. There we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff.
Of course, they're separated by not much on circuit, but by a lot on the timing screen. Let's just say that for these two battles.
Yeah. You can say they're separated by a whole eternity on the timing screen.
Yeah, absolutely. As again, this is such a sketchy situation with the GT3s coming through, and now both GT4 battles having the potential to affect each other as well. An interesting portion of the race for these guys, as we will just hang around with these guys for a while. We'll bring in Edward Hope as. It's nice to see you in the commentary box, and it's fantastic. We've got the iRacing weather system in effect, which is certainly throwing a spanner into the works. Will is currently behind the wheel of the car for the Team Lucent Spurwing efforts. How are you finding it out there at the moment, Ed? Because for some drivers it's been pretty tricky, some have been pretty solid. What's your opinion with the 14 at the moment?
Oh, it's been quite a morning. Good morning, both. We woke up in third, and we're feeling great and on the pace, and then we just had a series of unfortunate events. I mean, we had a hardware failure, like full wheelbase shutdown. Steward towed us. Like, we thought we could get going, and we were in the barrier at Stowe, so we were trying everything to get back up and running, but then we were towed. We'd only just come out of the pits, so it put us off strategy. Then the rain started. And we thought, right, let's stay on the slicks. Let's try and try and turn the odds in our favour a little bit. That didn't go our way, naturally. So then we were a mid stint stop for wets, and it's just kind of got worse from there, to be honest. So we find ourselves in 7th. It is mega soupy out there, I can say, having just jumped out of the car. Like, offline, the combination of marbles and water, it is like a chunky vegetable soup. It's hideous. It's absolutely hideous. So, yeah, tell the coroner not to clock off, because there'll be much more for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, actually, because we see a distinct lack of traditional wet lines being run, and I imagine that's the reason, because the combination of the water and the marbles is causing a bit of an ice rink offline.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, at the moment, this is probably the most challenging it's been the entire race. The line that you can see forming is definitely the quickest way around, but your tyres just get burn really, really quickly. I mean, you're up in the 90s, and then you've got to go offline to cool them, and you've got to go offline to overtake GT4s. So, yeah, it's just the worst of every world. As you see, we're just in a massive moment. But, yeah, it's we're finding it pretty tricky. The mid-engine cars seem to be favouring it a little bit better than us, but, yeah, we're doing our best.
Absolutely, and of course it looks like on the forecast that it'll be pretty dry from this point forwards. There's some slight sort of single-digit % chance of rain in the latter portions of this race, but not something that I would have thought would be a big effect. So, without telling the rest of the race what your plan is, kind of what is your plan? At least what are your hopes for the next about an hour? Because obviously this track is getting drier and drier. The conditions are getting potentially more interesting, as you said, with you also in the catch-22. If you stay on the line, you're getting your tires burnt up. If you go offline, you're in the marbles and the wet combo. So what would be the main sort of point where you start thinking, actually, it's safe to come in potentially for some slicks at this point, because we're just burning up our tires too much on the dry line, and we're going to take that risk going on the slicks. So when does that decision start to get into your heads without being exact?
Yeah, I think it crossed our mind at the last stop, but only for a brief second. I mean, it is drying. The humidity is still mega high, and without direct sunlight, there's quite a lot of fog hanging around. The wind is pretty stiff, but it's not. The whole track isn't going to dry effectively, is what I'm saying. So you're absolutely right. The selection of slicks, the timing of that is going to be crucial. I mean, I would say even for the leaders, you've got a lap in it. I mean, it's only a lap. You get that wrong and that's gone, and others are ahead of you. The other thing you've got to factor in, I'm sure you've mentioned this already, but the traffic is not going anywhere. And if you're on a slick, it could be really, really hot and really sticky online. But the moment you have to overtake traffic, you're in the barrier, or they'll just be going quicker than you. So there was a period where at the beginning of the race, GT4 were quicker than GT3 in a couple of places. It seems to have swung back our way. I think at the crossover to slick, the GT4s are going to be, challenging to get around. So safety risk for sure.
Yeah, we saw that a couple of times where, especially coming through the loop through Sector 1, it seemed like the GT4s, we had actually had a couple of instances where a GT4 ran into the side or ran into the back of a GT3 that was trying to get past them. Is that a pattern that you've been seeing at some parts of this racetrack? It's a very weird situation to be in, but it's the facts of this race so far is that sort of thing has happened.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've had a couple of friendly nudges out of Turn 4, which has helped us, actually. It's got us going. But, they're pretty electric through there and through 7, through Luffield. They just seem to be able to hang on to the white line on the inside in the dry, just the pull out of there is fantastic. So you have to time the sort of pulling out from behind their wake just right, and even more so in the wet, because we, especially in the loop, we're finding we just get buried in TC and they're right on us, could almost overtake us, I think, in a couple of occasions. Just keep definitely a thing.
Yeah, just keep everyone up to date. The battle that we're seeing on screen with the GT4s at the moment is a little crazy. So the ST Racing Esports car and the Attitude Esports car continuing to swap positions here. I think Attitude almost got it pretty much done coming out of Cops, but they got up all over the curb, which is definitely not the place to be in these sorts of conditions. We've seen most drivers able to effectively avoid those situations where they get 2 or 4 tires up onto the curb or onto the painted line, but it's never always been successful. And I have the feeling, Ed, that even after this track dries up significantly, that those curves are still going to be very treacherous.
100%. And it's really evolved as we've had these scattered clouds, which you may have been able to see on the stream. The track state has been evolving, and in the full wet, the curbs are usable. You can get onto them as long as you're keeping the momentum of the car pointing in the right direction and not doing anything silly. But in these mixed, slightly dry, slightly wet conditions, whether it's driver perception of the dry line's really sticky and then you hit a little bit of curb or white line and it starts to move, whether it's that or fundamentally the grip state has changed on the circuit, I'm not sure, but they are lethal right now. They are pretty lethal for all involved. If it were to rain again, Will's just telling me there's some sprinkles there through Luffield and on through Cops, but if it were to rain again, they would get grippier, which is kind of counterintuitive, but at the moment they are deadly.
Yeah, absolutely. And last question, what are your hopes for the rest of this race now? Do you have any target position that you're going to end up being in? I mean, you've got a couple of people on your lap here at the moment. I'm not sure if that's a thing that will work out in a strategy at all, but are you going to be happy with the 7th place, or are you going to hope to gain at least one more by the end of this race?
I think we'll be really happy to finish, Connery. Happy with 7th? No, I couldn't honestly say that, having woken up in 3rd. We'd love to get Nomad. We'd love to move forward, but we understood through the past couple of hours that our pace was definitely in the dry, and we optimized for that. The forecast didn't predict this much rain, so we've just got to deal with the hand we've been dealt. And 7 is a great finish, given there were there's 60 cars in this, 35 in the GT3 field. 7th is a pretty decent finish if we can make it without falling off. We'd have loved more, and we'll keep fighting for more, but I think we'll have to take that.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us, Ed. It's an absolute pleasure to speak to you. Good luck for the rest of the hour and a half of this race that we've left to run, and hopefully you're able to get that 14 car to the checker flag.
Thanks, Connery. Thanks, Lorenzo. And thanks to Motorsport UK as well for organising, and RaceSpot, guys. Cheers.
Not a problem whatsoever. It's always great to get the sort of inside view from the drivers as to how the conditions are out there. It was an interesting point about the curbs. Of course, they're more treacherous in the changeable conditions than they are in the full wet conditions, interestingly enough. That's my big takeaway from that, Lorenzo.
Yeah, basically said you're on the wet, the curbs are your best friend.
Well, maybe not your best friend, but they're less lethal than they are in changeable conditions.
I mean, of course, if we're comparing to mildly wet conditions, as we are, sorry, it's not mildly wet, it's mildly moist. I gotta remember.
Mildly moist, yes.
Mildly moist, yes. Conditions, the curves are lethal, so it's weird for me to think about this. As curbs are lethal and mildly moist, and on full wet, you can basically use it like you would normally use it on a normal line. If it is pointy, if it is pointed straight, of course.
I've got to point out that this battle between ST and Attitude Esports is absolutely monstrous at the moment. It was ongoing through pretty much the entirety of the interview that we had with Ed Hope there, and it sort of continued on, because every time that Altitude Esports, get themselves a chance or get themselves through for a couple of moments, they have a big slide, and then all of a sudden ST are back through, and then get out onto the marbles, now onto the wet stuff. It's really difficult out there. You can't run a normal wet line here. It's just impossible. And also you got the drying line to factor in as well. So I don't know if you were here for it, Lorenzo, but Ed Hope was talking about how they're kind of not really entirely comfortable with any portion of the circuit at the moment, because you stay on the dry stuff with the wet tires, or the drier stuff with the wet tires, you're seeing really high tire temps. But then as soon as you go offline into the corners, or then you get out into the marbles and the rain and the wet combo, and that is very treacherous as well. So you kind of like pick your poison.
Yeah, and we saw that happen on a few occasions already, right, Connery? Of some of these GT3 cars being slower than GT4s coming out of the corner, right? Especially around the loop, we saw those cars being so much sluggish coming out of the corner, whereas GT4s were basically nearly touching their back bumpers and causing some issues. So someone just said it's so hard to overtake. The offline is really slippy with the marble still. So I agree 100%. I think these dry line with the wet line conditions wet lines that they kind of have to search on in this race. I think this makes it difficult for everyone to go around on a lap by lap basis, and the consistency over here is much more difficult for you to search on. Because of the average changing conditions that we're having right now.
Yeah, it's and like Ed Hope said, they think that this is actually the most tricky portion of the race, because the full wet was fine, but it was consistent. You could sort of deal with it. But now with these sorts of conditions, with the drying line, but the still marble and wet combo offline, and the curbs being more awkward. Yeah, it's a very, very difficult portion of the circuit of this race. And obviously we have to start thinking about, when is this track going to be dry enough to put the slick tires on? That's the thing. And when that does happen, that still doesn't end it. Oh no! As Altitude Esports get into the back of ST Racing Esports and send them into the pit wall there. That is definitely not intentional, just a bit of an error, but my word, that was a big moment, big impact for ST Racing Esports. They are still able to get themselves back going, although they're going to be potentially just limping it back to the pits now.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that happen. I really want to look on the replay. There was a minor push from Jack Jeffries right there. That was kind of like, that minor push that eventually becomes lethal. I think that just happened to be, and I think in maybe some other misjudgment, because you're just going to the wet line, and because you're waving your car to the wet line, there's a moment maybe where during the transition your car got a little bit slower, and the Porsche came and just wasn't ready enough to give, I'm not gonna say give room, but prepare for this whenever they went to try to find the wet line to cool down the tires.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's an unfortunate one, and it was a pattern that I saw with Altitude Esports giving ST Racing Esports quote-unquote a bump draft, especially coming out off of Luffield and across the old start-finish straight. It's not something that I've ever really been comfortable with in these GT cars, because, you know, it's not like a stock car where they have flat, or rather flat, front and rear bumpers, right, where you can make that contact and generally be okay. These GT cars, they're not like that. You know, there's all sorts of curves, lines, all that. So if you get caught in the wrong place at the wrong time with a bump, you're going to spin that car ahead, and there's no ifs or buts about it. So they were really playing a game of chicken by doing that whole bump drafting move coming down the straight there. And well, now it's sort of bit them in the backside somewhat, and they'll get themselves a penalty. And ST Racing Esports, well, they're going to be the most hard done by from this, because they had pretty much nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that happen. But you know what the crazy thing will be, of sorts? I know most likely Altitude is going to get a penalty, right? Mm-hmm. And there's if it is reported by other teams on ST Racing, they could get a penalty for not holding brakes, even though you're in the wet. The likelihood of being able to hold brakes and keep the car stopped, it's low. It's really low, but you can make that argument and go for the report if you want to.
I mean, it wasn't the greatest rejoin, let's just say that, but yeah, we'll have to see if any action gets taken from that as well. But yeah, it's unfortunate, because that battle was looking really fantastic. It was looking very aggressive, very fair between the both of them, really up until that point, and it was a battle for significant position in the GT4 as well. It's unfortunate, but you know, for podium positions, excuse me. So I do expect to see that Altitude Esports car having to come down into serve a penalty at some point. We'll keep a close eye on the protest results, but yeah, it will be very strange if they don't get one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just a matter of when this is going to get reported to them. Sorry, hold up. Is it just me, or I'm seeing glimpses of sun in the middle of the clouds?
I don't know. I mean, we've still got in session. It still says, let me just see. So the track is very slightly wet, and current weather is still light fog. 97% humidity, so we actually were sticking around at 100% for a very good while there, but yeah, that's dropped a couple of percent. So I imagine maybe the fog's starting to break up a little bit here. That's very interesting. The forecast says it'll go to partly cloudy in just a couple of moments' time, which would be a massive change.
Okay, fair.
So that'll make the track drive faster.
No complaints. No complaints about it. By the way, I was looking into in the protest results. There's actually a protest coming in. Penalty for the 49 again. It's like in the last 20 minutes of sorts. The Phoenix Racing, Sim Racing, have got themselves back-to-back penalties for causing collisions.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one. They're in the steward's room more and more often, unfortunately. But we'll have to, the stop and go penalties are all the order of the day for Phoenix there. Okay, so with this potential big change in the atmospheric conditions and the cloud cover, that will mean that the track dries out much faster. Some drivers are already deciding to down these straights to dip their tires into the wet stuff to keep them cool, because as we heard with the interview with Ed Hope earlier on, they're in a catch-22. They stay on the dry line, they burn up their tires. If they go offline, then they get out into the wet and marbles, and that's a very treacherous place to be. So, they got to be thinking now, is it going to be, when is this crossover point going to be in full swing? I'm having a look at the lap time. So for the race leader, so Alexander Bird in WSR Esports ButtKicker, he's doing 2:13s at the moment. Under the full sort of wet conditions, we saw 2:17s, 2:18s, maybe even up into the 2:20s sometimes. So the track is much, much faster than it has previously been. It's just, is it fast enough now, or is the dry line clear enough for those slick tires? There's still some trails of spray coming out the back of that car, so maybe not just quite yet, but soon, very soon.
Yeah, I would say give it about 20 to 30 more minutes, I think, of driving in these changing what to dry conditions that is changing right now. So maybe we're going to be starting to see some of these drivers looking for the slicks to cap off their race over here in this 24-hour event. That has been good to cover. Meanwhile, William J. Chadwick going for his pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be interesting to see, is there a tire choice going on here? Probably not. I don't think the track's dry enough to be able to consider the six tires. And you got to think, when the lap traffic happens as well, like the drivers have been saying, if you're a GT3 or even a GT4, both cars can go offline in a lapping procedure. And if you're on the slicks, that is instantly cold, wet, damp water sort of and track hitting your tires and cooling them off, and on slicks that is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to rely on someone else to tell me the tires of each competitor, because my system is struggling to tell me exactly what tires people are on at the moment. So I haven't really got very good information on that, as Will Chadwick rejoins the circuit after his pit stop. But yeah, this is the point where the decision has to be made at some point. Sorry, yes. Sorry, Paul. Look, I'm not a morning person, okay? So I've had some very choice quotes over the course of this portion of the broadcast. So yes, wet stamp. You got to put that in the commentary quotes channel on the RaceSport Discord now, don't you? That's just the rule. Yeah,
that's the rule. Yeah. Wet damp water.
Wet damp water.
To be honest with you, I didn't even realize you said that.
Are you a morning person as well, Lorenzo? I don't think so.
Hell no. I'm a night person.
Yes, we're just about getting through this. That's for sure. But yeah. So it's we're getting up towards the hour to go mark. Now we're about 14, 15 minutes away. Away from ending this 24-hour race, which is absolutely incredible. Well done to all of the drivers and teams that have been able to get themselves to this point. Our attrition rate has been very good, considering a 24-hour event. We had 53 cars start this race. We have 48 cars still running. So yeah, everyone with 100% commitment, full commitment to getting to the checkered flag, no matter what has happened to each team over the course of this race. They've stuck to it, they've kept going, and that's the spirit of endurance racing in a nutshell.
Absolutely. Like I said, first in these kind of events, you gotta have fun, you gotta enjoy your moments on track, and have the competitiveness mindset in like second or third place in terms of your priorities. So well done to everybody who remained on track. Those who left apparently for some reason couldn't get it back on track in time or had massive issues, and I have no qualms with them DNFing this race. But then again, as long as they had fun, that's what matters the most.
Yeah, that's the only thing that matters. Having fun. Although you say that to a couple of race drivers, they said no, it's actually just winning. That's what you think.
No fun. There's
no fun at all. No fun allowed.
Yeah, no. What is fun? I only care about winning. If he dies, he dies.
If you haven't won the race, you've lost it. You know, that's the attitude some people take. But
like my race master Ricky Bobby would say, if ain't first, you're last. Therefore, it's a mindset that I know a lot of people take it as a life mantra.
But yeah, I mean, I bet that's not the prevailing attitude, it feels like, over the course, over the selection of the teams that we have out there here today. They've kept with it. They haven't decided to call it quits if they've had an incident or if they had multiple penalties in a row, as we've seen happen to some teams. It's they've kept to it because it's a big commitment to do one of these races. It's you have to take a lot of time out of your weekends. You have to do the late night on a Saturday night or on Sunday morning to be able to, do the stints for your team, and then that sort of affects the rest of the weekend as well because you'd be too tired to do anything else. And there's also a lot of planning even before this weekend with the practice and the preparation. So it's a big commitment for every single team out there. Okay, no matter if they're P1 or in last place at the moment, they've all put in effort to be here, and it's fantastic to see.
Imagine those who have a wife or kids or even something in nature that have to, give up and do this kind of events. Of course, they would understand. But my question is, now that I'm soon to get married, what do you give? Like, what is the trade-off?
Okay, this is the question. Any driver who's currently not in the car who is married, answer that question for Lorenzo in the chat. That's it.
Yeah, I need to know the trade-off. I need to know the balance, man.
What do you give to your significant other to go get permission to do a 24-hour race?
No, imagine Hugo, who's been here the entire time. He hasn't even taken a single break of sorts. I feel it's not like his wife already knows that. She's been, she knows Hugo does that from time to time. He usually pulls the 24 hours from time to time, but still, we need to find that perfect balance.
Yeah, Hugo, what have you said to your wife to be able to do this? How are you going to make it up? Hugo will have to answer in the chat. He doesn't usually speak on broadcast.
Yeah.
I've tried for years to get Hugo to speak on broadcast, but it never works out. But
we made that work on the 24-hour Daytona 24-hour event. I remember.
Oh, which year was this?
Oh, 2021, I think.
Oh. Okay, fair enough. But not being on one of my broadcasts. Let's just say that.
Yeah, true. No, you gotta keep the hopes alive, though, Connery. Never let the hope die. By the way, the protest came in for that incident between the altitude and ST Racing. Penalty for altitude for causing a collision.
There we go. That one was expected. Running into the back of the ST Esports car, and they've caught the penalty for that. That's going to be a slam dunk pretty much 100% of the time. Just having a little bit of a check on the chat. Anthony saying, I had to do a double take. Looked real at first glance. Yeah, iRacing tends to do that. And I'll be completely honest. The way the graphics are is more on the realistic side of things. There's some games where it's maybe ultra realistic that it starts looking a little bit gamey again. But iRacing generally do a good job with their graphics engine, especially with the weather as well. It does look fantastic. But having a look, Paul says, don't need to ask permission if you don't have a partner.
Smart.
There we go.
I was like that until 1.5 years ago.
Yeah, I've forgotten what it's like. I'll be completely honest. It's been 4.5 years with my partner. So yeah, it's excuse me. I've been dealing with a little bit of a cold over the past 2 weeks, so that's why I feel a little I sometimes can't get my words out, and sometimes my throat closes up a little bit because it gets too dry. So if I have to stop commentating during the middle of a battle, Lorenzo, please take over rather quickly because I'm probably dying from coughing.
No, it's all right. It's not that I'm dealing with people. My fiance has a little bit of a cough, so it's all right. If I have to take over, I'll take over. I got myself some tea. I'm ready.
There we go. But yeah, so I mean, there might be a chance for some interesting battles coming inside this final hour. That's for certain. As all the strategies tighten up, and as the track dries out as well, we're not expecting any rain for the end of this race, or at least any more rain for the end of this race. So of course the track is still going to take a while to dry. The humidity is still quite high. The track temperature is still relatively low. The only thing that's helping it is the sort of moderate winds that we've got going on, which helps the evaporation process. But yeah, you got multiple factors still working against you there, and you can see that the dry line is certainly very obvious at this stage. And in fact, at some portions of the circuit, the cars are not throwing up any spray at all. So that may be a little bit of a hint as to what's to come, at least within the next stops.
Absolutely. I think we can maybe analyze the WSR Sports ButtKicker final pit stop whenever they come in about like 2 to 3 laps, maybe, to see if they're going to put their dries.
Yeah. Absolutely, that might have to be the decision that is made. I'm having a look to see. I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, but their lap time delta compared to everyone else is so obviously different. I think Project 91 and Thomas and Race Sim Racing car, the number 91, I think they may be on the slicks already, because they are lapping rapidly at the moment. They're 2:06.6 was the last lap time, compared to the race leader, which is a 2:13.8. So they've been on the slick tires for potentially a couple of laps there, and they are absolutely flying.
Yeah, fair. I think you can make an argument that Will Chadwick's found the fountain of youth to try to get back onto this race, but of course he's locked down on BRT. Therefore, he won't make a single difference if he goes like 5 seconds faster per lap at the time being.
Yeah, I mean, taking some decent chunks out of his competitors, that's for certain. So if it's, a good couple of seconds every lap, that really does add up. But yeah, going along very, very well at the moment. Not entirely. I mean, that's the only explanation for how obvious of a difference of the lap times that they've had at the moment. That's just the situation there. That's the only explanation. So maybe that's a bit of a hint to some of the other teams that, okay, it looks like the 91's doing pretty well on the slick tires, so therefore we should probably consider changing within the next couple of laps as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And also there's not too many spots of wet portions in the track that you can cool off your tires.
Oh, sorry. Oh, a bit of a curse, as I saw 91 lose a lot of time on the timing screen there. I got very worried for them for a second to see that timing drop down, but I think they may have had a bit of an issue. And I don't know whether it's wet tire or rather dry tire related or not. It might be, but if it is, that's the treacherous thing about going onto slicks at this point. If you get yourself even a single tire out into the wet stuff, it's going to be a big issue.
Luckily, they managed to keep it alive on the track. That's good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they continue on out there. In fact, they can afford to still have a big moment because they're lapping 4 seconds faster than everyone else. So even if they lose 2 seconds in a slide, it's still a net benefit.
And you can call swag as well. If you're just having a little bit of a slide around the corner, just call it swag content. Final hour of the race, you need some media for your socials. Do a slide.
So Attitude Esports by SimStickers, they're coming in. So the 111 deciding to come down in, and they will have to serve their penalty at this stage as well. So they're coming in for their stop go, or rather they're serving their penalty. They're up on the jacks here. I'm just still going to double check the protest results. Oh, sorry, they did get a stop go penalty for causing a collision. Although, actually, there's a weird thing. So were there two separate incidents between the 3 and 111? Because I see incident involving 3 and 111 and incident involving 3 and 111, both within a couple of minutes, saying one for penalty for 111 causing collision, and the other one there's no evidence of moving under braking. So they protested each other. Oh. Yeah, right.
They protested each other a few points when they were battling, because from what it looks like, the Mercedes was when I think, especially coming out of farm corner going into the loop, it seemed like the Mercedes was moving into the braking zone, right? Mm-hmm. But it's kind of like it was so tough because the hot tires, the evidence, the clear-cut evidence that they moved under braking is so hard for you to find.
So so that explains that situation. We've got the WSR Esports ButtKicker coming down in. There are overall race leaders, and they're sort of chilling in their pit box. They went for a driver change as well. So Alexander Bird gives way to Ethan Critch, now coming off the pit lane, and they may have swapped onto dry tires. We don't have the full information. Unfortunately, that's a little buggy for me at the moment with my timing screen. But if they have switched onto dry tires, that may end up being a good decision, because we saw how quick the number 91 is on the dry tires. They dip into the 206s, they get the 207s versus the 212s that the people on wet tires have been running on. So I think this might be a dry tire call for WSR Esports ButtKicker, but we'll have to wait and see the evidence of that over the next lap or so.
Yeah, let me see if I can catch with my naked eye.
Yeah, it's hard to see. Our feed is not the most sharp.
Let me put it on for. Oh no! They are on dry tires.
Yep.
I'm watching on the broadcast on YouTube. Oh
right, yeah.
On 1080p.
You're watching with that delay. Yeah.
I'm watching with that delay. Therefore, I got it like the VAR. Say that they are on slicks.
Oh, you can see they get into trouble with it immediately. Out into the runoff through Cop's Corner, having a little bit of a slide, a little bit of a snap. Thankfully, they're able to keep themselves going in the right direction. But that's the treacherous thing about being on slicks at this stage. Yes, there is a very obvious dry line, but as soon as you step yourself out of line, you're in a world of hurt. So that's going to make lapping procedures very interesting and very sketchy, Lorenzo.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what's also interesting, as you saw Ethan Critch coming out of Chapel, the way the Audi was kind of like going, it's kind of like it's picking up speed, but it's picking up speed with the traction control kicking in. So it's kind of like you're riding on a horse, and it's kind of like straddling of sorts, and the car was bouncing off because the traction control is kind of like working a little bit to try to keep the car steady on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll keep it here with the WSR Esports ButtKicker car. Fantastic efforts over the course of this race to be able to get themselves into the position that they're in. They had a clear one-lap advantage over the next closest car. They still maintain that one-lap advantage over BRT here at the moment. It's been an epic drive from everyone involved in that number 41 car, but we are now officially inside the final hour of this ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone here on iRacing. Drying track all the way to the end at this point. Still some battles yet to be resolved, but it's been a fun one up until this point, and let's have a fun last couple of hours. As actually, I'm seeing a lot of lost time for the overall race leader. That is WSR Esports ButtKicker. Looks like they may have had a bit of a spin, but the nature of their situation means that it's not a massive issue, because they avoid the barrier, they avoid other cars, and they have a one-lap buffer.
Okay, I'll take that. By the way, ST Racing is now in second place after the swap they did with the 111, the 111 of altitude.
Yep, so Altitude having to serve that penalty, and that penalty quite rightfully drops them behind ST Racing Esports. Here's what happens to your overall race leader on the slick tyres now. Dips some into the wet, and oof, just the tiniest little tap with the Armco barrier on the outside there. If it was a bit more significant, then we might see maybe race-changing damage for Ethan Critchley under 41, but thankfully it was just the light tap, nothing more, and they're able to get back going and maintain this huge advantage they have over second place. But yeah, and actually on the live pictures, you can see right there, Ethan Critchley, WSR Esports ButtKicker, they're coming down in. So a couple of laps, or rather barely a lap on the dry tires. They don't have a default flag, but they're coming down in.
Did they get a drive-through for track limit incident?
Potentially. Number 41.
No.
Oh, it's a pit stop. It's the actual stop. Okay. Am I going to see this go up on the jacks? I haven't seen it go up on the jacks yet, so I don't know if they're Oh, it's some form of. Did they forget fuel or something, or forget an amount of fuel? I'm not sure what's going on here with Ethan Critchley.
I think they got the fuel bug. They potentially they could have got the fuel bug. That happens sometimes whenever you do a full service, so that could be a thing.
Okay, so for those that aren't aware, Lorenzo, explain the quote-unquote fuel bug.
So for those who are not aware, sometimes let's just say you either fill a certain amount of liters when you come to the pit stop and you do the full change, right? Because now tires and fuel go at the same time. Sometimes you just say you're gonna fuel X amount of liters, but the game can underfuel that and it makes it feel like that you actually fueled everything. And when you come back out on track, eventually Caps or whatever app that you're gonna have on is gonna say, oh, you have underfueled, right? And you have to go back on again to properly fuel the car one more time.
A little bit awkward, but that's all it was, just a bit awkward for WSR Esports ButtKicker, because they have a significant lead at the moment, and if that lead was any tighter, it would be a massive issue. But now they've sort of been put back onto the same lap as Josh Benson and the BRT car. So at least that's made somewhat of a change, but you can see they're still almost 2 minutes ahead of their next closest competitor. So they can afford to have something like that happen. But obviously, if it was a much closer battle, then that would have been a very unfortunate situation.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh. Out into the gravel. That's number 34?
Yep.
No.
94.
As that's the Quad Dash racing car, currently piloted by Mike Fowler, having a big off-track excursion, shall we say, down across the Vale chicane.
Yeah. You could argue that he's actually making the debut of the rally cross line at Silverstone.
Yeah, potentially. But yeah, it did seem like it was offline for a little bit there, at least on the entry to the corner, and then had to completely abort the chicane and go straight across the gravel, across the grass. So an awkward one for sure for the number 94. At least they didn't collect anyone in it as they went careening across the chicane.
Yeah, just to merge into the track, because the car is still going to pick up a little bit of speed that looked like sluggish. Sketchy, but then again, it's because of the car physics coming out of, wet grass, then going back into a more dry track. So it makes the car a little bit sluggish. It's not sketchy because the car rejoined wrongly,
Quad Dash now, they ended up losing the position to the RAFE Motorsports car. That's currently up in 8th place now, the 18. So they're going to have to try and put in some good effort to try and catch that gap back in. But they have the awkward situation of having same class lap traffic currently splitting them, which is always a difficult situation to be in because you don't have that natural lap time delta that you do with the GT4. So we'll see how this one works out and see if Mike can get through here and then give chase to the RAF car down the road. But there we go, drawing alongside in towards the Vale. This is where that incident happened just a lap ago with the 94 going across the chicane, but this time they get it done perfectly.
Yeah, even though the gap, I think, widened to about nearly 2 seconds between them. The battle re-engaged between the M4s, from what it looks like. Motormass and Aztec.
Yep, so 22nd in this GT3 class here. They found each other on circuit once again after their previous pit stop phases. It looks like everyone is pretty much saying, yep, the dry tyres are absolutely fine to use at this stage, but it still comes with a tricky little condition of don't go offline, because you will slide and you will skid off the circuit, and it will be a massive problem. And you know, if you have that happen in the wrong place, you might end up finding a tyre barrier or an Armco. So thankfully, over the last couple of moments and the last 10 laps or so, that dry line has really quite widened out quite a significant amount. So there's more room for error now than there was probably about 5 or 10 laps ago.
Yeah. Because the differentiation between the wet portions and the dry lines. But it's picking up. I just saw Will Chadwick's second to last lap, not the one they just completed, the previous one. They're already doing 2:03, so they're starting to rubber up a little bit.
Yep, I think so. So it's so yeah, that's the it's obvious that the dry tires are the best option at the moment. There's a couple that haven't come down in quite just yet for their dries. I think Aztec Racing might be one of them. They did 2:11 that last time by. BRT, I don't think has quite come in just yet from second place. They might still be on the wet tyres as well. So I think for some of these teams, they're just sort of waiting until their sort of natural pit stop point. And actually, just speaking of the devil, BRT is going to bring it down towards the pit lane and probably going to stick some dries on.
And potentially do a driver swap. I think they're going to give this car back to Basic Ollie. Sketchy entry, but I managed to make it work.
That's the thing. This is a very wet pit lane. No cars run down here normally unless they're making pit stops. So the water still sort of collects down here, which makes pit exit tricky as well. Actually, BRT had to back up into their pit stall. They missed their pit stall by a sliver, and they had to back up. But as they go into the dries here, they've got to be careful on pit exit because they're on cold, dry tyres on a wet surface. It's going to be very tricky to get yourself out there on circuit. So it's once you do, it's generally fine. But yeah, it's a tricky moment coming off of pit lane.
And you can see Alex Gal.
Whoa! Big one. Oh, bang! Right into the wall. The number 64 Satellite Racing car. They had to take the tow. Back to pit lane, it looks like as well. Big moment for Alex Gal there. And big impact as well. 2 tyres onto the curb, I think, was the reason there, and just was a passenger after that point.
I'm trying to hold it in, Connery. I'm trying to hold it in.
Yeah, so that's significant. We've got our big, our GT4 race leader. They're having to take the tow. They're having to. There's another little spin for the 17, so that's team heaped together, and then the 904 having a problem as well. So again, over the curb, and a big puddle on the inside there next to the curb. That's the exact place you do not want to be as he spins towards the inside there. So big changes in GT4. GT4 leader towed. trying to get themselves repairs, and now ST Racing Esports may just come around the final couple of corners to inherit the GT4 lead. That is a big change.
I'll blame Alex Cow mistake on Ryan Walker.
Why on Ryan Walker?
Because he's part of the team.
Right. Okay. So there we go. It's official. ST Racing Esports new race leader in GT4, and Satellite Racing GT4, they just continue to slip further and further and further down the order as they wait for that tow to be complete and any repairs necessary to that Aston Martin to be completed as well. But yeah, big change, and it does mean that, get this, Lorenzo, battle for the race leader GT4 now stands at 7.7 seconds.
And there's a good likelihood of this actually happening.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
Jack's fast, so there's a chance.
Yeah, there is a chance, an outside chance, yes, but a chance that we might get a bit of a grandstand finish for the race lead in GT4, given the right set of circumstances. Yes, it's going to be tough to catch up about 8 seconds in about 47 minutes, but it's not impossible, especially with a couple of the issues that the drivers have had over the course of this last portion of the race, with the going onto dry tires, but then accidentally getting themselves up onto curbs or into the wet portions. So yeah, don't count them out there, although I just saw that Altitude Esports just lost a lot of time in the last couple of moments, making it a little bit less possible for them, as actually they made contact with someone. They made contact with Phoenix, I believe.
Oof.
Big contact too. So hopefully we're able to get a replay of that one, because that came straight out of left field.
Yeah. Brett Dalton, I think you are sleeping or playing Farm Simulator. This is the perfect example to say why Commentator's curse doesn't exist. This is not on us.
Yeah. Well, it is on us, because I started talking about Altitude Esports potentially catching up at the end of the race, and then something like this happens, as they had a little bit of a fight coming down into the final corner, and it was Phoenix Sim Racing just I don't know what the logic was, going to the inside there, out onto the curb and onto the wet, and then clearing out 2 cars on the outside. That's a big error of judgment to be making.
Wait. Am I going crazy, or Satellite is now only 3 seconds back? Test.
Yeah, so this is sometimes the awkward thing about towing and you know, getting the repairs completed. Sometimes it would show you on a lap that you sort of not on. Yeah, the fake lead lap. So it's so actually this is still, you know, this is still interesting for GT4 race lead, because Satellite Racing, the system has sort of spat them out back onto the leading lap at least, and now 4.4 seconds behind the GT4 race leader. So it's still possible for Satellite Racing to get themselves back stuck into this and to get them Critchley for Critchley, a big moment again. This is your race leader in GT3s. Oh, big slide. Just about somehow able to avoid the barriers, but it just goes to show how tricky things are out there at the moment, where both race leaders have had massive moments. One worse than the other, of course, with Satellite Racing hitting the wall, but that could have easily been a race-changing incident for WSR Esports ButtKicker as well.
Have you seen your have you made a heart rate checkup lately, Connor?
I mean, I always wear my smartwatch, so I always have my
mine is
heart rate being monitored.
Mine is being recharged right now.
Oh, right. Mine's sitting at 85 at the moment, which is fine. But okay. I'll let you know if that gets any higher if we get some action going. But but yeah, this has changed the complexion of the race somewhat, especially in GT4s, because now ST Racing Esports, they have to hold on to a potentially hard-charging, trying to recover Alex Gall in Satellite Racing GT4, and of course these drivers do have themselves a good amount of fast repairs to use. They have 4 fast repairs to use throughout these 24 hours, and Satellite Racing still had one spare. So they were able to get the fast repair done. They've got a brand new car out there, and they got a brand new car to chase this final 43 minutes.
Yeah. Apparently this was not on my bingo card.
Yeah, wasn't mine either. I didn't have a bingo card, but it still wasn't on it. So yeah, this is a sketchy moment potentially. Valentin Gopelets behind the wheel of the number 3, currently in the race leader GT4s, all of a sudden thrown into a situation where him and his team could potentially win this race, but they've got to defend for 43 minutes up against the driver and the team that has been leading for the vast majority of this latter portion, the Satellite Racing GT4. That is a big ask indeed. But there's a 4.5-second buffer to work with at the moment. Plenty of buffer to work with. But again, we've seen so many drivers get themselves into problems over the last couple of laps. You can't really be certain of anything.
Yeah. I don't want to touch and say I'm Nostradamus, but I said the top 3 in GT4 was still kind of undecided of sorts. I didn't say this was going to happen. It was not even in my books, but I'll take it. It's kind of I'll take anything I can get right now.
Yeah, there's still some discussion about the awkwardness of Satellite Racing. Oh, sorry, my fire alarm's going off. Yay, so I'll be back in a moment.
I think Connery Maddock has just remember it gets me back to our Juno Cookie Potty's fire alarms sometimes. But Gal is being able to reach the SC Racing. It's bits and margins that Alex Gal is working on right now, but as he's able to catch, I don't know if will be a battle. If so, how close to the end of the race will be. Or now, and apparently Ayrton Williams said that they were held by 10 seconds plus in the pit lane when they towed it back to the pits. As Wild Things just having a wild moment, coming back on track after making a mistake just outside Aintree. And they thinking about they had moments back.
Don't worry, my house isn't burning down.
Oh, good.
It's just some lunch being made that was going wrong. Yeah. So that was a moment, wasn't it? It wouldn't be a 24-hour race without at least one commentator having a fire alarm at some point. It's something that has happened before.
Yeah, it's not like Arjuna's fire alarm used to go off from time to time on broadcast.
Yeah, so yeah, don't worry, I'm completely safe. No, my place isn't burning down. Oh, big spin in behind for the number 7 car. That's the Samside Kanani esports car, having a massive moment coming out of Cop's corner. Thankfully, they were able to do a bit of a 360. Oh, this is very well executed, actually. Let's get a replay of the number 7, because you're going to have to score this one out of 10. Okay, imagine we're in some form of car freestyle event. Okay, this 360 from Alan Luth, we're going to have to score it. Here we go. Watch this. Put your scores in the chat as well. I think that's a solid 8.
Solid.
I don't know about you, Lorenzo. 7?
7. I'm going for the IGN meme and say 7.8, not too much water out of 10. But in reality, I'll give that 7.5 because that was a lane change from the left-hand side going to the right-hand side of the straight, leading outside of Cops. That's like minus 1.5 into my books. There was some loss of speed, which takes a little bit more half points. And the other half, I would say, I'm trying to think. I'll give one reasoning why later on.
Yeah, so there was a 7 from Beasts X Tornado, and from Mugford it was good form. Okay, so good form. Not perfect execution, but pretty good form. As we see we did see the swap around between the Quad Dash Racing and the Team Loose and Spurwing car there, just for a moment. Again, there were a couple of people questioning what the situation was with Satellite Racing, because they had that incident. They technically should have been a lap down, but it's quite awkward when the leader is a lap ahead and they take the tow. I'm not sure what the calculations are that happen behind the scenes, but sometimes it gets a bit weird from the perspective of how iRacing counts the laps. I've had this happen before, especially when we've had endurance races at the Nürburgring.
I was going to say
where this sort of thing has happened before, where it gets slightly confusing about what lap is the actual lap, because it's going to take too long to explain. Apparently this is a thing. Satellite Racing now 5 seconds, or rather 4.5 seconds behind the race leader. Don't ask me why.
I think they had a touch and go moment right before Maggots and Beckett's that was a little bit scary for them, and that 4.5 second gap extended to 5.5 seconds. But coming back to your topic, I had this once on a Nürburgring 24 race, and eventually that's what kind of kept my team in the GT4 in the battle on split 4 against the iRacing devs, and we beat them because one of the iRacing devs actually crashed out on the final hour of the race, and I got like P4.
Yep.
Yay. But it's awkward because I think what it does is basically it says it goes like a full lap around the racetrack and then brings you back. So basically,
yes, yeah.
That counts as a lap.
Yeah, that's exactly. Sorry, Roland has got it exactly right there. It's a bit of a quote-unquote. It's not, well, like TP Sim Racing said, it's not really a glitch. It's just the way iRacing works, where it takes the car to the end of the lap that they're on when they're taking a tow. So it looks like they're further ahead when they've had the incident than they actually were. So therefore it sort of glitches. Well, the timing system sort of has a bit of a moment while it tries to sort out what's going on, and then they end up coming out in the right place. As we see BRT around that second place in GT3, BRT having a big moment, and let's see exactly what happened here. They went for a big lunge. They went for a big move on Altitude Esports, and then sort of missed their braking point, potentially caught a bit of a puddle, a bit of dampness, and had a big moment coming into the corner.
Final hour being the nail biter for everyone.
So yeah, it's fantastic that we've still got some close battles here in the final 35 minutes. We've got the one that we're looking at the moment, which is the RAF Motorsports car, the number 18, versus the 94 Quad Dash Racing car. Quad Dash Racing have been involved in a lot over the last couple of moments. It feels like they got through on Team Loose and Spurwing, and now they're on the back of the RAF car as well. So they're making some very good progress in this latter portion of the race. Just 35 minutes left to go in this one, folks. And Mike Fowler trying to make the most of it in the 94, sitting inside the slipstream of the RAF and trying to get themselves into Maggots and Beckett's and try and thread the needle on that dry line as well. You don't want to be dipping two tyres into the damp here with slicks, that's for certain. You can tease with the curbs a little bit, but you can't really use them as effectively as you would in completely dry conditions here at the moment.
Yeah, man, it's apparently what Edward Ho said about being lethal. It's showing up in its full effect right now in this final hour.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see if so there's the number 47 having an issue. This is E-Datum. Ooh, yeah, that's definitely curb and or grass. Trying to brake on that is a bad idea, but able to avoid the barrier.
Yeah, luckily for him, it's like it was already braking, so just held the brakes and the car just eventually stopped. That's a good thing. And there's a lot of runoff area at the entry of Brooklands right there.
Yeah, so Eatington back in the race, although they're just about ahead of Aztec Racing. They lost enough time that the 290 has now become a threat and is sitting right on their rear bumper. And actually a good run coming out of the corner there for Aztec Racing. They'll draw themselves to driver's left-hand side. They haven't quite got the overlap though. They'll have to dip back in line and try to fight another day. They'll take the big wide arc this time. But there's the RAF car that's we're watching as well as they're applying a lot of pressure, or rather they're getting pressured on by Quad Dash Racing in the number 94 as 94 makes a little bit of a mistake coming out of Luffield there, just out a little bit too wide into the damp onto the curb, and they end up losing a couple of tenths of a second. So with this portion of the time to go, of course, we had WSR Esports ButtKicker run into a couple of issues, couple of spins, but you know they have a one-lap advantage over BRT. BRT have had their own moment in the last couple of portions of this race as well, so everything evens out there. We are waiting, sort of watching that gap like a hawk for GT4 race lead at the moment, because that is potentially where things may change, although Alex Cal hasn't made an amazing amount of progress with that gap whatsoever. Obviously, things can still change inside the final half an hour, but not really gaining any significant margins, and in fact, slightly losing in some cases against ST Racing Esports. So we'll keep an eye on it for sure, but to have a gap less than 5 seconds after 23.5 hours is certainly nothing to sniff at.
I have to pick up a phone call from my mom. What was the topic?
You can't ignore a phone call from your mom. That's for sure. Yeah, so I was just going over about how WSR Esports have run into a couple of their spins and a couple of issues, right? But they've got enough of a buffer to work with that. We're keeping an eye on that gap for the race lead and GT4s, but that's sort of extending that to 6.3 seconds now. So I think Alex Gull is really struggling with the changeable conditions, and Valentin Goppelt is being much more consistent there as we're on board with the 94.
Yeah, odd to see Gal's performance after...
Oh dear! Oh dearie me. Alpha Esports having a big moment, big slide coming out of out of Luffield. Tipping 2 tires into the gravel and the grass and spinning right across the front of those two of RAF Motorsports and Quad Dash Racing. They both took to the grass to avoid that. Thankfully, they were able to keep it together, because going onto damp grass here is very, very tricky, and you can have an instant all by yourself by doing that. But here's what happened to Ronnie Smith. There we go, too far offline, gets into the grass and gravel, and very well avoided by those 2 cars on the inside.
Absolutely. Good awareness from them to deviate from Ronnie Smith, and even though he managed to help brakes and everything, that's good to know. By the way, I made this question to David. I'll ask you, Connery.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a 24-hour event, Cadwell or
Quad Dasher in. Oh, Will Hope, big moment. Oh, the 14. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big impact. Just coming onto the hangar straight there. Oh, that's one that's gonna really hurt. Just about limping it back to the pit lane. But that's going to be another fast repair used by Team Loose and Sebring if they have any left.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that happen. But let me see. I was trying to remember.
Quad Dash Racing had a drive-through, an instant penalty, I think. Unless
maybe track incidents.
Yeah, so over too many off tracks. So they have a limit of 120 for the entire race to get their first drive-through penalty, and then every 25 instants after that they get another.
Yeah. Unfortunate to see that happen, but it's they aren't the first team, nor they will be the last. They could be the last,
probably.
but the likelihood of them being the last is unlikely.
Yeah, absolutely, especially given this point in the race where some teams might be relatively close in terms of the instant point limits, and they're just trying to conserve them at this stage and try to avoid having to do a drive-through penalty at the very end of this event. But for the moment, it does mean that due to that little issue and due to that drive-through penalty, our closest battle has been dismantled somewhat here. The closest one now that I can see up and down the field, let's see, there's 2.2 between two different classes of cars there. So yeah, all the gaps are pretty spread out at this stage. So we'll have to see if anything further develops here inside the final half an hour. But I gotta say, this has been an absolutely fantastic event. It's great to see the full commitment from every single team out there to get themselves out there for this ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. It's been a race full of little surprises here and there. Of course, at the start of the race, you know, pretty fine conditions, all that. Then it started getting really foggy for the night time, so that made a night portion that was particularly fraught with danger. And then inside the sort of, you know, early morning hours of this race, we had the rain come down for a good couple of hours, about 2.5 hours to be exact. And now we're in that sort of changeable conditions, drying back up for the end of this race. And the drivers have had to deal with every single element of that, and they mostly have come through relatively unscathed. Of course, there may have been some fast repairs used, yes, but we still have the 48 car still running out there, which is a good achievement.
Absolutely. Props for every team to try to do their best with until the race end. You know, we know this have been very tough driving conditions. You could argue, I think this hasn't been the most British, as Ethan Critchley has.
He's had another moment.
Yeah.
Oh. Somehow, with every one of these incidents, he's been able to avoid a barrier or another car. He's like a cat. He's using lots of his 9 lives.
I think he used. We know he used 3 lives already, especially the one he went on the barrier on the transition to Lufield. And did you realize that every single mistake that he has done was either on Brooklands or Lufield, all 3 of them. So it's kind of like playing with the fine margins and everyone. As I think Hugo puts in our RaceSpot chat, Ethan with the caps. Oh
my word.
Oh my word.
That's a big one. Ram Ranch Motorsport having a massive incident in the Lamborghini. Missing the rear end already. And it's involving another car as well. That's a little bit awkward. It was the Team RedX.com car losing control off of line, then instantly spearing back onto circuit and into the path of the Ram Ranch Motorsports car, which had absolutely nothing to do with it. They saw something was happening already. They were going towards the inside, or rather the driver's right-hand side to try to avoid it, but they weren't able to avoid it, and they have a big impact not only with another car, but with ping-ponging into the barrier as well.
And if you looked on the replay, that Lamborghini wasn't already looking healthy, Ethan. Again.
Yeah, Ethan, I'm not going to say anything, but you got to be careful, mate, because you've had a couple of incidents already, which may have been, under a different set of circumstances, would have been major, potentially race-changing, right? I know you have a lap to work with, that's fine. However, please stop giving us heart attacks.
Ay.
It's yeah. Well, I mean, hopefully he's able to keep it on track for the next 25 minutes.
If he doesn't get a penalty or something of the nature after this.
Yeah. Well, that even if a penalty is in effect, it still won't matter so much because the one lap gap, right?
Pretty much. Penalty for the number 31, by the way, issued on track for causing a collision with the number 21. Just to confirm over here, I think the 31 was at a Team Red X car. No, actually, it was Connexus.
No, the Connexus, yeah.
Yeah, making contact with the Project Not Last.
Well, at least for Project Not Last, they are still not last. So anything is a success for them.
Yeah, no. If they are not last, you're first.
Yeah, they take the opposite attitude to what we see there. Yes. So it's great. Not being last. Great goal indeed. Update as far as GT4 race leads concerned. That gap's down to 4 seconds now, so that's come in just a little bit. Here's a bit of a battle going on though. Wild Things Racing versus Aztec Racing. Battle for position, 12th place in class between those two. And that's going to be robbed away from us immediately as Wild Things Racing decides that they want to take a stop.
Yeah, not like they're.
And in fact, they've got a drive-through.
Ooh, off-track incidents, I think.
Yep. You have to trundle down a very wet pit lane and have those slicks cool down.
Oh, true.
There we go. 22 minutes left remaining in this race as drivers, they start seeing the light at the end of the tunnel at this stage in the race. They know they're probably on, the vast majority are going to be on their very final stints at this point. There's a couple that may need to jump down and in for a splash and dash of fuel towards the end, but for the vast majority, it's this all the way until the end now. And for some of them, they'll be very welcoming of the end of the race, and some of them, well, I think everyone would be very welcome, to be honest. I don't think anyone wants to race for another hour or two after this one. Let's just say that, especially with the tricky conditions that we've had. Update for race lead and GT4 though. Satellite Racing are gaining, and significant amount at that as well. 3.2 seconds now between ST Racing Esports and Satellite Racing GT4. Is this really going to happen, Lorenzo?
Please make it happen, otherwise I don't want to sign Andrew on my DMs.
You don't want Andrew in your DMs. Yes, that would be pretty awkward. But Aliscal, I mean, finding a little bit of pace. Yes, there's been a bit of traffic that has affected ST Racing Esports over the last couple of moments, which is not ideal for them. But they are losing this gap, and they might be under pressure for the very end of this race now, which. Not an ideal situation for them. They would have hoped it was going to be plain sailing with a 5+ second gap all the way to the end, but that's not the case at the moment. Gap is down to 3 seconds between P1 and 2 in GT4. As this track gets drier and drier, the overtaking opportunities become much more obvious once these guys get themselves close together.
Yeah, I think another thing that is working in the way of Alex Scals is the fact the 5-lap cushion. I think he's finally starting to take the toll of the Mercedes AMG GT4, and Alex, I think on a lap-by-lap basis, is able to catch bit by bit Valentin Gopel for the end of the race, for this P1 battle at the end of the race, which is always going to be good in my books. I joke with Syandra, which is one of satellite managers in my DMs. I joke with that, of course, is because we often joke around whenever something happens to them. Mm-hmm. But it's been a good race so far for them, despite everything that transpired.
Yeah, we are showing the GT4 battle for the lead very briefly, but they're still, about 3-4 seconds away from each other. So it is not the massive pressing issue at the moment, but what it might be is the traffic that Valentin Gopel has to deal with at the moment in the ST Racing Esports number 3, because it's getting a bit awkward for them at the moment with some of these same class GT4 traffic, which is tricky, and some of the GT3s trying to come through simultaneously. A little bit of car communication going on between the CRS and the Team Heat Together car at the moment, because they're The GT3 gave a bit of a wiggle down the straight, sort of telling off the GT4, and the GT4 gave a flash of the lights in response there. So no love lost between those two.
Yeah, just a scary moment for the GT4 to see a Ferrari GT3 have a little bit of wiggle moment again right after a woodcut. So at least the car is still straight. The Ferrari is still going straight. It's just I think trying to brush off some of the wet that came off the tires when they.
No, I think it was literally a telling off. Sometimes drivers will do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's. I mean, it could be what you're saying, but it could also be the sort of body language of the car, because you can't really flash the lights at someone behind you.
No, but what happened is, I say maybe taking some of the wet portion of the tires, because the Ferrari was on a very wet surface coming out of an entry, so that's why I think he wiggled the car just a little bit just to see if the traction was in place.
It could be, but I'm just giving another option. Again, this gap is coming down for the GT4 race lead. 2.6 now, 2.6 seconds between the 3 and the 64. This was looking at one point to sort of be stable at around about 4.5 to 5 seconds between the two of them after the satellite had after the satellite racing car had that moment, had that big incident, and then fallen down the order due to their tow and their fast repair. But they're back in it now. They took a while to get their heads back in the game, and now they're trying to gain that time. And with 17 minutes left to go, still very, very possible indeed for this to happen. They're in the same portion of the straight now. You can see that on the TV cams there. This is going to be quite a very sketchy last couple of laps potentially, because if Alex Gal is able to get himself into a position to be able to challenge, he's going to 100% absolutely send it at portions of this racetrack, because it's the end of a 24-hour race. It's the final laps of a 24-hour race. You're obviously going to go for the moves. So Valentin Goldbelt just has to be aware of that, and he's going to have to, if it does end up getting very close for the end here, he's going to have to make that a very wide Mercedes indeed.
Yeah, he's going to turn that Mercedes into the Mercedes big boy that never existed of sorts.
Yeah, potentially. And getting caught with traffic, satellite racing inside of Maggots and Beckett, and they take a bit of a slide on my screen. Oh, actually, they're losing a lot of time. Alex Gall in the wall again. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen at all. Alex Gall having to recover. Get back on circuit, engine is popped as well. There's the end of the incident, out into the gravel, out into the wall, and that is it for the Satellite Racing Cars Challenge for the race lead. They had to deal with some GT3s trying to pass them in Maggots and Beckett's. They get caught offline out onto the curb and grass, and there's only one place they're going from this point.
Yeah, tire barrier, broken engine, race is done.
Yeah.
Well, heartbreaking, man. Heartbreaking.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's unfortunate. We were hyping up that battle for the end there, but Alex Gall, due to having to deal with some GT3 traffic trying to pass them in Maggots and Beckett's, they depart the circuit out into the grass and the curb, and yeah, big damage, engine popped, done, pretty much. Wow.
Just saw a chat, or the driver's chat on our Britcar channel. Race Control sweating bullets right now.
Yeah.
I really don't want to be Race Control at this point of the race right now.
Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't want to be, but the fact is that, I don't know, Satellite Racing, they couldn't really do much from their situation. They tried to make the space on the inside for the GT3, but they just drifted out just that little bit too far. It was a bad, a questionable decision, I would say, for the GT3 to pass in such a section. That is for sure. Satellite Racing tried to deal with it the best they could, but getting caught offline at any point of this circuit is a recipe for disaster. Maybe in the dry that would have worked and everyone would have been able to get through unscathed, but not in the wet at all.
Yeah, absolutely. It is just really tricky, especially with these dry-ass conditions, right? You still have some wet portions to contend with, and it's so complicated for you to make it 2 cars go around the entry of Meggetts and Beckett's without having an issue, especially with the wet portions that are on the outside part of the track. And I agree with you. I think that was overzealous. I'm not going to say overzealous, but I think there was an overcommitment from the GT3 that, unfortunately, there's nothing in Alex Gall's extreme knowledge of GT cars can do to save that one. In my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those. Unfortunately, it's. There's some element. I know people in the chat are saying that the GT3 should have known that this was a battle for the race lead, and GT4 known the race situation and been a little bit more timid as a result. You can't really enforce that as a rule, because then you're starting to say one rule for one person and another rule for another. But it sort of makes racecraft sense that you would sort of. And sort of courtesy to not get involved in those sorts of situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus, for me, I know it's a 24-hour race, so you have a lot of drivers and things like that. You might have a lot of drivers in the team. Sometimes also you got to make the read of the room, right? I don't know if the GT3 knew about the situation that probably the GT4s had on their hands. The chase for the lead, as Alex Gall is already back into the pit, back in track, 57 seconds behind Jack Jeffrey. So therefore, they're going to get a top 3 regardless of what happens. They still had a fast repair. That's good to know. The damage is done, but somewhat minimized in the whole scope of things. But yeah, you gotta make sometimes the read of the room. Understand the situation. So P2 and P1 and P2 and the GT4s are close to each other. I don't think I'm gonna expose myself in a situation that I can compromise them. Of course, I'm doing my race there, but I cannot compromise others' races. Sometimes I know traffic gives and traffic takes. But I think in a point where there's not too much time left in this race, if you're not battling against anything the other guys are, I think you have some leeway to, maybe lift off and overtake where it would be safer on track, right?
Yeah. Although we still have battles out there, don't worry. That wasn't the only battle that we were looking at for the end of this race. We've still got this fantastic one between RAF Motorsports and Quad Dash Racing for 7th in GT3. We've got one for 13th in GT3 as well, between the Sim Dynamics car and the E-Datum car. And then we've got one down in GT4 as well for 12th place between Onid and Team Red X down there with the 904. So there's still a couple of things to talk about in the final 10 minutes of this race. Big one being this battle inside of the top 10 between Quad Dash and RAF Motorsports. They've been close together on circuit for what feels like a very long while at the moment, but Quad Dash have been yet to find themselves an opportunity to get themselves through, although they do get themselves a good run off of Luffield there. Maybe we'll open up the opportunity later on, but yeah, this has been a great display from the two of them so far.
Yeah, really good display. Also some good, I'm not going to say showsmanship, but sportsmanship, trying to give room, not overtake when he's in a bad spot, trying to find the right place at the right portion of the track, and make proper usage of the tires, and give us a really good moment right here on the racetrack as we see something happening to Maria Kuchikova once again. And I think we saw that back in the frame when she had a moment for that prismatic car and came back on track a little bit sluggish.
Yeah, keeping on it though, and keeping going. That's avoiding the barriers. Great to see. But yeah, it's you know, you're getting towards that. You know, we're inside that final 10 minutes now, so just a couple more laps to go, and then we'll be done with the ButtKicker 24 hours of ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. It's been an interesting affair out there. Let's just say that. So trying to split down the middle was Quad Dash Racing there, but there was not a car's width of space between those two, between the GT4 and the RAF Motorsports car. That could have ended in a massive amount of tears there if they just got that slightly wronger than they did.
Yeah, they managed to make it work somehow. And the Simpson Canon, I think it's gonna appreciate the fact they didn't try to make it 3 wide down at the Lewis Hamilton Street.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a heart and mouth moment there. Always a closing gap there. I could see the logic of it from Quad Dash Racing, but I don't think that was going to be a move that was possible in any universe. But they keep themselves in it. They keep this battle as close and as cozy as it has been. And they're going to sit in the draft now all the way down the Hamilton Straight and then in towards Copse Corner. Let's see if they're able to get themselves an opportunity there, because they've been in behind, they've been applying this pressure, but Ben Cullen has been keeping his cool. He hasn't been fazed by how big that car is in his rear view mirrors at the moment. He's sort of been running his own lines, running his own race, and he's just sort of taunting Quad Dash Racing as, okay, go on, you guys need to manufacture the move. I'm not going to make a mistake and let you through.
Yeah, absolutely. As now the RAF Ferrari is going to have a little bit of tow from the Audi GT3. A little bit of an opening for Quad Dash to try to make an overtake, but they didn't want to take the dive bomb on Stowe. A little bit of a dogfight, if you want to call it into aerial terms, for these two.
Mm-hmm. Which is relevant considering RAF.
Yes. By the way, beautiful liberating.
Although dive bombing isn't a thing in Modern Warfare, but there we go. But
if you said that about like in World War II, then it is completely, that would have been factual.
It would have been, but this is the modern era. But for these guys, this is a fantastic little battle to finish the race on, isn't it? It's great to see these guys so close together, be so respectful as well. There were a couple opportunities where Quad Dash could have definitely made a bit of a lunge, but they decided to not do that, especially considering it is still relatively damp off of line at the moment. There's still a couple of puddles here and there, and the curbs are going to be relatively dangerous as well. So it's so they've been very respectful. They know that there's, you know, still limited opportunity to try and get your way through at this stage, but they're just waiting for just the right place and the right time to be able to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are a few portions in the water. You can even see Quad Dash trying to put the car to the inside, but I think there's still some wet portions coming into the entry of Copse that I think it's too risky for you to make a move. I think what happened last time by, I think Quad Dash wanted to set this move on the hanger straight, but because of the situation, there wasn't any way this was going to happen. But I think now could be the situation, even though there's a satellite GT4 in front.
Ooh, Quad Dash. Skipping their way through the puddles. Yeah, skipping their way through the puddles there, and yes, they do have a slowdown penalty, so that will put a damper on their race. Let's have a look at the replay with the 92, actually. This is the Project 91 racing team, but they are the 92, having quite a bit of a spin and a bit of an incident through Stowe Corner. They were battling with, I think it was Gravel Trap Racing, or at least they were side by side with Gravel Trap Racing. They tried to turn in, but unfortunately that space was occupied, and they end up having an unceremonious spin towards the runoff.
Yeah. I would say this is still not off, though. This can still happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too, but we are very much limited on time here. We're just dipping below 5 minutes, and 5 minutes to catch up 2 seconds. Yeah, very possible, but you know, requires it requires a lot of effort, and also in that time you also have to try and make the pass. So it's going to be difficult for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering you have like 3 laps to go.
Something like that. Yeah, so it's one of those as we see the RAF car head their way out through the exit of left field. Gap down to 1.7 between these two. There is a closer battle further down the field, though. That's for P23 and GT3 between Phoenix and Greenprint. But these guys have also been giving us some entertainment over the past while with how close they have been, and that gap continuing to tumble down, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's not a gap that you should be able to work with for the battle, though. Give it of all things.
.5 now, so this is a good trend for Quad Dash Racing. Worrying one for the RAF Motorsports. Yes, they do have a bit of breathing room to work with now, but it's one that's being eaten into corner after corner. So they're going to have to be very, very careful here. Just keep it consistent, keep themselves out of trouble. It's easier said than done, especially with traffic being in the place it is, coming through the Vale chicane. But hopefully Colin can get disposed of that very, very easily. It's the Triple S Racing Britcar 396 that's currently ahead. They dip towards the driver's right-hand side coming across the pit straight, and they are on their merry way. But now gap is down below a second between Quad Dash and the RAF Motorsports car, and Quad Dash find the GT4 in a good place, but they end up having to go wide as well, at least on my screen. So, oh, actually, you can just see in the corner there, have them having to slide across the grass.
Yeah, because I think they caught basically some wet portions and was relegated to take a little bit of a dip on the grass and AstroTurf at the entry of the loop.
Yeah, they did. So they actually got out into the wet or rather the damp offline as well, which sort of just carried them out into the grass. So a bit unfortunate. It does mean that gap that was below a second is now just above a second, as they're both having to deal with traffic.
And soon will be approaching our final lap of the race.
Yeah, soon. We'll just have to see exactly where the WSR Esports ButtKicker car is. They are just currently heading their way through out of Beckett's and into Chapel, in fact. So they are coming up towards the hangar straight now. And with a 2-minute 2 lap time, the next time they head their way across the line, that will be the start of the final lap of these 24 hours of Silverstone. Brought to you by ButtKicker Britcar. It's been a fantastic race. It's been one that everyone has, I would say, enjoyed taking part in. You know, we've had some fantastic battles up and down the field. We've had some fantastic stories as well. And we're having a look at the number 16 there, just briefly as they head their way down the hangar straight. So that's fantastic stuff. That's Team Red X Sim Sport car. Anyway, as we look at the number 41 now, so that is the WSR Esports ButtKicker car. They have come across the line and they have started their final lap. It's been a stint of a couple of spins for Ethan Critchley, but he's had a massive buffer, massive gap to work with back to BRT and the rest of the GT3 fields, thanks to his efforts and of course his teammates as well. Over the course of this 24 hours, the drivers that have been in that car have been Ethan Critchley, who's in it right now, Ross McFarlane, Crofton Woodhatch, Alexander Bird, Eric Rosette, and Tom Calistonis have all taken part in that number 41 effort to try and bring this car home as they head their way out on towards the old pit straight now. Just about half a lap to go before they're able to get themselves the win.
Absolutely. This has been such a fun event to take part of. Always a pleasure to be, commentating these events for the Motorsports UK and Britcar itself. So looking forward to see already next year in a Britcar in 2025. But and something I think I might just realize, the winners are going to be back-to-back winners. So ST is going to be 2 years in a row. Oh, Ethan. A little bit of a dodgy moment right there. Yeah, careful. And WSR Esports ButtKicker back-to-back winners 2 years in a row.
Absolutely. Heading their way through Stowe Corner for the final time. Bit of traffic ahead, but that shouldn't be a worry. Ethan Critchley goes towards the driver's right-hand side on them, in towards the Vale for the final time. And after 24 hours of Silverstone, a changeable 24 hours of Silverstone, it is WSR Esports ButtKicker who head out to the final corner and across the line to take the race win for the ButtKicker Britcar. 24 hours of Silverstone. They win in the GT3 category. Fantastic effort indeed. Fantastic race for them. And they'll take this celebration lap, will take the cool down lap, and they'll be very happy bunnies indeed. Then you have a look back to your GT4 category. ST Racing Esports were essentially just thrown into this situation pretty much out of nowhere, as Satellite Racing had big issues in the latter portions of this race. But ST Racing Esports were in the right place at the right time to try and pick this win up. Yes, they were pressured towards the end as Satellite Racing came back out of the pit lane and tried to get within a couple of seconds, but then they had another instance with a GT3 car. That left ST Racing Esports all on their lonesome for the last couple of laps with a 37-second advantage over the closest next car, ST Racing Esports. Valentin Gottbelt heads his way across the line to take the race win in the GT4s for the ButtKicker 24 hours of Silverstone. The Mercedes is able to do it. Flashing of the lights in celebration, of course, as the drivers will all take this cool down lap, and they'll all congratulate each other as well. Flashing of the lights. It's a big effort just to get to the end of these races. Yes, we've had winners in each class. Yes, we've had podium finishers, but just to get to the checker flag sometimes is a monumental effort, and that's something that every single team still out there should be proud of.
Yeah, getting to the end of the race, and especially in the most British weather I think we ever had in Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone history, it's a massive win. So congratulations to everyone. No matter how many off tracks that you guys had or the incidents that you guys had, the persistence and the drive to try to get to the end and have as much fun as possible, that's what matters the most.
Yeah, absolutely. We can all take a breather. The drivers can finally relax just a little bit. The burnouts for the WSR Esports ButtKicker fully in swing as he gets joined on the front straight by DCW Racing Orange, just sort of upstaging him a little bit. But fantastic effort from the 41. Burning it down, traction control off, fantastic stuff. As we have a look at the race results, it's going to be Ethan Critchley and WSR Esports ButtKicker taking the GT3 race win here today for the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. It's then BRT coming home in second place with a fantastic effort. Then we've got Project 91 and Thomas and Sim Racing ending up in third. We've got 3 different GT3 manufacturers on the podium. That's what you love to see. Team Red X in P4 with Alpha Esports in P5. Nomad Academy P6 with RAF Motorsports holding on to P7 after some decent late race pressure from Quad Dash Racing in P8. Then Team Lucent Stewarding in P9, and then we've got Prismatic Motorsports Athena rounding out the top 10. Then further down in GT3s, you've got Glasstec Racing in P11 with Aztec Racing P12, Sim Dynamics, Sunoco Racefuels P13. Then you've got eDatum in P14. Then you've got Wild Things Racing, Clark St. James Racing, Truck Boys, Hyro Motorsports, Quartermass Motorsports, and Aztec Racing 390 rounding out the top 20. There's a lot of GT3s here, folks. There's 30 of them. There's Ash Hill in the Project Not Last car, officially not last, so I guess that's mission accomplished for the number 21 in 21st. Then you've got CRS X-Car Esports P22nd, Phoenix Sim Racing 23rd Team, Greenprint P24, United Sim Team P25, Ram Ranch Motorsports driving with Stacey, Prismatic Motorsports Maverna, gravel trap racing and effect simulations round out the 30 car finishing results, or rather 30, well, go down to P30 as we got more GT3s. We got P31 going to Shump Bros and WMG going for P32. Then you got your GT4 category where ST Racing Esports wins by almost 40 seconds over Altitude Esports. There, fantastic effort from the season. It's same situation here as in the GT3s. We have 3 different manufacturers on the podium. Fantastic. As we have Satellite Racing GT4, the leader for the vast majority, especially the latter portion of the race, unfortunately getting themselves involved in incidents, which mean they finish in 3rd place. Still a podium finish, but I get the feeling that they feel like they could have gotten so much more. TSRC Esports finished in 4th place with Cube Controls in Reparto Corsa in P5. Then you got RD Simsport P6, No Limit Sim Racing Academy P7, DCW Racing Orange in 8th, Samsung Kanani Esports in 9th, and iSport GB Great Britain in P10. Then you've got Presenter Nomad in P11, their 4, 5, 6 efforts. Then you got Onid Racing Britcar in P12, Team Red X Simsport 904 P13. Then you got DCW Blue in 14th, and then 15th and onwards you got Triple S Racing Racing Britcar, Project 91 Team Orange, Connexus Motorsports, Team Heat Together, RAF Motorsports, and Gasteas Racing Team rounding out the top 20. And then those that had issues very early on in the race, Charlie Stothard in the BPP Esports car in P21, and then THR Sim Sports, the last runner in GT4. So that's the top to the bottom of each of the class results that we have here today in the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. We will also get the opportunity to potentially have a little bit of a chinwag with some of the drivers here today as well. What a race, Lorenzo. It's always bittersweet, the end of a 24-hour race, but I imagine that most of the drivers will be at least somewhat happy with the proceedings here today.
Absolutely. The organization has been top-notch. The dedication to everybody to try to get to the end has been fantastic. The commitment out of everybody to try to have a little bit of fun in a competitive environment has always been the goal right here, you know, and see everybody seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, or literally the light at the sky at the end of the fogginess and dark. I think that is a good contrast to end this race, and it's been fantastic. Looking forward already for next year whenever if Britcar comes back, and hopefully I think it will come back next year after such a successful event.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just waiting for our race winners to come in. We've got a couple of the drivers to fall back on just in case they don't, but we do primarily look for the race winners for the interview for the end of the event here. If not, we've got podium runners. But yeah, sort of what are your overall thoughts about that race, Lorenzo? Because again, we had the weather affecting things in the early mornings, and then the drying track towards the end. It was definitely a race that kept throwing drivers curveballs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been eventful. I think everybody, like I said before, I think we had the most British weather for a British-based event. In a race like this, we had fog, we had cold weather, we had rain, we had overcast, we had basically everything. The only thing we didn't have was like thunder, lightning, and other things like that, or maybe a priest running down the hangar street.
Yeah, well,
like we had back in 1998.
We will get the opportunity to speak to our overall race winner, GT3 race winner. We'll grab Ethan Critchley up into the commentary booth. Ethan, what a race. You win by just about a lap over BRT, but you had a couple of moments in that final stint, fair to say. Is just sort of how's your overall feeling after taking away the race win here today?
Yeah, we're happy. I mean, obviously I had to make the final stint a bit interesting for the broadcast, so I thought, you know what, I'll give you guys a bit of entertainment. But yeah, I mean, after the first sort of 3 hours, I think we had about a 40-second lead, something like that. So from then on, it was just sort of staying out of trouble in these events, you know, through the night, and then obviously the rain this morning. Yeah, we didn't have a single incident apart from a few little minor spins, but yeah, it was a nice clean race, and obviously pace was good, so we're happy.
Yeah, like every spin I was concerned that you're going to hit a wall or another car and you're going to ruin your race, but thankfully that didn't end up happening for you. You take the Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone for the second time, as WSR Esports ButtKicker has done the double now. What is it as part of that team which makes you so particularly good at these sorts of events?
I think it's just our consistency, especially within our lineup as well. We're all very close on pace, you know. We're all helping each other, understanding where everyone needs to improve individually, and then obviously as a team we're just very consistent, you know, not making mistakes. And I mean, you see some of these lineups, obviously some unbelievably quick drivers, but then obviously maybe some of the other drivers in the team aren't so quick. So I think our strength is obviously consistency between all our drivers. I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big element. And of course, once the rain arrived this early morning, there was we had an interview with Ed Hope actually, who said that it was more rain than they were expecting. Was this something that was on your particular radar with regards to the forecast? Were you thinking it was going to be like this, or did it catch you out as well?
I mean, luckily I was asleep when it first hit, but no, we was planning. I was going to finish the race no matter what, really, and I was planning on driving in the wet, to be honest, because the forecast looked like it was more last 2 hours of the race, sort of. So for it to come maybe 4 hours towards the end, a bit of a surprise for everyone. But yeah, obviously some of our drivers who weren't particularly ready for the wet ended up driving in the wet, so made it a bit interesting. But yeah, we were ready.
Yeah, it was tricky conditions out there. And the last thing I want to ask is, obviously with the two different classes, sometimes there's, you know, a couple of clashes when it comes to lap traffic. That's probably, you know, perhaps literally so in some cases. How did you feel that was, you know, how was your experience out there? Because of course it gets very, very tricky when you have these changeable conditions in the wet, and obviously when the track's drying out, you have that single line that's fast. How does that change your approach to dealing with the lap traffic?
I think the beauty of the Britcar 24 is that obviously the skill variation is obviously anyone can do this from any sort of level and skill. So it makes it challenging, especially when it's mixed conditions. Obviously, for some people, I imagine this is probably their first time doing a multi-class event in the rain. And then obviously when it dries, it's not too bad when it's full wet, but then when it dries up and you're on slicks and it's like one single track, and obviously you've seen me a few times, as soon as you put one wheel slightly on the wet pad, it goes around instantly. So yeah, it was a bit more difficult managing the traffic, but obviously I don't think we did it too badly, and our pace was still quite competitive, not even with the spins. So Yeah, it was very competitive. But thank you very much for joining us, Ethan. Go and enjoy this race win with the rest of your team, and it is very, very well deserved, especially given the conditions. Well done. Thank you very much.
There we go. That was Ethan Critch there from the WSR Esports ButtKicker race winner overall in the GT3 category. Fantastic effort from everyone involved there. We will swiftly move on, however, because we do have the representatives from ST Racing Esports. We have Valentin Goppelt coming in here. We'll grab Peter as well, as we'll have a little bit of conversation with these two. Valentin, you're the driver that brought the car home in the final stints there. Just take me through your emotions, because you guys, you took the race win in GT4. I imagine that was not something you expected about a couple of hours from the end when you saw Satellite Racing have that one lap difference over you. So just take me through what the emotions are like now, because I imagine that was completely unexpected.
Yeah, definitely very unexpected, because we had a small setback in the first lap of the race. So yeah, we were last then, and we knew we had the pace as well in the dry as in the wet. So we just fought our way back, and then of course had a little bit of luck in the end. But yeah, we kept it on track. Had to avoid a lot of cars spinning around in the wet conditions, but went good for us in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, for you, Valentin, it's you were in the car for the final portions where potentially we saw Satellite Racing start to come back at you. They were catching in the gap towards the end there, but unfortunately, they got themselves into a bit of an incident with some lap traffic. But before that, when you were seeing that relative tick down, was there any sort of, heart rate going up, any nervousness sort of creeping in as you saw they were closing in, or were you pretty calm and serene throughout?
It was all right because I knew I had the pace, and I lost a few seconds because of traffic, because I was maybe a little bit too careful, but yeah, it was the better way than what happened to him, who then had an accident. Yeah, I mean, it was still like 3 seconds, and he still had to pass me, so it was all right, but of course, heart rate was going up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And Peter, just to bring you in here as well, Peter Brett, you were in the car, especially when it was sort of tipping it down with rain. Obviously, that's a big change to the racing dynamics that you had to deal with. So how did you find it out there in the wet conditions? Was the car handling the way you expected, or were there any issues you had to drive around?
Yeah, no, it was pretty good. I mean, I binned it in turn 1, lap 1, and was last, so I mean, I had most grip there and I still died, so yeah. But no, the rain is pretty good. We did a lot of rain practice as a team, so we definitely had the pace of the GT4 field in the rain, which brought us back into contention. And then yeah, I did get spun around on the Hamilton straight with about an hour and 20 minutes to go, and I thought we were 2.5 minutes back, so yeah, a good bit of luck, but patience on our side definitely paid off, so I'm happy.
Yeah, absolutely. We had an interview with one of the other drivers during the race, which, under those wet conditions, you still weren't able to run wet lines that much because the offline was still covered with marbles from when it was dry running. So the combo of wet and marbles seems to be very dangerous. So it felt like that you had to sort of stick to the normal dry line despite it being wet. Was that again something that you guys have practiced, or was that an unknown coming into this?
Yeah, well, I mean, the last few days we had wet practice servers, and we definitely did practice that, but it was a lot slippier in the real race, I think, because naturally there was more rubber on the track. But yeah, anyway, offline you would just spin and get loose, as we've seen with the satellite GT4 team. But yeah, a bit different from last year as well with the dry. It was all dry last year naturally, and we won that, so now we won this. So yeah, it's pretty good that we kept it consistent.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Both teams that have won this year have won the previous event as well. So it's quite funny how that happens, but it does go to show that at least there's some consistency there. But so with this win now in the bag, have you guys got anything else in the future that you're looking forward to as far as league racing or other races are concerned, or are you gonna take a little bit of a break now and enjoy the sort of holiday period?
Yeah, if I get time, myself and Valentin are both. We joined iRacing from ACC about a year ago, so we were getting used to it last year. But Vala won the ACC SRO Esports silver like 3 weeks ago, so he'll be in ACC, and I'll be trying to get better in iRacing, I suppose.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see drivers split themselves across the different simulators, because in the end, it's all the same skill set. It's driving a race car around the circuit. How it can be pretty different amongst different simulators, but it's still the same skill set after all. But yeah, thank you guys very much for joining us. Congratulations on the race win in GT4s, and I'll let you go and celebrate for the rest of your Sunday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. That was Peter Brett and Valentin Goppelt joining us as the race winners in the GT4 category. There, it's completely unexpected for them. Of course, you look a couple of hours to go and you saw that the Satellite Racing car had a lap or so over them, but it's not over until it's over. That's for certain. And they do end up coming across the line to take the race win in GT4's Lorenzo. Great stuff.
Yeah, great stuff. I think if we're like you asked them if that was on the bingo cards for them, I think that wouldn't be on anybody's bingo cards. But I said before, it ain't over until the fat lady sings, So you gotta keep on driving. Anything can happen. I've seen races shift from glory to drama and a one lap cushion and a final lap. So anything can happen, man. And I think they just put the the head down, everybody in ST, and eventually deservedly still getting a win.
Yeah, we could do quick fire ones with everyone else. Why not? Let's bring Luca Monroe in, as that's the name I recognize. I recognize a couple of names, but that's the first one I saw. But there we go, Luca Monroe coming in to join us into the commentary booth. Luca, how's it been going? Because it's been a while since we both spoke, and it seems like you're continuing to go on and do some great things in these sorts of races.
Yeah, I mean, last time we spoke, driving the rain at Silverstone. Although in that case, it was for me winning a championship. This time it was just surviving. So, yeah, how the more things change, the more things stay the same. But either way, look. The fact is this is my third interview with you guys. You guys obviously really like me, and I'm very very privileged to be able to communicate with all of you lovely commentators.
It's great to have you as well, but for United Sim Team, obviously it wasn't the greatest of days here today. It's probably all things considered, 18 laps off of the lead. It's not where anyone wants to be really, but you still found yourself into some interesting battles. You still had to deal with the changeable conditions like everyone else did. So overall, how would you rate your race?
Speaking only for myself, I believe I did very well today. The car was it was on the rails for me at least, and I think I'm very suited to this car in terms of the way you have to drive it. For the rest, I can only let them speak for themselves. Look, we're a team that is made up of people who just love racing, okay, and so we're not always gonna. We'd like to win one of these races one day, like if it ever happens, that would be great. But just being here, just being part of this incredible event, and yeah, it's always a privilege to be taking part in these 24-hour races. And again, like I said to Justin last night, this race holds a special place in my heart. It was my first ever 24-hour event. So yeah, you'll see me back here next year for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be great. It'll be great to see you. But obviously, we do have to move on to a couple of the other drivers waiting for their interviews now. If there's anything you want to say before this broadcast is done, feel free to say it. But I would say just go and have some rest.
Okay. All right. I do have something to say. Onions. All right.
Onions. Okay. Right. Onions. Okay. No context at all, or
no, not needed at all.
All right, it's a reference for the team, I suppose, maybe. Yeah, but it's
not really.
Nah, just onions. Okay, cool. Thank you very much for joining us, Luca. We'll see you again very soon. There we go. We got Luca Monroe in the United Sim Team, always an entertaining figure. But we can bring in actually 3 drivers in one because they're all from the same team here. We can bring in Aurelian. We can bring and we can bring in Sebastian into this commentary booth as well, because they are all part of the Project 91 Thomas Enge sim racing team, the number 91, that ended up on the podium for the GT3s here today. I'll start with Christian, as obviously one of the big, the starter for the race, so it's important that we start with you. So, Christian, how well did that start go for you guys? Because obviously, with a 24-hour race, the start, yes, it's important for track position and keeping yourself clean, but in the grand scheme of the race, it's interesting to see how it affects things. So, Christian, how well did the race start go? Was it how you expected, and how did the race develop from there?
Well, the race started very well when I managed to go around the outside of one of the 9K drivers into P3, which I was quite pleased with. And then it went extremely downhill from there. I had a spin on lap 4 or 5, and Will and I have been speaking before, looking at the setup, saying at the beginning of the race it's a bit loose on the back end, and just turned into the hairpin and had a really lazy spin, and that put us back into about 15th. And then we got pit manoeuvred by one of the Mercedes GT3 cars, and that put us way back. So the entire race was just clawing our way back up the order, trying to keep out of trouble, trying to avoid incidents, trying to keep the 1Xs to a minimum so we didn't get a penalty. So overall, the start made absolutely no difference to our race whatsoever, but it just made it a lot harder. It's probably the best thing to say.
Yes, that's probably how you should approach it. I'll be completely honest. But yeah, after a little bit of a while, we got into the nighttime hours. Started getting darker. We had the fog, which was interesting to deal with over the course of this race as well. And of course, in the early morning, we had the rain start to come down as well. So. How is that to deal with? Because I know Will Chadwick did most of the driving in those sorts of wet conditions. So I don't know how much you can speak to that, Christian.
We rolled out the secret weapon for the for the tricky conditions. I think next time Will can do the whole race. But he's actually just gone to bed because he's not really.
So he's a driver where he's behind glass and it says break glass in case of emergency, and then you just break the glass and you bring Will Chadwick out and put him in the car. Is that exactly how it works?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
right.
Like that. He's like the Stig. You just wheel him out on a trolley and just put him in the driving seat, and away he goes, and then he just buggers off again.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we've also got Aurelian here. Aurelian, sort of how were your stints as well? Because you did a lot sort of towards the start and towards the middle portion of the race. Sort of the place where you put a driver if you just want a solid pair of hands to get yourself through the race. Was it a comfortable time for you, or was it sort of always sort of looking behind you, looking ahead of you because you've got so much traffic to deal with?
Let's say that yesterday the pace was quite decent, like I wasn't lost. But this morning I think I wasn't really wake up, and I forgot the pit limiter, and we got a stop and go for like 15 seconds, and then I spun by myself with cold tires. So the first stint of this morning was a bit horrific, but overall it was quite good. As well, my first yeah.
At least you didn't spin on lap 4, mate. It could be worse.
Yeah. So go on. Sorry.
Was also my first 24 hours on iRacing, so finishing on the podium is quite really good, let's say.
Yeah, it's a fantastic effort from everyone, and I'll get on to Sebastian as well, who made an appearance or two towards the middle, sort of over the sort of halfway point in the race. Sebastian, so you were given the nighttime hours from what I can see here. So is that something you're particularly good at, or did you just draw the short straw?
Yeah, he told me already before I was driving that I'm gonna get a graveyard shift. No, but yeah, I'm normally the thing is that's my second 24-hour race now, but we don't really had that much competition. We were driving Kota and GTPs like a couple of months ago. So it was the first time for me like actually having competition, and normally I'm not a GT3 driver, so I don't really enjoy driving them that much. But now, to be honest, it was pretty tricky with track limits in the dark. Obviously, it also doesn't have track lighting. But the first stint, to be honest, I can't really tell you why, but it was almost like a blockage in my head. Like I couldn't be able to push actually the whole stint. So the first stint wasn't that good. But to be honest, huge thanks to William, who sadly already had to go to bed because he's so tired. Honestly, he cheered me up pretty much and gave me good tips. And the second stint was way better, and I was able to fight with the guys in P4 at that time. It was just about managing the GT4 traffic better. But yeah, as I said, although I don't enjoy driving GT3 cars that much, the whole event was huge fun. Like I enjoyed it. I enjoyed every single moment of it. And I have to say, I'm really looking forward for sleeping. Like in the last 50 hours or so, I probably had like 7 hours of sleep. But yeah, huge thanks to the whole team, to the managers, and to William, of course, who has done some actually majestic laps in the rain like that was one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
And me, who did the last 3 laps as well, obviously.
Yeah, of course, he's the only reason why we won. Actually, I have a funny story. Christian, I'm sorry, but when William pitted, he actually, for some reason, thought it was a good idea to just kick him out of the car, go hop in for the last couple of laps and just drive home. I mean, there was nothing to lose or nothing to gain in front anyway, so William tried everything, but the BRT car was just too far away, and so we had our fun in the last couple of laps, so...
Yeah, absolutely. It's great. I mean, Will was able to go even earlier to bed, I think. So I think it might be a blessing in disguise. But yeah, it's fantastic to see you guys in such positive spirits with the podium. I'll let you guys go. It's a fantastic race for you guys, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday and to carry on this good vibes for the next while.
Cheers, Dominic.
Thanks very much. See you next year, hopefully.
All right, see you guys. As that was Sebastian, Christian, and Aurelian as part of that number 91, Project 91 Thomas Enge sim racing car. But with that is all that we are going to have time for here for the 2024 ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. It's been a heck of a race with a heck of a lot of different conditions and a lot of action as well. A lot of drama, a lot of stories told that have all now come to a close with our race winners, WSR Esports ButtKicker and ST Racing Esports. My name's been Connery Maddock. That's been Lorenzo Bonda for the final portion of this race. Thank you very much to all the teams and drivers that have taken part over the course of today, all the different commentators as well. Thank you very much to Hugo Luis, who's been able to produce for the entire 24 hours, which is an absolute marathon of a stint. And we'll see you guys at some other broadcast at some other point here on RaceSpotTV shortly.